Hey, let's find that cat, man. That cat's always MIA. Let's find that cat. Where is he?
You smell that, Brian?
There he is. I smell what the cat is cooking.
Oh, yes. That smells like the first PSVR GamesCast Live of the new decade, starting with 2020. The future is meow. Woo! It's time to get hyped. Yeah, man. What is up, Marcus Johnny Ripe off the Straight Cat, Robbie B, the English Game Cat, Duran Fan VR, PSVR Central, hello, Gyson, fist bump to you, Hack the Game Cat, what's up, man? Daltron VR, I'm here, we see ya, thank you for joining. JC, the PSVR Game Cat, Meow, Sinner669, the Unholy Game Cat. Meme Guy, Drunk Bar Fight update. They should have Drunken Bar Fight within the next few months at least. I don't know. Same with the physical version. Haplo 784. The Game Cat says balls. What's up, Haplo? James Matthews. What's up?
What up?
Oh man.
Music playing. I actually have a vision for a new introduction for us, but I just haven't gotten around to making it. Let's see here. Let's start the first show of 2020.
2020, baby.
This is PSVR GamesCast Live. Is that your party light, Dave?
No, it's actually a cat light. Like, it's got three settings. Ooh. It's got the red dot, for the cat.
Red dot sight.
Doing this. Oh God!
You should equip that to your aim controller.
Then we got the black light, and then we just got the normal light. That's pretty bright, isn't it?
I'm so excited to have a cat, so I can have a cat light.
Oh, I got two of them. I'll send you one.
Cat?
No, light.
Oh.
I used to have two cats. Sadly, I only have one now.
Two cats, one light. I smell a video. This is PSVR Gamescast Live, where we film live every 6 p.m. Thursday night, right here Without Parole on YouTube. But Without Parole isn't the only channel that's participating in this show. We also have right here in the middle, this is PSVR Underground, a.k.a. Godcanon, a.k.a. AJ.
What's up?
The silent AJ. So, and then, of course, far left is Dave from Dave Station VR. Happy 2020, guys. Thanks for surviving the New Year's and making it back here.
Yes, I did my best. I'm still alive, so it's feeling good.
Nice.
Welcome home.
Great. And I got a fitness tracker, so it'll remind me that I'm alive by telling me what my heart rate is.
Is that part of the
anywhere?
Is that part of the Ring Fit thing?
No, Dave. It's just it's part of the overall push towards, it's the beginning of the year. Everybody's like, I'm going to get fit this year. But this year, I'm actually
this is the year.
This year.
Yeah.
So I got the Ring Fit Adventure. I got the little fitness tracker, showed up today in the mail. It's only like $29. It's super cheap. It's from China. All the instruction manual is total
What's up, Sonic?
Nonsense.
What's up, Nick Mulo, Ronald Rasbo, Pux, the Game Cat, Hooyah! Ultimate Gaming Punch, Chrome Blasphemy, Dorian Fan. My cornea is detached. Dave, you are damaging people's corneas in the
It doesn't work that way.
Careful where you point that thing.
Is this the same thing as like when you stare at a solar eclipse and you're like, it looks fine, but then it's like burning your eyes? Is that how that works? Or is that all?
Happy New Year, Joshua Taylor.
Is that all myth? I don't know. I don't know how things work.
Ninja Cat. Hoo-ha.
Guys, I think this is going to be another long episode. As much as I'd like to dick around and hang out and talk to that really, it's a really bright chat. My settings for the chat didn't work out this week for some reason, so it's very interesting. It's very bright down there. But anyway, guys, I think we have a lot to talk about. So maybe we should just get the ball rolling and start the show off, because it might be another long
question,
one.
Though. I got a real quick question for AJ.
This is the customer service line, so go ahead.
Okay, so I don't think I've ever
sir?
seen you consume a beverage on this show, and I just saw you sip out of a can. What's in that can? What you got in that can, AJ?
I've actually I drink lots of water. I've drinking some Monsters.
Excellent.
Never alcoholic, but I'm actually drinking a Sundrop, which was brought to me.
It was something like that. That looks pretty good.
From Tennessee. Actually, I have these red Sundrops that are really good. I don't usually drink a lot of soda, but they were brought to me from some family members that visited over the weekend. Love you, Mom. And they drop me. They know I love some Sundrop. So
Sundrop.
yeah, it's a Tennessee. It's a Southern thing.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, so we don't have a plethora of news to talk about, but boy, oh boy, do we have some big ones. And we also are going to be covering every single game coming 2020. We're going to give the release window if they have one. And we're also going to tell you any information we know about them, as well as how excited we are about them. So we would love to hear your excitement.
On the patented
well.
without parole hype scale.
On the patented, yes. It's held together with glue and duct tape as usual. So yes, look forward to that.
In other words, AJ and I were on the phone, and I was like, "What if we like do a hype scale? If we say how excited we are on a scale from 1 to 5,
and I'm like,
and then we're like patented hype scale." All
like
right,
that sounds like a good idea, man.
Yeah,
He calls me up. Brian calls me up and he's like, "Oh, we're gonna do this scale. I'll send you the list of games." So I made an Excel spreadsheet with like hype level notes, title, and all this stuff. And I just talked to AJ, and he's like, "I think I'm gonna wing it."
Oh, I'm
It's like, okay.
I will tell you
I'm hyping
as
on
we
the
talk
fly.
He told
about
me
it.
to get prepared, Brian. He told me to prepare myself. So I went to Max and I got notes. And
I wanted you to know what games we're talking about, but like I didn't need you to pre-hype your games. Be like, I think this is a 3.5 on the hype scale.
we can use percentage, like
Plethora.
decimals.
I mean,
There's decimals involved.
I say we use the full breadth of the 5-point scale, Dave.
God.
Yeah.
IGN just ditched the decimals. You guys hear that shit?
Who the fuck cares, man? Who the
I'm
fuck
just
cares?
saying.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
So
since
we've
they
got
ditched,
some
we
some
adopt.
big news. We got a lot of games to talk about. Let's get rolling. So our good
Who
buddy
hired AJ to keep us in line?
Yeah,
How much-
I know.
how much
right?
are they
when
paying
I'm
you
the
for this
one
age?
that's
He's
when I'm the
basically
one
an
that's in
unpaid
line,
He is. Yeah, he actually.
I get paid in belly rubs.
Who's that?
But
Who's that good, AJ?
oh yeah. So actually, we're gonna kick things off with a bang. This is the year of VR, the year of the PS5. Speaking of which, my good buddy Ryan over at Jack of All Controllers noticed today. So recently, there was there was a rumor that Sony was going to be unveiling the PlayStation 5 at the CES unveiling, whatever. At the excuse me.
I'm sure there's a plethora of new information.
But anyways, so there was rumors that PlayStation was going to be unveiling PS5 at CES this year, which you guys familiar with CES at all?
Consumer Electronics Show. I've heard of it.
Yeah,
Yes.
something like that.
So they usually talk about like stuff for like stockbrokers and whatever. And they basically, amidst these rumors, which this conference I believe is next week, essentially PlayStation's official Twitter account has added the PlayStation 5 to its Twitter handle thing, whatever you call it.
Like the profile?
It's yes, thank you. I don't know what it's called.
It's like he/him, PS2, PS3, Vita,
he/him, she, her,
Right.
the PS5. So we don't know. You know, the original leaked rumor or whatever was that the conference they're going to show off the PS5 and announce it officially. We do know it's coming this year at Holiday 2020. But yeah, you guys think this little sign of them changing their Twitter profile is a sign that they're getting ready to announce it next week? And thank you, Ryan from Jack of All Controllers.
I mean, they kind of got to announce it officially at some point and show us what it looks like. Because if I'm going to be buying it this year, I want to know how much it costs, how much to budget, what it looks like. You know, make a spot on my shelf, all that sort of stuff.
Okay. I just love that part of your planning process. Like all the things you need to prepare for is I need to make a little space on my shelf.
I made that up right now.
That
I
was
actually have never thought about that in my life. But.
It's great.
So the thing is, with Xbox announcing their console during the Game Awards, it's kind of like anything can happen now. Like I feel like.
Yeah, I think so too. And as far as PlayStation 5 is concerned, it's so strange to say, hey, this console is a console we know is coming. We know it's called PlayStation 5. We know more about PlayStation 5 than we ever have about any console before an official reveal ever, right? Because I mean, we listened to Mark Cerny in I think multiple Wired interviews, maybe two, like revealing like different information about
Right.
about what their plans are, even spilling the beans a little bit on what their PSVR plans are and how it's going to be backward compatible with the PlayStation VR headset. Like, I mean, we just know so much about the PlayStation 5, including that it's going to be called PlayStation 5 and that it's coming out this there is so little to reveal except for the final specific specs and the price point in the exact release date. Like, I mean, these are just like the final little details that need to be given to us. We're almost there. I feel like whatever we'd like to see what it looks like, I think, so that we know how much space to clear out on Dave's shelf. But
exactly. I'm curious if it still looks like a flying V formation of roach hotels. Because if they keep it that way, I mean, it's kind of interesting, but I doubt that's what it'll actually look like.
I kind of like it, but I can see that people will definitely make fun of it a lot. I don't know. I don't really care. Yeah. They've usually had a pretty slick design, and their designs have never been what the dev kits have looked like. So it's at least going to be some different to some degree. And we've said this before that whenever these happen, they always end up looking different. So I probably wouldn't expect it to look like that. But I would be – there was like one that I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. And then there was like another one, nah, this looks like a death Frisbee.
Yeah, I think that the only time they've actually released a console that doesn't look that cool – because, I mean, the original PlayStation, iconic. PS2 also got a cool look to it. That one PS3 that was like all shiny and had that little curved bump top, and it said PlayStation 3
and Spider-Man letters, like the original PlayStation 3.
That's the only bad-looking PS3.
Yeah,
the ones that came later looked great, but like the original one, that's so good.
I know I'm in the minority here. I think that every PlayStation, I think that every PlayStation that's ever been released looks kind of boring.
Nah, man. When PS4, when they unveiled the PS4, it was like, holy shit, this thing looks like a Ferrari.
What?
It was so hyped.
And I was kind of with you on that until I actually got one, and I was like, oh, the actual angles of the system itself make plugging anything in without looking like you're reaching behind the system and having them like manipulate any of those cables was made everything torture. It was like, pull those things out. You have to like actually flip it up in the air and like to be able to look straight down at it because that curvature or that angle made it impossible to deal with the wires in the back. It's fine, whatever. I don't care what it looks like, to be honest with you. I love PlayStation, despite the fact that I haven't been a fan of the designs of the console. It's fine, man. It's fine. I think the PlayStation 3 Revision 2 was certainly the best looking one. It kind of had the matte top with the new PS3 logo and then the chrome front. I thought that was sleek and beautiful. The rest of them, like, whatever. I don't care.
Johnny Right Pop, the stray cat meow says the original PS3 looked like a George Foreman grill.
It did.
Yeah, it did.
Killatrick says PS2 looked the best. Haplo784, Farpoint is not overrated, said Sony needs to add that PSVR is backwards compatible to all the PSVR commercials. True. They just need to add to every commercial that they do. But yeah, I'm excited for this. Like my dude Livinator chat, I kind of think it's going to be the February release, but God, do I hope it's next week. That would be amazing.
I mean, February reveal.
Yes.
Yeah, just making sure we're all on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah.
So time to get hyped. This is the year of the PS5. We can start talking about PS5 all the time now. And I cannot wait, man.
I'll give the PlayStation 5 a 5 on the official without parole hype scale.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll give it a 6. Can I give it a 6?
You cannot.
No, the scale only goes to 5.
It doesn't matter. I'm giving it a 6.
You can give it a 5.9.
Oh, okay. 5.9.
No, you can't do
I'll
that.
give it a 5.9. Yeah, because that's still like within the 5 range. I get it.
Wow. I've been in bed for like 2 days. I haven't even like considered shaving my beard. I think
people are saying it looks great.
People
were saying, "Oh, it looks great," and your hair's looking good too. You got all that hair,
dude. I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I just let's throw some product in, like let's get in front. I'm sorry. I gotta keep an eye on the chat and keep them all in line. And be like, oh, you guys are crazy. All right.
Somebody who is that asking about are we going to mention Xbox ignoring the VR support?
We talked about it already. I think.
Yeah, that's all I was going to say.
He's a big dummy. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
That dude looks like he smokes a lot of pot. Like he looks high as hell every time he comes out.
Why are you talking about yourself, AJ?
Even people who smoke a lot of pot know better than.
I do look like I'm high all the time.
You do
too.
look like
I
you're
don't
high
know what
all
it
the
is.
time.
I'm totally not. I'm totally not.
I can't imagine
Never
what
once.
it could be.
Meanwhile, the one member of Without Parole that does smoke pot all the time gets away with it constantly. No one ever accuses him. It's crazy,
Right?
right? We won't like fucking blow his cover or anything. But come on now.
I'm not high on the show. AJ.
No, he's talking. He's
I don't think we were talking about you.
I know who you're talking about.
We're running out of
Ding,
Without
ding,
Parole
ding.
cast members.
I thought I was. I just remembered.
It was Amanda.
Yes,
Let's be honest.
he is still. All right, so moving on, we got some news from the Super Hot devs that they Super Hot VR specifically has grossed over $2 million. $2 million on all platforms in the past 7 days alone. What is the significance of this? VR games can sell and they can make money.
It also means that they sold a shitload of headsets this season, like across all platforms. Sony was selling a bunch. Oculus, I'm sure, sold a bunch.
Yeah.
Right.
To move 2 million in a week means that there are people who've never had the chance to play Super Hot VR before, and now they're out there, and that's pretty exciting. I wonder how many Beat Saber sold in the past week too.
Probably a lot too.
Yeah.
There was a. That's going to be Duran Fan VR, the Game Cat. Meow. My dude says, what the frack is an Xbox? An Xbox is the thing that I had for a month and sold for a PS4 Pro.
Same.
But I did really enjoy Sunset Overdrive, Forza Horizon 3, and of course, Cuphead was the shit. Oh, Ori and the Blind Forest was good
now
too.
it's on Switch.
That was the longest I've ever owned an Xbox console ever, and I got it for like $100. Worth
I've had a couple
selling
Xboxes, have not played them very much, unfortunately.
Totally worth selling for a PS4 Pro, just in case anyone is wondering.
Yeah, I think the super hot news is very important. I think it also does prove that maybe that when you first buy a headset, the first thing you do is you look for lists. I think you go, what are the best games on PSVR? What are the best games on Quest? What are the best games on PC VR? And when even Upload VR, despite like our objections to their top 25 PSVR list, has super hot at like number 3, I believe. So we're talking like even a list that don't agree with each other are all placing super hot, like very high up there on the list. Hopefully all the games on top of all the top 20, top 25 lists saw a huge spike in sales because, man, They all deserve it big time. And Super Hot especially, this game is like ubiquitous with VR and manages to be relevant even, 2.5 years later.
Super Hot doesn't have that problem. It has enough like people talking about it that it's one of those games that, yes, it's older. It's more like a launch title kind of deal. But it still gets people like talking about it, people playing it, people buying it. So that's good to see because, it sucks when there's a lot of games that deserve credit and that are really good, but because they don't have like a bunch of hype behind them, there's a lot of great games that people have missed that are in the past that they need to go back and see. So hopefully, like you said, the top 20s help with that because there's games hiding on the PSN store, I guarantee, that you have not played that you could be missing, and definitely want to get the word out there. Although I will say I gotta call him out, Brian. I don't know why the lo-fi dev was like almost seemed a little salty about this. Like, don't get me wrong, I am excited about lo-fi very much, and we know that's going to be a PS5 title. But he seemed kind of mad about this. Did you see that? He tweeted he was like breaking news. A popular PSVR game or VR game, Super Hot, with all this marketing and support on all platforms, is selling really well. Meanwhile, other games are not. And I get his point.
I mean, come on. Super Hot is not like some behemoth of marketing. Like, they started out as a small indie team that got word of mouth going. And
just
part
like
of that was
Beat Saber.
baked into the game. That whole thing where it was like, at the end where it's like, I will tell all my friends Super Hot is the most, inventive shooter I've played in years or something like that. And it was just a kind of fun word of mouth thing. But it's not like they always had this huge backing behind them. They've earned that like over the years because the original Super Hot came out like 5 years ago, something like that. It's been out forever. So they have a legacy. And lo-fi is just like some guy coming out of nowhere with a Blade Runner game. Like, chill, man.
Yeah, just incredible
like,
VR. My dude says, "LOL, the lo-fi dev is always salty." Okay, so he's just cool, man. It's all good, brother. We're all here in the VR games market together. We support each and every one of you. And like I said, I am very much looking forward to lo-fi. But it looks like we'll be getting a Distortion VR first, which we will talk about later on. But yeah, congrats to Superhot. I would love to see more games release their kind of numbers. 7 days gross 2 million. That's a lot. So really, really excited about that. So we have a new game with VR support being announced. I don't think we have a release window or release date on it yet, but it's going to be called Lost Ember. And this was announced recently. And essentially, it's a game where you start off as a wolf and you possess different animals and you run around. I was hoping.
I just want to be the wolf the whole time. Like, fuck all these other animals. I just want to be a wolf for the
What if there's a cat, though? What if there's some kind of cat?
Then I will pick the cat up in my wolfy teeth, right? And I'll toss it on my back, and I'll like ride around with the cat on my back, and I'm going to be a wolf the whole time.
There's an armadillo.
What's up, Des?
I'm going to eat the armadillo.
You can't eat an armadillo.
Feed it to my cat.
Get out of here.
I'm going to feed it to my cat. Look, the cat looks hungry.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, I'm taking this one. I'm taking this one. Right. This is €5 from Original Uberrich, the bearded game cat. Did you add the bearded? Meow. Did you add bearded? I don't remember it being bearded.
Yes.
All right. He says, Happy New Year to you all, guys, and the best community out there. Meow.
Uberrich is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you're awesome. Always happy when he shows up in the Discord server, which, by the way, you should all be joining. Join the Discord server. The link is in the description. If you don't use Discord, it's okay. I didn't use Discord before we started a Discord server. Thank you, J Meow, J Dow, Justin Sadowski, for making me start a YouTube. He started the YouTube channel. No, for making me start for the Discord, because I was like, I don't want to do it. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. And he's like, no, I'll take care of it all. And he did for like 3 days, and then it was all over. Join the Discord. That's where the conversation happens like 24/7. It's really nice hanging out there.
Dave Page, I'm going to play this game, Lost Ember, with Metallica of Wolf and Man playing. Lilin the Game Cat GC in the house. What's up, Lilin? Lilin in the house. Desra is also in the house. Hello,
what's
Des.
Up, Des? How's it going?
What's up, dude? Good to see you.
Nice. But yeah,
you know what I love about Dave Page? He's so fucking negative all the time. So when he's happy, like to the point where I thought he might be the lo-fi developer. He's when he's happy about something, like I'm like, oh, this must be a fucking amazing news. It's so happy. It's so great when I see him happy about something.
No super hot DLC, James Matthews, not yet, but I'm sure they have something planned in the future.
Yeah,
maybe even with the PS5 launch, we'll get some super hot news. Hit me again, Dave.
Oh, all right, let's go.
Put me down.
And that's going to be for Robbie B, the English Game Cat. Says sales on the headsets in December. Reddit full of new owners.
Yeah.
We know that a lot of headsets sold in December. We don't know how much. I know that the number increased this year in sales from January to September of 2019, last year, sorry. It was 2.2 million headsets sold, bringing us to about a total of like six. It was like 5.9. The most recent I've heard is 6.2, I believe. But yeah, it's probably even more than that now. I mean, it's just growing every single day, and it's pretty sweet to see. And, man, I can't wait to see what the announcement of the PS5 is going to do, because I'm sure they're going to announce some PS5 or PSVR games with the PS5 announcement, I would think. Don't you think, Brian?
Yes.
We kind of talked about it. We were like, are they going to have like 20 games at launch or something? We know Reggie's got Steampunk. We know we could be getting some other stuff. So we'll get in some predictions later, though.
Yeah.
But so congratulations, super hot. In other news, Sirento devs have given us an update because a lot of people have been asking about DLC, and they basically said that it's hard to get updates to the PSVR. I know.
Hard.
Everybody pat Sirento on the back.
Oh, so they need a hug because they make games and can't do it well.
I think they did pretty well.
They did it well.
They did a great job. We fucking love Sorrento, man.
We're kidding around,
but
man.
seriously,
We're kidding
like,
around.
I mean, come on, really? It's so hard. Like, yeah, it's fucking video games are hard to make. Get on your shit, guys.
Yes, Polish Paul and VR Grid in the house. What's up, my dudes? Yeah, Polish Paul says, I see posts of people saying they just bought PSVR daily. Dude, I can't even read Reddit right now.
That's all it is.
All I see is just, I got a PSVR. I got a PSVR.
Right.
I got a PS. So it's
Why
like
isn't
Reddit
anyone
is totally
talking about
fucked right
Astrobot? I was like, what do you mean?
Yeah.
Right? How come no one's talking about Borderlands? Did you guys know Borderlands has aim support? It's like, yeah. Okay, guys, like when everybody gets caught up on the last 3 years, let me know and I'll come back to Reddit.
Seraphim, what's up, dude? 190.
Hey, what up, Seraphim?
Happy New Year. But yeah, good to see Seraphim back with the live streaming. I think his live streaming was like banned for a little bit. So good to see you back.
Yeah, he just started showing up, backing up on my feed. I was wondering why all of a sudden.
So happy to see that.
Nice.
Yeah, he was banned for a little bit. I don't know why something happened, but
because he's kind of
copyright claims.
He's always up to
so
no.
obnoxious, right?
Always up to no
He's such an evil dude.
So evil, that Seraphim. So is Nefarious, that one. But yeah, so they nefarious, whatever. Shut up,
dude. There's a plethora of ways you can pronounce it.
There is a plethora, hammer. But anyways, yeah. So they expect to have additional PSVR content by like next summer. So that's going to be a wait for any Sorrento content. The Quest and stuff is getting it before us, but as we know, the Quest doesn't have the same like hardware behind it, so it's like a little bit different.
It's kind of a different
version.
game too.
It's more of a mobile kind of version of Sorrento. But yeah, so we have that to look forward to at some point. We also got an update on Echoes VR through one of my Twitter feeds. We have basically Echoes gave us an update. Hit it, Dave. Take this one, Brian.
I'm running a show over here.
Yeah,
I got it.
The Game Feline. No, you lost your chance.
I
$5 from Nihilist Ryan the Game Feline says 2020 will be VR's year. I can feel it.
You know, and
he put a little heart in there.
It's funny now as Ryan says that because I agree, but I feel like I've also been saying that every year for the last 3 years. So let's hope we're both right this time. I don't know. It's because you know when you say, oh, we're getting Skyrim, this is gonna be the game. This is gonna be the one that opens up everyone's eyes and says this game is loved across the board, and now finally people are gonna want to play it in the best way possible. And it was like, people cared, but people didn't like embrace VR like we thought they were going to. Beat Saber came and went, and as much as a success as that has been, we're still trucking along at some pretty low and steady headset sales. So I'm wondering, is it the price point like that? That finally people were able to really jump in at a low price point. PlayStation 4 is cheaper than it's ever been. PSVR is cheaper than it's ever been. Is this what's finally causing a little bit more traction? Is this what's going to cause traction in 2020? Is knowing that it's going to be backward compatible with next generation? People don't feel like they're already behind the times. Is that what's causing it? Like, I mean, there's so many questions I have.
Probably a mix of each. I think price point is a big part. Probably the biggest reason. Also the games. We've got Astrobot. Speaking of which, you owe Kaizen an apology because Kaizen says, "Damn, I'm one of the Astro Boy late dorks."
I love you. I really do. I love you all. But man, it's like just I think when you're knee deep in the trenches, when you're doing this day in, day out for like 3 years straight and talking about as much stuff as you can when it comes to VR stuff, and you're screaming from the smallest little hill you can find on YouTube saying, please everybody check out PlayStation VR, and this is a fucking amazing game for it, right? And then everyone goes, right, and then and like a full year and a half later, people are like, "Dude, Astrobot's so amazing." I'm like, "I know.
Right?
Where have you been? I've been telling you, no one listens." Right?
They're like, it needs to be wireless and it needs to be cheaper.
Why is it so?
And it has no games and this and that. Yeah, but you don't hear a lot. anymore. More people have gotten to experience it now. More people know. So I think that all has to do with it.
So I joke, but man, I fucking love all of you guys. I'm so happy that I'm so happy that the tides are changing, man. Like things are finally. People are like, our eyes are finally open. I finally tried it. I finally realized it wasn't a gimmick, and that makes me happier than anything. If you want to talk about Astrobot all day, every day, man, fucking talk about Astrobot all day, every day. Because the more you talk about it, the more people might listen, and the more people might finally get to experience what a fucking masterpiece that game is. Even if even if it's not number one.
They really need to fix this this whole Move controllers not being out in the EU. Apparently, they're like really hard to find.
Hearing that all the time, yeah,
that really sucks, man. Definitely need to get that fixed, Sony, because EU would probably be like one of your strongest markets if you did that. Also, what's up, Lewis Knight VR?
Hey, Lewis. How's it going?
Yeah. Echoes gave us a quick update via VR4 Player. Essentially sat down with them and just asked them, hey, wasn't this game supposed to come out? And they basically came out and said that, hey, we're a small team and we kind of overestimated how far along we were in this game, that essentially it is almost done, but they need a little bit more time because they want to make sure it's like nice and polished. And, if you look at the game, like some of it looks amazing and some of it's like, I could see how that's a little rough around the edges there. Echoes VR delayed, but they do expect some time within, I think, the first half of 2020.
Let go of me.
And that's going to be K-Panic, the Game Cat Pro patch.
Nice.
Looking much sharper, K-Panic. Looking much sharper.
Looking way sharper.
With the 199 donation says the Tide Pods are changing.
Nice.
I think we got another one.
Do it up.
No.
This is original Uber bitch, the bearded Gamey Cat. He said $2 donation, £2. Maybe update for catch and release that will include physics. I don't know. It seems like it has physics already.
Some of the physics are a little bit wonky. I'm gonna totally give him that.
Oh, interesting. That's fine.
Yeah.
Poor Jason Garber. He was on Twitter and he's just like, fuck 2020 already. And he's like, I didn't do anything. Blah, blah, blah. I love that dude, man. But yeah, he's mad about something right now. And I just told him, dude, you made the best fishing game and great outdoors experience I've ever played on PlayStation in 25 years. And I told him basically just, like our community loves that game and like really just want to let him know that like he should be proud of that. But, I know he's trying to figure out anything he can do. Would you guys want a catch and release too? You think he should open a Kickstarter or something to try and get that going?
Are you opening this up for conversation on the GamesCast, or are you just asking them?
I'm just kind of asking them, but
let them say it in chat because we actually have a lot of stuff to get to.
Yeah, true. But
in fact,
really,
33 games we have to
talk
about.
33 games already announced in 2020. That's only what we know about. Holy shitballs.
I think there are missing games on the 33 list.
Yeah, there's probably still some missing ones for sure.
There's at least one or two I was like, I don't think anyone cares about these yet.
Yeah. Plus I've seen like some from like Polish Paul and stuff. There's like a couple games, but I was just like, I don't feel like looking it up. Like I just
and plus that guy's not fucking trustworthy.
You can't trust him. Yeah, you can't trust Paul.
You can always trust Paul. I trust Paul with everything. Okay, maybe not everything, but a lot of stuff.
Why are you ruining the bid, AJ?
Yeah,
the whole
because I've always been the defender of Paul, and I will stay that way.
Well, if somebody was actually giving Paul a hard time, I'd defend him. We're just fucking around. No, you weren't.
Creed is, it's actually getting a physical release in the EU. It already exists in the US, but just want to give this for all of our EU peeps out there. January 17th, Creed is getting a physical release via Perp Games. Mm-hmm. And pretty good boxing game. I had some issues with it, but the boxing itself was really fun. But the getting knocked down and then having to like swing your arms and stuff was kind of a pain in the ass. I wasn't a fan of that mechanic.
So you didn't like getting knocked down and kept to get up again and you're never going to down. You get knocked out. I don't have a channel for Creed.
2020 is the year of
this position is available. If anybody wants to take this middle spot, this spot is available now.
My spot is also available.
Oh, man. It looks like we got some love for catch and release. More locations and multiplayer. That's kind of what I was getting. Yeah,
yes,
I love that. But
the simple act of sitting on separate boats with other people in the lake, I don't know why that's so appealing. Be like, you reeling in one fish, your friend's reeling in another fish. You're like, look, I got a bigger fish than you. I don't know. I like comparing fish size with my friends.
Yeah,
Look how big my fish is compared to yours. Show me yours, I'll show you mine.
I think it's an awesome game, especially with all the updates. And yeah, I hate to see him. I hate to see him going through some rough times and stuff. But anyways, yeah, Creed, pretty good game. It's no like Fight Night 2. I think Brian, you and I were talking about like Fight Night 2 and how much we used to play that. And
Fight Night Round 4 on PS3 is the best boxing game ever made and one of my favorite sports games of all time. My dad and I just re-hooked up the PlayStation 3 so we could play it again together. Because I was just talking about this game and like how much we used to play it, Dad, and like there's no way it's as good as we remember it. And we hooked it up and couldn't stop laughing. We played it for like hours. I mean, it's just so much fun. Yeah, EA needs to get on the VR train, man. Hit that sucker, man.
Oh, I got it. Techno Gatsby, the Game Cat. And this is good because 2020 is the year of New Year's parties where everything was fucking Great Gatsby themed, or Roaring 20s. Every single person who decided to have a party was like, let's make it Roaring 20s, or let's make it Gatsby inspired. So good name for this year. He says, unce, 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 unce.
Oh, that's what it was. I had no idea what that was.
that thing. Nice. 2020 resolutions for you guys. I'm wearing a fitness tracker, so I guess you can probably tell my resolution is the same as everybody else in the fucking world. I'll lose 30 pounds, I guess, is what I'm trying to do. Yeah. We'll see how long that lasts. And get out of the house more. What about you, AJ?
Stay in more, play more VR games, talk to less people that are not in this community, and more in this community. Do more reviews. That kind of actually was a New Year's resolution, was to do reviews. Get back to doing tips videos. So I want to get back to doing those too.
Yeah, I'm boring. I've got some weight to lose as well, which I've been trying to do basically all of 2019. I got a ways to go, and then on top of that, reviews are the things that I feel most accomplished when I complete. As much as I love doing GamesCast with you guys, as much as I love interacting with the community while doing Let's Plays, as much as I love doing breaking news reports, just kind of like have up to the date, kind of shit. It's always when I complete a review that I'm like, Jesus, another fucking magnum opus completed, right? You get all these thoughts and all of these, like 10 hours of video all like condensed down into like this little 5-minute thing. It's a monumental task every single time. And it's something I'm always very proud of. And being able to do those a little bit more frequently, a couple times a week is definitely my New Year's resolution. And stay on top of them, keep the new games, keep current with the new games. I know Without Parole's biggest downfall is probably having day and date reviews, but yeah. Oh, Mark, we got some love from for AJ from Mark in the chat. Yeah,
the best VR reviewer we have, bro. Loving that shit.
I was trained by the best,
man.
Hey, listen,
I was trained by the best, so thank you so much, Mark.
As long as people are watching fucking PSVR reviews, I don't care if they're mine or AJ's or Dave's. If they're anybody, but that's it. No, you can't go watch like Shughead or anybody else's.
Speaking of which, we had PSVR Without Parole, Brian, in our next news segment.
I've heard of them, yeah.
They actually have a new announcement to make as part of their 2020 resolution. PSVR Without Parole games, there's this popular PSVR YouTube channel.
I think you're overstating that slightly.
Have a new format change coming to their reviews that everyone can be excited about. Now, I don't want to spoil what it is, but I can tell you that both PSVR Without Parole and myself are working on LA Noire reviews. And I will say that our review scores at the end are going to be a little bit different for LA Noire. There's going to be a change. Not going to say what it is to PSVR Without Parole reviews, but look forward to that.
We're not going to tell people? Can't we just tell people instead?
No.
We're getting rid of the decimals, right? No more decimals.
We're getting rid of the decimals.
Like IGN. Because IGN knows what they're doing.
All right, so basically on Without Parole reviews, you're going to start seeing something additional on the summary screen. And we're not saying what it is, even though I think we're all it's very, very obvious.
I gave a hint, okay. But yeah,
what is
we'll
it?
see.
Wait,
We'll see,
really, Dave?
I feel like I should know this.
I
You
feel
guys
like
don't
should
tell
have
me
figured it
So,
out.
Dave, let me repeat this: that PSVR Underground and PSVR Without Parole are both working on reviews for LA
Okay,
Noire.
I get it. There's going to be 2 scores in the same video. All right, let's move on.
There's different scores that they're gonna have. Anyways, yeah.
That's not it, Dave. You told me. I don't
Okay,
know.
let's go.
Let's keep moving.
All right, so that actually wraps it up for PSVR news. We have 33 games of 2020 to talk about. So, man, big shout out to Gumballs Game Room, by the way, for telling us to play LA Noire. Pretty cool game. I can't wait to share our official thoughts on that because, I'm actually regretting not playing more of it sooner. But yeah, 33 games, guys.
Yeah,
33 games. What have we done?
So
we have
here's
Pandora's box.
So last week we kind of went through 2019 month by month, and we're like, okay, let's talk about every single game that came out for PlayStation VR. Let's kind of go through and talk about our feelings on them. We want to do something similar this time around for the upcoming games. The problem is that they're upcoming games, and so there's no fucking release dates for like 90% of these. It's like for a lot of them we have like Q1, Q2. And most of them are just like, we have no fucking idea, just like 2020. So that's an issue, right? So we're gonna have to kind of go through and do our best to kind of estimate when games are coming out. The other thing is we haven't played any of these games because they're not out yet. So we're also instead of saying if we love them or hate them, as we talked about at the beginning of the show, we're going to like basically do the patented Without Parole hype meter and basically rate these games on a scale from 1 to 5 in terms of like our hype level for them. And that's a very personal thing, I think, right, AJ? It's like, some of the games we're going to talk about probably will not appeal to everybody, but sometimes they're just things that we're interested in, and so we're going to be a little bit more hyped than maybe the average Joe, right?
Oh yes. Real quick though, Robert Sullivan, aka Bobby Joe, says, "Is Gun Club VR worth $24.99?" I would say yes, but it goes on sale so often. So I would really wait for a sale on it. But if you just have to have it, yes, I think it's got enough content and polish to justify it. But it goes on sale so often. I would maybe just try and wait it out just for a little bit longer.
I would say don't any game. I mean, it's okay. So, guys, here's the recommendation here for that. There's a site out there called PS Prices. Just type in psprices.com, I think, and all you have to do is pick PS4 at the top of the screen, and then type in the name of the game, and it'll show you for that game's entire existence on the PlayStation Store every price it's ever been. It'll show you every single time there's been a sale, how low it is, how much it costs with PlayStation Plus, how much it costs without PlayStation Plus. And so if you kind of see a trend, you'd be like, oh, every other month this game goes on sale for like $10. Then hold off.
Oh, yeah.
PS Prices is the shit.
Cool.
I love that site.
Yeah, it gives you tons of it gives you an overview and everything.
Right, so don't ever buy a game for full price before checking that out and seeing if it's ever been on sale. Some games have never been on sale, which is ludicrous, and some games go on sale all the time. So I'm not sure.
It's also got Without Parole and Dave Station review and show.
Why do you think I'm recommending it?
Yeah,
they advertise our reviews. I'm like, of course, I'm going to recommend this thing. No, but
Gotcha.
I use them literally every single week when I go when I'm checking out video game deals and stuff, and when people are asking about games, I'm constantly checking that place, saying, "Is this game worth this much money?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, but when you look at a game like Kona that's been on sale for like $4 so many times,
right.
You're like, just wait, man, just wait. Kona's amazing, but get it on sale." So
yeah.
All right. All that aside, we need to get the ball rolling here. Otherwise, we're going to be here all night, which we might be anyway, which is fine.
Okay, so we've broken this down. We've broken this down into a couple release dates, but essentially we're going by Q1, Q2, Q4, and then just 2020 unknown release dates.
Yeah.
But we have quarters for these? Nobody told me we had quarters.
We
Did
have
you get the
some.
email, Dave?
I got your email.
The most recent
I
email?
looked at it. No.
So we're going to start today.
Look at email today. It's a new year.
Today, man. Today.
I only look at
Ignore the old emails. Every year I delete my email account and start anew.
I
just start deleting all the new ones that come in the new year, and then I'm set.
There you go.
Just a Tannel, the Contagion VR for 38 euros is a price discrepancy. Don't buy that. They're getting that fixed. So wait for it to either go on sale or wait for them to at least get that price fixed.
Or wait for them to get Chapter 4 out, man.
Yes, or wait for Chapter 4 as well.
Yeah, there's no reason to rush on that. It's okay. There's no reason to rush on that one.
That's Just Incredible VR's favorite game. So
Just Incredible is insane.
No, he hates that game with a passion.
Go buy Killing Floor Incursion. Play that instead, and and then get Contagion on sale.
Well, hold on. Captain Steve is saying Tetris Effect hasn't gone on sale.
That's
I think
true.
Tetris Effect has gone on sale.
It goes on sale on like physical release. You got to look.
Yeah,
at
you can get it for like $20 or something.
Go to psprices.com. It'll tell you. That's what Brian just told you. Go to psprices.com. It'll tell you if it's been on sale, when it was on sale, how much it was
right now. Let's find out if he's correct or not. Who knows? It's anyone's game.
It was $20. It was absolutely $20.
It's currently $20.
Oh, well, shit. Go buy it now. What do you need a sale for?
It's literally current in 20. It's currently on sale right now. It's been on sale 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times since it came out. It is $20 on sale right now.
Get in there, get it.
Yeah. So nope. Sorry, Captain. You're not.
Thank you, Rob Miller. All right. So first game.
Oh God. Wait. Where
is
are we?
Vitruvius Games Shadow Legend VR. Those are the developers behind Mervils. This game looks pretty badass. I actually talked about it on my top 20 or biggest upcoming games of 2020. And I'd love to hear your guys' expectations for it. But yeah, essentially a dark fantasy action adventure that's had some more content added. And it's got like a bunch of cool physics and combat. And looks like it's got like some boss battles, some feeding horses, and flipping steaks.
Hey, all things I love to do. Yeah. Flipping a steak right into a horse's mouth. Can you do that? I'd love to do that. Anyways, I'm excited about it. I think they've come a long way since Mervils, obvious. And this is one that we don't have to speculate too much about because people have it on PC, and we know it's good. It's short, but it's good. And I think by the time it hits PSVR, it'll have a little more content.
Yeah, two more levels. And when people said it was short, I for some reason initially I was under the impression it was really short, like an hour long or something. But it sounds like it, around 4 hours or so on PC. It sounds like the additional content's going to add a couple more hours. So if this thing's like even remotely close to 6 hours, I mean that's really impressive, right?
I think the reason it probably feels short to people is because, like AJ said, there's all those mechanics that they introduce, but it might have the sort of Falcon Age problem where you get these cool mechanics and then the game's over before you get to do anything with them. Right. So I can see why that would make it feel really short, even if it is a 6-hour game. Like, it's great to cook meals and stuff, but if I have to do it twice in the whole game,
This does look like it has the blocking and counterattack kind of. Looks like it does have some block mechanics though, so if it gets the physics down for that, I would be pretty happy with it. And then this looks like just one of the games that I would love to just take the extra time and master it and spend some extra time playing it. It doesn't look like the kind of game that I want to just blow through real quick. It looks like one that I actually like to take my time with a little bit, and it looks like there's lots of cool things to look at and stuff. So excited about that and the boss battles and stuff. PC VR impressions are pretty good, and that's without the additional content and stuff added.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think VR is one of the best mediums for, as you said, looking at cool stuff. There's so much cool stuff to look at. So,
if this manages to pull off like the sword fighting mechanics, I think Golem nailed it, right? So I think that might be like the new high standard. But if this manages to pull off like parrying and blocking and defending and attack, all that, and have it feel good rather than just having it feel like waggle, then I think we're in the clear here. I think that everything else is just kind of bonus at this point. And of course, like they're showing here in the trailer, that's not just sword fighting. There's a crossbow. There's a lot of stuff going on.
I love how it was just showing like the dog, like he's like telling the dog to sit and roll over and stuff. I don't know. This game looks like it's going to be really good for my age. I love an important feature in VR games that they should have to me is like when you see something and you go, oh, what is that? Can I go mess with that? To actually be able to mess with this. To this have like animals and stuff running around like a dog. And then you'd be like, come here, buddy. And then like, sit and stuff and do that. Like that's like totally unexpected. And it's just like, whoa, like that's cool that I can actually do this kind of thing in the game. Is it like a main feature of the game? No, but these extra little attention to detail things really go a long way for me.
All right, so we're supposed to rate it on our 5 scale, our 5 meter, 1 through 5 meter.
What does it say on your database?
In my Excel spreadsheet, I have this listed as a 4. I'm excited. It looks cool. Like people are saying in the chat, though, like you only feed the horse once in the game and never see another one. So some of those things that are like cool ideas, I don't think maybe get used as well as they could or as much as they could from what I've heard. But it looks awesome. So strong 4.
I'm curious to see what the new content adds. It would be strange for them to say, hey, we implemented cooking a steak, we implemented whatever, doing this or that, feeding a horse, but then you never do it again. Obviously that's the complaints we're seeing in the chat, but like why wouldn't you bring that back and say, oh, that thing you did like 7 hours ago, let's do it again. I don't know, man. Like I would say this one is oddly at a 5 for me because it's I loved Marvels, and
I knew you were going to say something about Marvels.
Why wouldn't I? Right? The fact is that Vitruvius, I think with what they had to work with, they did a really good job the first time around, and I think here they are, really stepping up their game and hopefully doing a really good job the second time around. And I love indie studios, man. I'm very.
This looks really polished for an indie game, though.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. This doesn't look like a standard indie game.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't, and I think that's why I'm so excited, man. I'm like excited to see what these guys do next. Everything so far points to something that I'm absolutely gonna love.
5 for you. I was thinking 5 at first, but just to temper my expectations a little bit, I'm gonna go with 4. Like with Dave, a strong 4 because I'm very, very excited about this. But yeah, my one fear is that it'll be over too soon. But if the experience is there, if I am satisfied by the end, then I really won't care.
I'm changing my rating to a 6 to balance it all out. All right, moving on.
Shout out to Blake over there at Vitruvius Games. He's awesome, and can't wait. This has a release date of January 21st. So
one of the
this
few
month
actual release dates we have. Yeah,
right. This game actually has a release date, and and Henry X, what's up, dude? Yes, we will talk about The Walking Dead. Both of them.
Both Walking Deads, yeah.
Yes. What's up, Captain Steve? Interloper. So next up in January, we have Separation.
Now, as before we even talk about the game, I do want to say one thing about Separation. I follow Recluse Industries on Twitter. And dude found apparently like some huge bug in his game, or maybe Sony certification found it, and said something right, and something about one of the trophies.
He found it.
One of the trophies popping caused the game to like do something infinitely and caused like major problems for the game later. And he said he had to play. The only way he can like see if the problem's been fixed is to actually play like the first hour of the game over and over and over until he gets to this point.
Oh, God.
I was like, I can't believe there wasn't like a better solution for him. And so he right now he's saying, I hope this doesn't affect our release date. But right now it was like the January release window, and we haven't heard that that's changed yet. So fingers crossed that it's still coming in January.
Well, props to him for trying, because games release with broken trophies all the goddamn time.
Yeah, just stop trying, man. We're fine.
Yeah, like if that's the problem is a trophy, like let it go, man. Like nobody's gonna care.
No, something it was causing like the game to crash.
The game up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well yeah, then never mind.
Also, don't take my trophies away from me.
Yeah, don't take the trophies away. I hope it's got a plat. Put a plat in there. This is kind of like, I think I was one of the first people to actually see this game.
Aren't you special?
Oh yeah,
totally special.
You were one of the first people to ever see this game. I think.
Like to notice that it was being developed and that it actually was like so. But that's not going to affect my excitement for it. But I just thought it was really cool. One thing I love about VR is the kind of different. Fuck you guys. The kind of different experiences we can get in VR, and this is one of those. This game is maybe around 2-hour mark. Hopefully, it's not like priced too much, but I love just the idea of just wandering around, and like Dave said, VR makes it really cool to just look at shit. And this could be a fun one if it's got, I don't know, you've got 8 minutes of gameplay on the with that Parole channel, and I liked what I saw. You know, it looked like it's not going to be a fun thing to watch, but it was a cool thing. Like, I can imagine playing it. It looked like it also had some kind of like little bit of sci-fi elements in there. I don't know.
Yeah, so
kind of cool.
They're like on alien planets and stuff for sure. There's like all kinds of machinery and shit that looks like maybe a technological, I don't know.
Here's what I'm excited about when it comes to Separation. It looks really sad, and I love sad games. I love depressing games. Because I very frequently I'm in a bad mood, or I'm depressed, or I'm sad, or whatever, and all I want to do is wallow in that misery, right? And there's nothing happier than listening to some like depressing music and playing a depressing game and just kind of like embracing that feeling. And I feel like Separation is going to be one of those games that allows me to do that. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I mean,
so what's your number? Good. What's your official patented hype scale rating?
I'm going to go just slightly lower on this because of how long it lasts. He's definitely made it fairly clear that this is only maybe a 2.5-3 hour experience, and because of that, I'm a little less excited about it. I want this to be like a 6-hour wandering around walking simulator, and since it's not, I'm like, give me closer to a 4. But it checks a lot of boxes for me, so I'm not going to go lower than a 4. How about you guys?
I've got a 4 on my Excel spreadsheet as well. That's what it says.
So I don't want to sound like a...
There's no spreadsheet, is there? To be honest,
there is. I'll show it to you.
No, I don't believe you. There's no Excel spreadsheet. There's not even a computer in front of Dave. Let's be honest.
There is. I don't know what to tell you.
I really don't want to sound like a dick here, but really, honestly, am keeping this at a 2 on the hype scale, and that doesn't mean a bad thing. That means that my expectations.
But you were the first one to know this game was in development.
But I am excited. I am excited to play this. I really am. I promise you. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm not reviewing it as a 2. I'm saying I'm keeping my expectations in check, and I want to go into this game having low expectations and then finding some nice surprises. And I expect it to be better than a 2 hype level game. But I'm still keeping my expectations as low as possible for this one. That way I can have some nice surprises in the end.
I don't know how this hype meter works.
I feel like I'm playing this smart.
Maybe we didn't discuss this ahead of time.
Smart. Yeah, we didn't talk about this enough.
Okay, so maybe
to me it looks like Eden Tomorrow, but without a terrible story and boring things to do that are supposed to be gameplay. Like, just that the cool part about Eden Tomorrow was the parts where you got to explore a cool little area and just the sort of visual storytelling. And then the rest of the game, whatever. So if this is all just that part of it, I'm down for a few hours. That sounds pretty good. 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
What do we got next?
What do we have next?
Next up, we have.
See, I haven't heard too much about this game. Have you guys seen anything about
what
this
Separation game? Or
no, the next one on our list? It seems kind of like it's under the radar a little bit.
Little under the radar, but February 28th, we are getting Iron Man VR.
Is he like a superhero or something, or like
he is like a superhero deal? No. So originally, we played To the Top, and To the Top has this level called Fly. And in this level, you're given 2 jetpacks as hands, and you get to fly around and collect little puzzle pieces, solve the little race. And that was a great experience. This is a straight up Iron Man game, like an official one made by Camouflage. This game is being influenced by the developers are Camouflage, and they have said that what made them love VR was Resident Evil 7, Brian. So they wanted to make a AAA quality full length.
I feel like when he's trying to teach me something, it's adorable that he thinks he can.
But yeah, essentially, like, this game is supposed to have the full campaign, the story mode. When they first showed the trailer at State of Play in January or February of last year, everyone was like, "Oh, this trailer looks like garbage," blah blah blah, and I was like, "Guys, relax. Like, this is going to be pretty cool." So, personally, it also has research points, and just for that alone, this is a 5 on my hype meter.
So you're buying the special edition for more research points.
I am buying the special edition just because it's special. And whenever there's a game I really want, I will buy the special edition of it.
For retail research points.
Yeah, damn right.
Yeah.
No, actually, there's some skins and stuff there too, and whatever. I don't really care, but I'm doing it anyways just because.
Yeah,
We're getting some good feedback in the chat too. K-Panic is letting me know that Iron Man is actually about a laundromat guy who irons clothes.
Nice.
And Hack the Game Cat brings up a good point. Didn't they rip Iron Man off of Blank Man? You guys remember Blank Man?
Blank Man. Yeah, wasn't that like one of the Wayans?
I remember
It was,
Blank Man.
Damon
Blank Man and
Wayans.
Chronic?
Damon Wayans. No, I never saw Blank Man and Chronic. That's the Silent J and
Yeah,
Jay
Jay
and
and
Silent
Silent.
Bob.
you know what I'm
Silent Jay and Bob.
talking to Bob.
Oh man, talking about no, but yeah, this is totally a 5 for me. I want the action. I just want to fly around in the suit. I want to shoot the hell out of everything. The graphics look absolutely stunning. And yeah, I'm really, really feeling this one.
There's always some weirdo contrarian in the comments that's like, oh, I can't believe you guys are hyping Iron Man. You guys are obviously on, someone's payroll, blah, 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 blah. And it's,
Wait, really?
I mean, if Disney wants to send me a paycheck for being excited about a cool game
that you're already
shit.
excited for, right? Yeah, no, amazing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think people like Disney even recognize that people like us exist. That's not the point, though. The point is that, like,
Not yet.
if you have a PlayStation VR headset and you're not excited for one of the very few AAA games coming our way, then man, it's like you gotta fucking stop and reassess your like all your priorities because this is something you got to be excited for, man. Flying around in VR, right, is one of the greatest feelings of all time, and
Yes.
and being able to do it in an Iron Man suit, like
Yes.
I mean, as
I'm not even a comic book guy, like, and I cannot wait for this.
But as you prefaced the entire conversation by talking about To the Top, and that was one of the coolest levels in To the Top when you get that and the ability to fly around. It's like, this feels amazing, and it also felt a little strange because it was sort of like this extra bonus thing that they had done. I feel like they're going to implement the controls so perfectly in this that everyone's going to just like love that rush, love that feeling, and it's going to in the movement system is going to be like second nature. I am so excited for this, and if you're not excited for this, you are out of your minds. This is going to be what everybody talks about for months, and again, this will be the next thing that sells the next push. The next wave of VR headsets or
This
PSVR
will sell a lot of
headsets.
headsets.
This is fucking exclusive too, right? How amazing
Yeah,
is that?
another exclusive,
Right?
Another exclusive.
PlayStation VR has probably not the most exclusives, but the best exclusives, and
Of course, yeah.
and adding Iron Man to the pantheon of amazing exclusives on PlayStation VR is just another feather in Sony's cap. Unbelievable.
Original Uberbitch says, I can't wait to barf. Lewis Knight PSVR says, I'm a big nerd for this.
He also said, I love Blank Man, which is a good take.
Your Long Shadows says, can't wait to zoom around and blast some fools, plus walk around well-known locations from the movies or comics. Totally agree. Duran is the only one, seems like, not too excited, which is fine. It's okay not to be excited.
Him out. Let's all make fun of it.
No, as long as you're not like, this game's going to be shit, then no, you're allowed to not be excited for a game. Like, it's everybody has a different taste, you know?
Yeah.
Vedinga, PSVR 2 will really come, but we don't know when at all.
What we've been saying over and over is that you are going to be floored by how your current PlayStation VR headset looks with PlayStation 5. So that'll be the next transition that everyone's excited about, and then give it another year after that, 2021, like holiday 2021, before you even start expecting a PSVR 2 headset. Dude, Dave, I think you already said your rating.
Nobody asked me, but it's a 5. It's definitely a 5. Yeah.
And how much is Disney paying you to say that?
They give me $5.
$5. Is anyone out there psychic, and can you read my palm and tell me how long I've got to live?
Hold on, your left line. Wait,
you've got a pretty long thing.
Who you?
That's
Mine's short
I do
as
have
hell.
a pretty long thing.
I've got like
you?
days left.
Dude,
Am I fucked? Wait, guys. Okay, really. If somebody in the
No,
chat,
I'm pretty sure I'm dying first. That thing runs out like right there.
your guys' lighting is so much better than mine. Fuck.
Oh man. Okay. All right. So
that took a weird turn.
5 for everybody. Yes.
Yeah.
Should be nice. Yeah. See, SB says I didn't like Asgard's Wrath. That's the only person I've heard that has said that.
Yeah, it's all good.
But see, that's what I mean. Different strokes, different folks. So next we're moving into. We're still. That's it for like official release dates for the first quarter. But now we have quarter 1 releases. And first up, we are going to talk about Loco Dojo. Yay! And I've talked about this game before. Seraphim, you have 57 years left.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But so Loco Dojo, I've talked about a couple times before. I'm actually very, very excited for this game because it's what I've wanted from a VR board game experience, where you actually, in the vein of like Mario Party, in between rounds of the board game, you jump in and you play mini games versus each other.
Yeah.
And for that reason alone, also the mini games, they look okay. Some of them look like pretty fun and goofy and stuff, but because of that reason alone, I am very, very excited. I was actually hoping to get this back in like December. But man, God, that trailer where he's slapping the pig is fucking hilarious. But I'm very excited. And it's going to be a 4 for me.
Yeah, I mean, all you really got to say is Mario Party and VR.
Dude, I am a Mario Party freak.
You've hooked like half the audience already.
1 through 3, Mario Party, master.
Oh, we got a big old $15 Enos. 15 Sekiros from Techno Gatsby the Game Cat.
Thank you, Techno
There
Gatsby.
we go. Good unches there. He resolves to be more kind this year and lose weight. But for now, lunch on me, gents.
Oh, thank you so much.
7 p.m. That'll be a late
Techno
lunch.
Gatsby.
But yeah, just Brian, send me that money and I'll buy lunch now.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. No, I could use breakfast, to be honest with you. I'm just waking up, wiping the sleep out of my eyes. So
This would be my first meal.
So Dave goes. Dave goes. Oh, all you have to do is say Mario Party, and you get half the chat on board. And then all I have to do is say Crash Bash in Sonic Shuffle, and then I lose the other half of the chat, right? Because there are
I actually
so
like
Crash
Crash
that
Bash,
nobody
man.
ever fucking played.
I actually liked
the
Crash
loading
Bash.
screens in Crash Bash kill it. First of all, but man, there are so many bad Mario Party ripoffs in Mario Kart. I keep saying Mario Kart, Mario Party imitations, and I've experienced so few good party games. I've experienced way more bad party games than I have good party games. Mario Party being one of the very few that even Mario Party itself fell off the rails, right? So I'm cautiously excited for this, but I have a bad feeling that this is going to be a game that we play like for one night, maybe 2 nights, like Mini Mech Mayhem, and go, oh, that was so much fun, and then like we never play again. We're like, it just didn't hook me. So I'm excited, but I'm also cautiously optimistic. I'm going to say this is like a 2 for me right now. And man, when I play, I really, really hope that changes. But it looks fun. I just hope it is fun. Right now, it's a 2.
I've still been waiting for that party game. The party game for VR. I think that kind of adds to my excitement.
It's another one of those ones we don't have to speculate about because it's already out. It's been out for 2 years, over 2 years. And, it's got very positive reviews on Steam. But you got to wonder, like, are those from 2 years ago? Are those from now?
Right. I don't trust Steam reviews. Too many of them are very, very way different than my opinions.
I mean, Disney buys all the Steam reviews, so obviously these people are all paid off. But,
$5 to each and every one of them.
But yeah, no, I mean, it looks like it should still be pretty good.
We'll see.
I'm excited. I would say a 4 also. I'm a 4.
Yeah,
I didn't have this on my spreadsheet because it wasn't
Dave.
on the list you sent me, Brian. But
dude,
it's on there now. The first list,
dude, ditch the first list. The second list is radically different.
The first list is where I have all my Excel shit, and I have my hype level, and I have notes written.
How will you ever reassess your hype level on a new spreadsheet?
I'm gonna give you guys a little preview of the kind of stuff that I wrote down here. Ooh. So for Room VR Dark Matter, which is coming up soon, actually.
Wait. What are you jumping the gun for? I'm so confused.
I'm just going to tell you what my spreadsheet looks like. So I've got the title, I've got the hype level, and then I've got the notes. And in the notes section, it says Egypt stuff got me hyped. And so this is what I've been doing.
So what you're saying is you can ditch the Excel spreadsheet because there's nothing.
No, that's
any
useful
importance
feedback. That's incredible.
All right, you guys both lost me. Let's move on to the next game.
Right.
Well, 2 4s and 1 2.
Man, it is AJ's show. Let's keep moving on.
This is AJ without Parole. All right, so next game. Oh my God, there's going to be a lot of excitement in the chat. Maybe next game we were going to talk about Q1 is Gorn, which stands for gore porn.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Somebody take it away.
Okay, so Q1 is kind of a misnomer, let's be fair, because basically they were really hoping to get this game out for Christmas of 2019, and basically came out and said, we're really sorry, we know you guys are really excited for this game, but we care about the PSVR port. We want to make it as close to the original as possible. We want to make it as much fun as possible and a great game for you guys to experience day one.
Man, I wish other developers had that same mentality,
Digital
like,
load. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so I get I get the delay, but when we say Q1, we don't mean definitely Q1. We just mean it sounds like what they're saying to us that it just slipped out of 2019, and so obviously it's going to be Q1. But anything's possible. So moving on, we're talking about Gorn as if it's Q1, most likely, but not confirmed. What's the appeal here, guys? Every single day, the biggest comment we hear, I think on any of the PlayStation VR YouTube channels, the biggest comment we see, or the most consistent comment we see, is, where's Gorn? When is Gorn coming? Why isn't there any updates on Gorn, even though we talk about it constantly? And the funny part is that everybody who asks that question, I respond to, they never respond to my response, and then they ask the exact same question the following week. I'm like, so you're not paying attention to your YouTube notifications or caring about my responses. All you care about is just asking where the fuck Gorn is. I get it. I understand your game now, right? There must be some kind of YouTube algorithm where if you ask it enough times, the game comes out. I didn't realize. I'm onto you, though. What's the appeal?
The appeal is it's one of those games. Oh, go ahead.
The appeal is just people like the same reason they like kind of like Drunken Bar Fight and stuff is that it's an
also
easy
confusing.
Game. Yes.
Does anybody really like Drunken Bar Fight?
Yes, they do.
It's wildly popular, man.
It's because
it's wildly popular because they're YouTube videos of big YouTubers being like, oh, look how stupid I'm being in this game. Isn't this funny? Right. I'm going to shout at you a little bit.
It's kind of true.
That's 100% of why people are hyped or even know about the game.
Well, take Drunken Bar Fight and, add some better mechanics to it, add some weapons and stuff.
Well, I would say take Rage Room and add all that shit. Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's kind of that. I will say I do like some of like the weapon choices, the giant crab that you fight. It looks like there is some fun to be had in this game, but I just don't know how long it will be fun for. But yeah, I mean, it looks okay to me. It looks like it would be fun for a couple hours, and then I'd be, unless there is some kind of like appealing game loop or like reason to keep playing and like lengthy thing to it. But
and this is single player, right? I mean, it's not like we're tearing each other's heads off in VR multiplayer, right? This is from everything I've heard, Gorn is a single player game.
It is, yeah.
Okay, it looks interesting. But I'm confused by everyone else's hype. But man, I'm excited. My hype level for this game is twofold. One, for me personally, not terribly excited. I can't wait to be proven wrong and find out that it's a ton of fun and that I jump into that arena and killing other dudes with all different weapons or whatever is just an absolute blast. I can't wait to find out that that's the case. For me, it's like a 2 though.
I mean, I'm looking at these Steam reviews, and there's a guy who says his whole review. This is his whole review. I'll read it to you.
Can't wait.
Was it ripped a dude's head off with my crab hands? 10 out of 10. That sounds kind of fun.
Yeah. I mean, that's what it's showing in the trailer, right? So it's
that's like, a gimmick, though. That's to me, that's like a gimmicky kind of thing. That's not a reason to game a 10 out of 10 because you can do that.
The 10 out of 10 is a joke, obviously.
Right.
Gotcha.
The second part of my hype
Dexter
level.
Murphy says it's the physics and the gore.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people that love gore, and if this is called gore, Gorn, as in gore porn,
Yeah.
then yeah. People love that. I actually think my little brother would love this game like to death.
I think if I had a little brother, he'd love this game too. And I think that
Yeah.
this game is definitely for people's little brothers, right? And
Yes.
and I'm so that's the second part of my hype scale here is that as far I'm so excited to be getting this game that so many people are excited for on PlayStation VR. Like I am far past a 5 when it comes to my hype level for other people. But for myself personally, it's pretty average at this point.
Everybody in the chat, don't forget to be Lewis Knight's got the 3 for me. We want to hear all of your guys' excitement too. I want to see compare and contrast, our excitement versus your guys' excitement
On the patented
see
without
who's
parole hype meter scale.
Yes, the official patented without parole scale 1 through 5. 5 being the most hyped. This for me is probably another 2. I mean 2 or 3. Probably closer to 3. Maybe I'll lean towards 3.
You wouldn't be on the fence about this if you had put it all down in a spreadsheet ahead of time. Mine's a 3. I'm a straight 3 on this one. And in my notes, I wrote better version of Rage Room, and I think that's actually what it's going to be. Like it's the fun thing to hit stuff and have it explode.
I think Boxing Apocalypse is a better version of Rage Room.
Well, there's a lot of things you can say are better versions that I wouldn't give a 3 to. But.
If this game has an actual like strategy behind the combat that you can get better, like if you can actually like master this game and get better at it and actually feel like this badass gladiator and just destroy everything, then I will really like it a lot more. But if it's just kind of like just go around just bonking things on the head and stuff like that, then it's not going to really be
I'm kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum here. I like when a game makes me feel like a badass without me having to go through all the work.
No, that is very cool.
So,
I like Henry X's comment. He goes, "So if I am little brother, will I enjoy it?" And I was like, "That sounds about right." Yeah. Henry X, if you are little brother,
yes,
then
you will.
Yeah. I think there's gonna be plenty of people. I think
a couple 4s and 3s, a couple 0s. Like it's gonna be a divided game, I think.
I didn't mean to make it sound like it's
right.
I didn't mean to make it sound like it's like age exclusive, like only people, only little kids are going to enjoy this.
Well, the funny thing is, it's a mature game, and it specifically says this is very gory. It's not for kids, and so you're like, I think only kids will like it, but it's like,
I think like teenagers and stuff might too, but yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Like I said,
none of them are old enough to play this because this is an M. So I'm sorry, teenagers, you're not going to get to enjoy this.
They will find a way.
What you're playing.
All right. So it was a 2 for me. I'm actually going to 2, 3 for Brian, 3 for Dave. I'm changing mine to a 2.
Did I say 3 or 2? I thought I said 2.
You said 3. I thought.
You know what? I don't really care, to be honest with you. 2 or 3, it doesn't. I'm not.
It does matter. It does matter.
Okay, the 3 it is.
I changed mine.
Whatever
I changed mine to 2. Okay, 2.5. I'm with you, Durbin Brown. 2.5 for me. All right. So next we have The Room VR Dark Matter, which is based off of a super popular mobile game series, and they have basically gotten enough money to make this. And I know nothing about the series. However, I'm not an escape room person, but I do like the look of this being in some creepy ass museum. That is kind of my jam.
See, like I wrote down here, it said Egypt stuff got me hyped. And they started showing the sarcophagi and stuff like that when they were lowering down the shit.
Right.
That was part of the puzzle. I was like, I'm on board now. This before escape rooms are okay, whatever. I don't care too much for them in general. But I know it's a very popular one because it's very well done. It's like the best version of that you can get on your phone. And if they bring that level of quality to VR, it should be a pretty good one.
Yeah, I'm a
Let's
huge.
see what's in that sarcophagus.
I'm a huge fan of escape room style puzzle games. I love that they kind of frequently leave common sense out of things, where it's like it's not. There's a lot of the puzzles are very obscure, and the puzzle solutions are just like fucking bonkers and off the wall. And sometimes to the game's detriment. Sometimes games do that style of puzzle really well, and sometimes they don't. And I feel like so far in PlayStation VR, we've had so many that it's all over the spectrum. And I think, obviously I've talked a lot about my love for Blind Spot, despite the fact that it's too short and overpriced. and even like 18 floors, which is janky as hell. And a lot, I've heard from so many people that like other territories haven't even gotten the extra 2 floors, that they're still stuck with the first 2 floors. There are so many different escape room games on PSVR, and I kind of like love all of them, even if they're not particularly well done. And so knowing that, these guys are the escape room guys. This is the dev team you want making an escape room game, and they're bringing it to PlayStation VR. That excites me because I want to be like, okay, I've put up with a lot and enjoyed a lot, despite the fact that maybe they weren't the best examples of the genre. But here comes potentially the best example of the genre to our headset. That gives me a lot of hype.
Originally, we talked about Last Labyrinth a lot, because that was an escape the room game that had a dev team that we were really stoked about. Not because they had ever made an escape the room game, just because we liked the stuff they did in the past, and that didn't turn out so hot. So this one, I think it's better maybe to put your trust in some people who actually have a track record of doing these games well. So yeah. I have it at a 4, mostly because the Egypt stuff.
Here's the thing.
I love Egypt.
I'm getting that impression. I wish there was dinosaur stuff. I wish there was a horror room. Like I wish there was a roller coaster
just
room.
The Egypt stuff. We got enough dinosaur shit in VR already.
Well,
we need Robinson
Nick,
too.
Your phone is broken.
I think that 15 blows down.
So
we need a moderator to moderate the moderators.
So I gotta say, man, even, and this is just because of personal preference, even really, really good escape the room games, I have been proven over and over that I am not a fan of. It's not the game, it's me. So I'm gonna keep this at a 2 for me. Not because
a fucking 2 for you, AJ. What's going on?
I'm just being honest, man. I'm being honest. Right. I gave Iron Man a 5, Shadow 4.
Well, of course, you gave Iron Man a 5. What are you talking about?
I kind of wanted to give.
I'd be really upset.
Kind of wanted to give Shadow Legend a 5. Loco Dojo I gave a 4. So no, there's just, it's just because of this style of game that I'm going to give it a 2. It has nothing to do. I think the game looks great. Just my personal hype level is 2 because I don't like these kind of games in general. But like Brian said, this one does look like the best of the genre so far. And I don't know if it's really popular on mobile, then obviously it's got something pretty cool.
Yeah,
so it's probably about time to move on to game 7 of 34.
So wait, no one cares. No one cares what I'm going to rate this?
Yes,
I thought you already said
what did I say? What did I say, Dave? What was it?
I think it's a 4.
Yeah, you think it's a 4?
What is it?
I'm gonna give it a 4 because of the Egypt stuff.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
that's what original Uber bitch says. Lewis Knight's with me. Game Cat's incredible. Yes, is okay. Duran fan says, I rate this game. You're tearing me apart, Lisa, on the hype scale. Original Uber bitch says Egyptian shit. That's all that matters. 5. So I'm no people that love these kind of games are going to. Next game, however, is from X Real Games, A-Tech Cybernetic, which essentially is being compared.
Hold on a second.
Yes.
That's the list I'm looking at. So,
oh crap, we're way further down on the list than I thought we were. Okay, hold on. I
hope we are, because this is a long ass list.
Yeah, this is the first section. We're still in quarter 1. Quarter 1 is Room Dark Matter. Sorry, repeat that at the end of each game.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, A-Tech Cybernetic. Let's talk about this.
This one is being compared to Doom a lot. It
looks
has
like Doom 3 to me.
And that's why it's exciting.
That's why I'm psyched, because Doom 3 is awesome.
Yeah.
And I think there's a VR mod for that on PC, which sounds fucking awesome. But
Doom 3 is my
close to
favorite Doom
3,
game.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's the first thing I thought of. I'm glad we're on the same wavelength.
I like Doom 3, but
I think I've only played it on the original Xbox. Is there a port? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I did play it on the PS3 remaster. I forgot about that.
I think I've only played it on PC. But yeah, no, I mean, just for that alone, it's a strong 4 for me. I'm just going to get that right out the gate.
And is this
I wrote down in my notes, I said, looks like Doom 3.
So this has a story mode, and it has a swarm mode where you just take on probably like a wave shooter. They have like a lot of what's kind of appealing about this is besides the shooting and stuff and the gore, it kind of looks like Killing Floor also. But they have you have superhuman powers, and there's also like a lot of emphasis on doing stuff with your hands, like melee combat stuff. So a strong mix between melee and shooting. Man, yeah, I'm gonna have to give this a 5 on the rating scale, on the hype meter.
Ooh,
It's
rare
a 5 for me.
All right.
Yes, because I don't give enough 5s. So I'm gonna give this one a 5 because I as well love the shit out of Doom. I've been playing it since it was on floppy disk, and I've always loved the series. And yeah, the 2016 kind of revamped Doom with the whole gory, crazy, over the top shit, and this is kind of like that mixed with Doom 3. So yeah, this is going to be. It could be a strong 4, but I'm just going to go ahead and get the hype going.
Nice. I was a little concerned that when Xreal Games announced that this was coming to PlayStation VR, this was sort of them just saying, "Oh, and while you wait for our other game that you really want, Zero Caliber, here's just some filler. So like, here's another game that'll pay our bills while we're trying to get that game that you really want ported over." And and the more I look into this thing, the more excited I am to play it. The review on Steam that I'm looking at right now, the first thing it says is a solid and creepy story-based FPS that felt more Doom, like Doom. That felt more like Doom.
Doom.
No, that's
felt
not
more like Doom.
Doom. It literally says that felt more Doom-like than Doom in some parts, but I'm sure it felt more like Doom than Doom in some parts.
Probably talking about 2016, I guess.
And so,
which I loved.
And so that right there, and plus you guys know I fucking love horror shit, and so this looks dark, this looks creepy, this looks just horror enough for me to say I need this in my life, and this needs to be a 5. I'm very, very excited for this, way more than I thought I would be.
No, it looks great. Like I didn't know too much about it, and I saw that trailer, and I was like, "Let's go."
Lewis Knight has a 4. Diz the Game Cat Meow has a 4. Your Long Shadows has a weak 3 for me due to stupid ass boob suit. I missed that. I didn't see a boob suit.
Boob suit?
But
just some
Robert
NPC
Sullivan, Bobby
game.
Joe says 5 for me. Yeah, I'm guessing something probably along the lines of. I saw it a second ago.
Also, you know what? I should deduct 17 points from the hype scale for the fucking game name. A-Tech Cybernetic. That is the most generic video game this side of Shadow Legends.
Yeah,
like I mean,
great.
Like just come on, guys. Like A-Tech Cybernetic. Like how about Immortal Legacy 2? Call it Immortal Legacy 2. Which is also a terrible fucking name for a game. Immortal Legacy. These are all awful game names. I was gonna say band.
It's better than Immortal Legacy is better than Kill X, I think.
Yeah, but it's just all generic, right? So
it's called Kill X. We won't. That's another.
Yeah, but it's part of my hype scale. I'm irritated. It's deducting. There's the boob suit. It's deducting points by the second. A-Tech Cybernetic. No. I'm still super hyped for this, and despite the fact it's got a silly name.
It does have a silly name, but sometimes that could be like the best games that have silly names.
Yeah, Immortal Legacy is
great.
An
example.
We got 3 through 5s for this one, so this is definitely leaning up on the hype scale. Yeah. This is also supposed to be Q1 2020, so between now and the next few months, we should be seeing this. Definitely excited. Yeah. I see the boob suit. Okay.
I also want to point out to the chat, who always knows more than we do. If you guys see us getting past a game, if we move into Q2 and we missed a Q1 game that you're aware of, please let us know, man. Like, we are not ever prepared for the show. We did the best we could, but let us know if we missed anything.
There are definitely a couple. All right. Yeah. So moving on, this looks awesome. Oh, this is going to be a cool one. Final Assault. I'm actually looking forward to this one. This is a real-time strategy game set in World War II, and it looks similar to like Command and Conquer and stuff, but lots of stuff flying around you, bullets zipping by your head while you command troops and stuff. Probably going to be like some good multiplayer, but I do hope it has like a story campaign, like a single-player campaign. AJ Cybernetic. But yeah,
that's gonna be a meme as fast as possible.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, this is a really popular esports game right now. Like they have like epic tournaments.
Wow.
Yes.
I had no idea.
This is a very, very popular where like people win lots of money and stuff. So it has a player base buzzing around it. So, I don't know how well it's going to translate to VR in terms of like popularity like that, but we'll see. But man, I love Command and Conquer. And so I got to give this one a 4. I'm going to give this one a 4 for me.
Man,
because I want to play this one with the cats.
Based on the trailer, I was feeling a 2 on this one. Honestly, I was not stoked. It looked to me like kind of like it's like a low budget real time strategy game. It didn't get me very excited. I have liked real time strategy games in the past, but in VR, I don't think I've found one that I really enjoyed yet. And I did write down that the flamethrower tank looks pretty cool. But beyond that, I'm not too excited. But now I'm looking, and it's got like a 9 out of 10 on Steam, which is making me rethink a little bit. And it came out this year, so I don't know. Maybe
this is going to be one you have to like. It's like an acquired taste, you know. It's like you got to be in the mood. I just haven't had. I played some Dark Eclipse, and I actually liked that game. And you know, there was a couple other like turn-based ones, but I think Dark Eclipse was the one I played maybe the most, besides like Table of Tales. But that's a different kind of game. But,
you know, Dave, you wouldn't be so wishy-washy on this if you just did an Excel spreadsheet like I did.
I am not wishy-washy at all. I said it's a 2 for me.
You said it's 2. I'm sorry, I missed the scale. I was out getting coffee.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not excited about this at all, and it's only because of the genre of the game. It's just
that's going to be the biggest thing to hold it back,
right? And I've been extremely, or I should say, pleasantly surprised by tons of PlayStation VR games that are not in genres that I enjoy, that I really enjoyed. Right? I loved Skyworld. That game was so much fun, and I like just looking at that trailer. I go, oh man, it gives me a headache just thinking about having to play it. And I played Skyworld, and I loved Skyworld. So nothing about this trailer looks exciting to me. I really, really hope that it ropes me in like other strategy games have. But yeah, just right now, I mean, like literally, this is about as unexciting for me personally as I can get. So for me personally, it's a 1, but it has nothing to do with the game. Unfortunately, it's all about my preferences of video gaming. 1.
Nobody in the chat is saying that this looks bad. They're just saying it's not their type of game. So you know, that's the thing. McConnell says strong 4.
My favorite comment so far is Corix the Game Cat says, "I'm looking for something better than Corix."
Oh, good luck. You'll never find it.
Your name.
Next will be a Final Assault, but looks like Diz 2 or Durbin Brown 2.5. Your Long Shadows 3. Looks like Company of Heroes. Somebody who was that? I saw you in there a second ago. Hold on. I got you. Hold please. Game Cat, incredible. Damn you, chat says this game Final Assault is amazing. Says
good. I'm very happy to hear
incredible.
That. Game Cat
so I think if you like this kind of game, real-time strategy, it sounds like you'll really like this game. Which
also, Game Cat Incredible, we have not given you a shout-out for changing your name. Please put hashtag GameCat somewhere in the comments on a different video so I can find you for next week's viewer takeover. Game Cat Incredible.
Yes.
So is that like Restaurant Incredible? No, it's Restaurant Impossible. Okay, cool. It's just awesome.
Real quick, Hard to Get says, I am surprised with pinball effects. The Epic Quest table is great. I do love that Epic Quest table because it's like playing an RPG. I love that. Nice. You got cold yogurt for solving that Zing puzzle. Very nice. So, Game Cat.
Did we already do K-Panic's donation?
Not yet.
Get K-Panic.
All right, $2. K-Panic the Game Cat Pro Patch says, I give Everybody's Golf 2 VR a 4 on the hype scale. You know,
nice.
It's not a number, it's a joke, like a golf joke. You got it.
I'm trying to keep up with the comments too, but I think we're ready to move on to the next game.
We may be.
Next game. That is another schedule for Q1 game. Looking forward to it. I feel like that's one to easily. This game's actually pretty sweet. So next up, we have a pretty big one actually. It was originally announced at the PSVR Award Show 2019, and that's going to be Alvo.
Oh.
Yeah, could be all right.
What? Okay, let me start with this one.
I don't know. I think people have already decided that Alvo is going to be like the things they didn't get in Firewall that they wanted in Firewall. And they're not looking at the footage. Like, when I look at the footage, I don't see a 5. I don't see a 4. I see a 3 for me.
This is an outdated trailer, by the way.
Yeah, they've got some updated footage. They've been taking a feedback from people because when they showed that first trailer, that pre-alpha build. They had just gotten the net code finished, and then were brave enough to release the thing, and everybody tore it apart. And then they started making improvements day by day, and listening to feedback from Reddit, from their community, from lots of different people.
Yeah.
And they've been showing lots of great improvement. This is also an aim controller game, and aim controller just is really fun. And if you take that and put it in a multiplayer team deathmatch game with modern combat stuff,
fucking Warzone
supports
the aim controller.
Say that.
I know,
but make a game good. This looks like it could be Warzone to me. That's all I'm saying. That's why it's a 3. It's a solid 3.
But we said over and over with Warzone, we said if it did actually have multiplayer support, it could possibly be fun.
And people did say
it could possibly be fun.
Alpha is dog food.
That's Alpo, not Albo. Alpo.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah.
Interesting. Good.
This is tough, right? Because
it's not tough for me.
Well, it's tough for Martin Paul, I'll tell you that, because out of the gate, man, they announced Alvo with a 2018 release date. They announced it all the way back in 2017, and they basically showed a CG trailer of what they expected to have, and that CG trailer was incredibly inaccurate, right? For a team their size, the game actually got canceled, and it was saved by an investor.
This kind of shit makes me uncomfortable too.
Yeah, it's been through some hardships for sure, right? And then the first footage we actually see looks really rough, and definitely not like it's been in development for the last 4 years. No. So it's looking better by the day. And I have faith that these guys are going to come through with a fun game. I just don't think it's going to be. Everybody has been waiting for the firewall killer because everyone's got complaints about firewall, and they're like, whoa, I can't believe First Contact doesn't fix this, didn't fix that. Why don't we have dedicated servers? And so everybody's looking for a game to kill firewall, right? Which is
it's not going to happen.
No, it's
Albo's
not going to
do that.
Firewall's so
hilarious,
good.
Mate.
Firewall's amazing, right? And I don't think it deserves like even remotely like 90% of the shit that it gets. Alvo is kind of a low budget. It's a way smaller team. It is. I think I'm going to say far less experienced developers, and they're giving us something a little bit different. It is 5v5, and they're talking about faster game modes and getting people in and out, and the way they're going to handle lobbies. And it sounds like they're doing something a little bit more fast paced, a little less strategic. Than Firewall, and I think that's something we could use. And so, do I think this game's going to be the fucking second coming? No, but this is I've got on my hype scale. This is a 4 because I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be some fast paced death matches, and that's what I'm looking for.
I'm with you exactly all the way. Gonna not be the most polished game. It's definitely not going to be a fire killer, but I do think there is some fun to be had in this, as long as it functions properly. And I'm going to give it a very low 4. I think having the aim controller is a big seller for me, and being a modern combat with the aim controller and team deathmatch, stuff like that, dedicated servers, things like that are what get me excited. And once again, this footage we're playing in the trailer is the very, very pre-alpha footage, netcode is finished. So they've actually got some updated footage that looks a little bit more polished, but it's still got some ways to go. So it's okay to be very cautiously optimistic.
Yep. And this is just FYI, this isn't like a $40 game. This isn't a $50 game. This is a $20, maybe $25 game. The last week,
right? Price is going to make a difference too,
right? So this is a budget game, and I think it's going to fulfill certain needs for certain people. And I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this. So fingers crossed.
The Game Cat says 4. Hack the Game Cat says 4. Lewis Knight PSVR 4.5.
Wow.
Dan Kiefer says Alvo is dog food. Robbie B says if it supports aim, it's good. Great Tantrum says Alvo sounds like a dog food product. Well, this is the thing. The gun feel and the gun play in Warzone, as much as that's like the worst game ever created, that wasn't the problem with it. It felt good roaming around with the aim controller.
Don't you see
with
the flip
modern
side of
weapons?
Don't you see the flip side of that? Which is you're saying I'm hyped because it has aim support, but you just said aim support doesn't prove a game is good just because it has.
But Warzone was a multiplayer game with the multiplayer ripped out of it.
Right.
So it was destined to be god awful.
We're getting the multiplayer here.
Right. This is going to actually have multiplayer in it. And they, like I said, they're going to continue to tweak it based on community feedback because they're actually listening to people and they care. Not saying that.
Well, I think that's the only reason people are
surefire.
hyped. I think that's the only reason people are hyped is because they're listening and they're incorporating feedback and stuff. But that doesn't mean.
Well,
I don't know. If the quiz
We'll
night
have to wait and see.
Incorporated feedback while they were developing the game, it wouldn't have been a good game. I don't know. It's a 3 for me. We can move on.
Yeah,
I don't. Just real quick here. Like there's no. Luckily, there's no question marks here, right? No one has to like put down money without knowing anything about it because there's going to be an open beta before this game releases. So that shows a little bit of confidence in the team about their game, and I think they know how much fun this is going to be. So everyone's going to be able to check it out and be like, okay, is this game for me or isn't it? And I love that. I think we definitely need more open betas. We need more demos on the PlayStation Store, and that confidence alone tells me that I think this is going to be something that people are going to enjoy.
Did we know there was an open beta for this coming, or
yeah?
I mean,
did they publicly announce that?
Constantly.
Once again, I'll say flip side. Honor and Duty had a public beta, right?
Yeah.
And it's a game that everybody in the community says, "Oh, we love this game. This game's awesome."
Right.
If you get on a random night, you can't get a lobby going. Like Firewall is the only game to keep people this way. And so even though Alvo might be kind of fun, might be kind of cool, unless it gets a dedicated player base, it's kind of a
Dave, this is but this is if and or buts. Like we're not saying
it's not if and or buts, it's based on everything that's happened.
I know, but I'm not saying to be I'm not saying be hyped. Yeah, I'm not saying
based on knowledge.
This is not a review.
What happened already.
This is not a review. This is talking about what is your excitement level. I said it's a 4.
It a million times.
I know.
You're both off track. This has nothing to do with the game. This has everything to do with player adoption of said game. Right?
Well,
that is important. That is very important.
The game itself is the deciding factor in whether or not people adopt it.
Right.
The game itself. Right. Firewall is good enough that people keep coming back to it.
Right.
Honor and Duty is a cool game, but it's not good enough that people keep coming back to it. As much as I like Honor and Duty and Reggie's an awesome dev, like it isn't the Firewall killer, like you said.
Right.
And unless something
there won't be,
you're not going to get that dedicated player base. I think like Space Junkies is awesome. That had a public, open, free beta.
I think this has a little bit of an advantage because it's modern military shooter. I think people be able to overlook something. People bought Warzone. Yeah, Warzone has more ratings on the PSN store than like I don't know, Carly and the Reaper Man and like other games that are actually like decent.
I feel like if Warzone had multiplayer, people would actually be playing that game right now, right? So this is like you're saying, it's a modern military shooter. It's got multiplayer, and the fact is that any game that doesn't naturally have a player base, that we do everything that we can so that for people who want to play a game, join our Discord. We're constantly trying to get game nights together. We're trying to unify gamers and get them playing games whenever they want to, so that it's not like, oh, I'm just sitting here in a lobby waiting for 10 people to show up. No, man, there's ways around that. We say you go into the Discord, you talk to people, you say, hey, who's interested in playing a game around 7 tonight? You get like 20 people together, and suddenly you pack the lobbies. And so that's it sucks that we're in a situation where you have to kind of work around the player base situation, like you're saying, but there are ways around it currently.
Yeah, 3. Well, so Dave, you were 3. Brian, you were 4.
I'm a 3.
Did you say 4, Brian?
I think I said 4. If I didn't, that sounds good.
All right, I think it's time to move on, though. I think we need to move on to the game. All right, so this is actually a pretty cool one. That Alvo is actually, you've got this listed as Q1 real quick, though. Is it Q1 they're supposed to be? Yeah. Yep. I thought it was Q2.
The last we heard from Alvo, Martin Pohl, it's Q1 with an open beta preceding that.
Okay. All right. So next we have Paper Beast, which is let's see, who's this by? Can I forget the name of the team?
The guy who made that game with the
Pixel Reef. Pixel Reef. He made. I know he made Another World, but I like to say that he made Heart of Darkness. Where my PS1 lovers at?
It's a good game. That's a good game.
Hey, can we just give a couple tips here before we go and pass too far?
Yeah. I'm so sorry. I was
sorry. We got in the zone.
That one is for Robbie B, the English Game Cat, with £2 donation saying, "Fast-paced gameplay using aim makes me salivate." We agree.
You should speak to a doctor about
with that. With some fava beans and a bottle of Chianti.
Hit it again for me, Dave.
Oh, one more time.
You get out of my home!
This is from K Panic, the Game Cat Pro Patch, as sharp as ever, saying, If ifs and buts were candy and D's nuts. Wait, if ifs and buts were candy and D's nuts.
D's nuts.
D's, I'm not saying it right.
You get it. D's nuts.
D's
If ifs and buts were candy and D's nuts.
Okay,
You got it.
you said it way better than I did. You had a good rhythmic thing going on there. Okay. All right, yeah, Paper Beast. Paper Beast.
I'm already
yes.
seeing people saying this is like a 1 or a 2 for them in the chat,
Yeah.
which is
Actually, Super Dexter Murphy says Paper Beast is a 6 for me.
Wow, nice.
Let's see here. So, yeah, this is made by the Another World devs. And, this is going to be a different kind of game. I think this is not going to be a great game, but I think it's going to be a great experience. At the very least, what I can guarantee is this game will be visual eye candy.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I can't say as a game that I even know what the deal is. I think you can control animals and you can do stuff. But there are a lot of games like that sort of just tickle you a certain way. Like Journey, if somebody was like, oh, what do you do in Journey? You're like, you sort of like walk around. I don't know. But it's an incredible game. So this gives me that same kind of vibe. I'm sure I'm not the first person to say it looks kind of like Journey or something like that. But it's given me good vibes. So I got a 4 on this one. I'm putting a 4 down on this.
Yeah,
and he's got that pedigree.
Yeah, you are going to be going around from different scene to scene, and essentially there's going to be a bunch of animals doing something in this environment, and you have to figure out how to interact with the piece of environment to solve the puzzle to move on to the next scene. And that's basically how it's going to be because of the strong visual presence it's probably going to have. And, when it's animals, even though it's paper animals, I'm going to have to give this one a 3 for me. I think it could be pretty okay.
I hate saying this. I really, really do, because I love indie games. I love indie developers. I love weird and new and interesting things. I love when people take risks. The problem is everything I've seen about Paper Beast has not yet interested me. They spent a lot of time during State of Play demonstrating the sandbox mode, which was just not fun to watch. I feel like that they could maybe stitch together a better trailer that could get me excited for this, but so far they haven't. And again, maybe this just doesn't translate well to a flat screen. Maybe this doesn't translate well to trailers. And I think that once I'm in there, it's going to be a lot more obviously immersive, but definitely more intriguing. And the moment-to-moment gameplay is probably going to be something I'm intrigued with. But these trailers and everything I've heard about it so far hasn't done anything to me. And so I've got to give this a 1 because
a 1.
Yeah.
Hey, are you playing? Are you still playing? Are you still playing the
You're
Albo
still
trailer?
playing the Albo. Yeah, but here's
Oh,
the
sorry,
thing.
I didn't click the button to fade it over. I was watching the preview screen instead of the program screen.
I don't think
No worries.
Sony would be pushing this as hard as they are marketing wise and keeping it front and center in upcoming PSVR games if it was a 1. Honestly, I think that they know that there's something to this.
Yeah.
That once we get inside of it, we will know too. Like it's in the same ballpark as Humanity to me. Because Humanity, I don't know what the fuck you do in that game. I don't know what it is, but it looks interesting enough, and I trust the developers. And there's something intriguing. And to me, the intrigue is the hype. Like, what do I do? Is this as cool as it looks?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Look, 4. Wow, yeah, that's pretty high.
One's pretty goddamn
hard
low,
to get.
so.
Hard to get says 2. Great Changer says 3. Andrew C says tech demo -1.
-1.
That's the thing about this game is it kind of it's not. This game isn't going to sell people on VR. This is going to be for those that like to experiment or just really big VR enthusiasts, and they say, "Oh, what the hell? I'll give it a shot." And then there could end up being something pretty good. This is like the
I
kind
don't
of
think that's the way to look at it, man. Like this is one of the flagship 2020 Sony backed PSVR titles.
Right,
It's not gonna just be like I guess I'll try it out. Like there's gonna be something there. I'm fairly certain.
I think so. That's why I gave it a 3.
I'm not trying to contradict you, Dave, but I'm curious because Sony's been hyping it and because it was one of the few PlayStation VR games shown at the last State of Play. What do you think there is here that we're
That's
gonna.
the question that I want to solve by playing it.
Yeah,
But really, like, so if you watch someone play Journey, like I said, Journey before it came out, you would be like, hey, I don't know what the fuck this thing's about. Is there any
I beat
gameplay?
Journey. I'm
It
still not
doesn't
sure
look
what it was
that
about.
cool. But I'm saying it was awesome. Everybody
it
agrees.
was.
Journey is like a unique, very kind of defining experience for when it came out on PS3. And so I think that could be another moment like this for PSVR, where it's a game that's sort of mysterious. You don't really have much game to it,
Yeah.
but something about the experience of playing it is worthwhile. That's what I'm sensing it's going to be.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I don't know.
For
I think it's going to be, yeah.
For every game that I'm not hyped about, I am hopeful that I'm wrong, right? Because obviously, I loved Journey, man. Journey was so incredible, and I loved everything that Journey did. But I really think that even previewing Journey, like everything leading up to that game's launch, had me more intrigued and more interested, more curious about it than anything Paper Beast has done so far. And I don't know if that's because the game's hard to demonstrate or because the devs or whoever is in charge of making these trailers hasn't done their job very well in terms of like conveying that to us. And that's why it's a 1 for me. I can't wait to see that I'm wrong. I really hope this is the next Journey experience.
I mean, I'm not saying it will be, but I think I'm excited. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, I can see some people definitely. I get excitement for it, but yeah. That being said, I mean, just because Sony, it's not necessarily because Sony is hyping it that I'm excited for it. It's more like I feel like there could possibly be some potential like really cool experiences from this.
Yeah.
But all right, so next up we've got that's also supposed to be Q1, I guess, because it's written here.
Fingers
so I'm gonna
crossed.
assume.
Yep.
Let's hope.
Yeah, definitely guys with great history. But yeah, so next one is a big one, guys. Next up, the last Q1 2020 game we have listed is The Walking Dead Saints and Sinners.
Nice. Well, I will say that as far as Q1 goes, and which is like, about 3 months, that's how 12 divided by 4 goes, to have 2 basically AAA games or 2 games that I am ridiculously excited about in the course of in the course of Q1 means I am now suddenly super excited for Q1 because we got this and Iron Man, and I mean if either one disappoints, I'll be shocked. This looks like the Walking Dead game that I've been wanting to play ever since I played the Telltale game. And this is how I want to be in that world. Telltale games are awesome, by the way, but this is how I want to be in the Walking Dead world.
R.I.P. Telltale.
And then back from the dead, Telltale.
Yeah, well, they probably got like 5 contractors working on it or something, and no real employees. But
we're already getting 10s and 5s in the chat.
So like you said,
4.25.
I think this one is definitely, of the 2 Walking Dead games, as much as I like Survios, this is the one I'm excited about. It does look story driven. It does look like there's an element of choice to things. Like there's that moment in the trailer where it's like, does this guy die or does this guy die? Mm-hmm. And that, like you said, is like the Telltale thing. And really gets to the heart of why Walking Dead is so interesting and so well liked. Because it's not about slicing a zombie's face off. It's about the human decisions you have to make in that context. And so that's why the Telltale games were so good and the show is good and all that stuff. But this one, maybe you can't slice just as precisely a zombie's head off as you can in the Survios one. But it looks like there's more meat on the bones, game-wise. Like there's some reason to play it other than chopping a zombie up.
Onslaught looks like it has this cool little, combat and stuff. That looks like just the combat alone in this game. 15+ hour story, decisions to make, tons of different weapons to choose from, visceral combat destruction, 9 different cities to explore or towns to explore, just tons going for this. This is one of my most anticipated games of 2020. This is a 5 for me.
That's
just like everybody else in the chat losing their fucking shit right now just talking about this. This is actually like 3 out of 5. 1 3, 1 4.25. Everyone else is a 5 or 5 plus 5 plus 5 or 10 and above. I totally agree with you guys. Like I said, full AAA looking game. This looks insane and looks really good.
Yeah,
And it's
One of my
worth
most
mentioning too.
anticipated.
This is also from Skydance Interactive, who
Very much.
gave us Archangel, and it was very expensive at launch. I don't know if you guys have had a chance to play it, but Archangel is a really good example of how you can take a genre that doesn't need a great story, doesn't need great voice acting, and inject it in a way that's actually awesome. Like I really like the way that they did Archangel, even though it's just like an on rails light gun shooter. They made it a whole production in a certain way that just, I mean, there's nothing really bad you can say about it other than it was too expensive.
Yeah, the
So if they
production
bring
values
that
were
kind of
top notch on that.
Yeah, so if they bring that same energy, that same budget, that same kind of approach to Walking Dead, it's gonna be awesome, I think. It might be expensive, but people will be willing to pay because it is Walking Dead. So it's a 5, straight 5 for me.
Yeah,
Nice.
I love watching Dave's camera just shit the bed here. This is what is
Oh,
happening? There you
there you
go.
go.
You're back.
I got full bars over here and shit.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it wasn't the audio. It was just the camera.
Could you hear me?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Super Dexter Murphy says, I will buy both Walking Dead games, nevertheless. Me too,
too.
man.
Yeah.
I mean, I love Servios, and I think
Yeah.
if that game makes a fun arcade version of killing zombies, then sign me up. Like, that's what I expect of that one. So there's no hype loss from Onslaught. It's just this is more of a AAA style game that PSVR, quite frankly, needs in order to keep growing. And this is another one. And yeah, I mean, I am so excited for this one.
I lost 1 point of hype for Onslaught after rewatching the new trailer here for this Saints and Sinners. It just looks
right.
better. Just looks better.
Right.
Yeah,
We
this-
haven't.
this-
Yeah,
this is a
still
5
going to
for
get
me.
both, but
No question about it. This is a 5 for me. And the fact
This
that
is our
we're
first one we've been in full agreement on.
Wow.
It's just a max 5 across the board.
I thought we had Iron Man.
Oh,
No?
you're probably right. Okay, no, you're probably right.
So this and Iron Man have been the only across the board.
Okay.
guys, real quick here. I want to make sure that did we miss K-Panic's Scissor Beast is gonna bear Paper Beast's tip?
Oh,
we didn't shout out.
We
MacGyver.
also need Hugh Guyver.
Yep.
Yeah.
God.
We got 2 tips from
Sorry.
the shout out. So hit me up,
Jesus
Dave.
Christ. Okay.
Treeland!
So
That's
that's
it.
K-Panic, the Game Cat Pro Patch, with another donation. Says Scissor Beast is gonna bear Paper Beasts. Is gonna bear.
It's gonna bear it right up.
All right, and then hit me one more time. Hit me
I got
this one.
more time.
And that's going to be
Great World!
MacGyver's cousin. Tell good old Mac hope he's doing well and building
Yeah.
and breaking out of prisons with paper clips and rubber bands. Hugh Guyver with a 5 donation says, just dropping in to say hi and meow. Says, keep up the great work. You keep up the great work, Hugh Guyver, and tell your brother Mac, cousin Mac, that build us something.
Keep those shows coming. Keep those movies coming, MacGyver. Because
Yes.
in 2020, people are fiending for some new MacGyver content. So let your cousin know.
Yeah. This game, Walking Dead Saints and Sinners, is going to absolutely kill it on all platforms.
I believe so.
The other thing about
Yeah.
this is that, like, I mean, I don't know if it helped the hype level. I'm assuming that it did, because it was one of those games that was talked about, didn't give any specific platforms. Certainly didn't talk about PlayStation VR being one of those platforms. And then when they actually announced the PlayStation VR release window, alongside the other release dates, we were just like, yes. It was such like this sigh of relief where it was just.
Right,
I
we weren't
needed
sure.
to hear it, and the fact that when they finally revealed it, it just made me feel so happy. They did a great job of revealing that and giving us exactly what we were looking for.
Yeah, this game, just a couple more features. Like, this is like swarms of zombies coming at. And there's scavenging, crafting, stuff like there's crafting. There's weapon crafting in this. There's freedom to like explore and stuff. So just a couple other features of this game. Factions, lots of characters that you can save or kill, and that decides different things in the story. So yeah, this is going to be a damn good one. Now we're going to maybe revisit some games that may potentially come out Q1, but these are the only games that have come out and said Q1. I still think we're going to have to come back and talk about like Pistol Whip and a couple other ones that are probably likely to come out in Q1, but we're going to go ahead and move to Q2. And we
starting
have
out strong here.
starting out strong with a game that there's actually really good games. So starting with Little Witch Academia, which is supposed to come out in June. And this was kickstarted, absolutely crushed the Kickstarter, and it looks like a mix between Eagle Flight and flying on brooms.
Okay, but before we even talk about this
actually
game,
please.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yep. Mark is about to get this one.
This is my tree plane.
Because
This is my tree world.
£5 donation says just accidentally ate some cat food. Don't ask me. Ow. Did he mean don't ask
already
me?
hurting.
Me,
No, it's already
ow.
hurting inside of his
Don't ask me.
stomach.
And then hit it again.
Oh, and then we got another one.
Get the fuck out of here. Fuck you.
I didn't mean that.
And that's just a big thumbs up from Professor Lilith. Thank you very much, both of you. Appreciate it.
Lilith is awesome.
We'll do our
Can we
best
show
not to
off
let
our
these
weird
get
thumbs
too
again?
far. Yeah.
Somebody mentioned my thumb is real curvy.
Where's my camera?
Right.
Yeah, we have those weird thumbs apparently.
Yeah. Okay, so Little Witch Academia. We actually already have, I don't know if you guys know this, in the Japanese store, there is already a witch broom flying anime game. And I thought it was the same one. I was like, oh, they're just releasing it in America, but it's not. It's a different one. And I've got this at a 2. I'm not excited. I don't think anime tie-in games have had great success in VR, except for I don't know.
Can we talk about the ones we've gotten, and then maybe that'll explain why we haven't had great success with them?
Yeah,
because I mean, it's like Spice and Wolf, like things that are anime inspired, Project Lux, Tale of a Fragmented Star. Like these are all. Oh, and what was the One Piece experience? I mean,
One Piece was
The One Piece is the best of all of them I just listed, which is not saying a lot. And it's just they are very much experiences. They're very short. There's not a lot of meat on those bones. And man, you put me inside an anime world, like an anime world, especially like a world that I've liked. Like, please don't give me a Death Note experience that lets me get into Death Note for 10 minutes. Like, if I get into Death Note, like, man, I want to be like, I want to be Light. I want to be L. Like I want to be in that world and play a fucking game. Don't tease me and give me like a 10-minute story that I have no control over.
That Danganronpa one is actually fucking awesome, but it's just a free demo that ends in 10 minutes and there's no plans for a game around it or anything like that. So it's just like, okay,
yeah,
what do we do with that?
Right. So at least this is like, hey, you're flying on a broom. So immediately I'm playing Hop Along the Battlelands all over again with a move controller between my legs.
It could be pretty fun. This one, did you give it a rating yet?
I give
rating?
it a 2. Yeah, 2.
I'm giving it a 1 because until we see more than this short little clip, when we get closer to launch, hopefully they'll have a lot more to show us. I just don't see it being very deep or very interesting. Fingers crossed that I'm wrong yet again.
Let me get this Evangelion VR, man, because I know they have Evangelion VR in Japan in arcades, and I want that. I've never seen or heard of Little Witch Academia. I know it. If there's anime weebs in the chat, let us know if it's a good show or not.
Yeah,
but
I've heard of it.
You like anime? You've never seen it, right?
I've never seen it, but it's been one of those that's always kind of been floating around that I've heard the name of 1,000 times.
All right, so this is also I'm going to Dave and Shadows. It's a 2 for me because I like Brian's point. We haven't seen a whole lot, but I do like the idea of flying around on a broomstick. If it plays like
Eagle
Flight, where you like fly through rings and stuff, then I will have some enjoyment in that.
Well, yeah, if it's like Eagle Flight, that's a good game. So,
all right.
Sure, yeah.
So 2 looks like most of the chat's like 2, 1s, low scoring, not a lot. This one,
man, if it plays like Eagle Flight, then like suddenly I'm way more interested. Like if there's an open world ish element where like you can go hunt for different things. I definitely don't think so. It looks like they're just kind of like different race courses or something that you fly through rings, Superman 64 style, and I'm not interested in that at all.
Brian,
we'll see.
I got to ask you before we move on to the next one, guys. We have some really good ones coming up next. But Brett Clow says, do you guys have a review for Sports Bar VR? I'm curious to see your thoughts. It's an old game, but I love it. And I want to know your thoughts if you haven't made a review already.
It's all right.
Well, first of all, you could just Google that question, the first part of it. Not to be. But you could just go to YouTube and put in Sports Bar VR without Parole. But we're all here now, so let's talk about it.
I think it's okay if you got a group of people. I responded to him in the chat. I said if you have a group of people and want to, it's like a virtual reality Dave and Buster's Chuck E. Cheese kind of deal where you can go. We had like a birthday party.
Have you been to a Dave and Buster's recently?
No, not recently. No.
Okay, so it's not actually Dave and Buster's at this point in time in 2019 is when I went. It's just like big app games, like Crossy Road, but like on a giant screen.
Oh, so it's like
main event. Just like.
So this is more like main event Chuck E. Cheese or something. There's like mini games and stuff like that to do. But if you have a group of friends, I would check it out. I don't know. Last time I actually went in there was actually people in there. So, but by yourself, you're not going to really be that entertained.
Yeah, you got to have friends to play it with. I mean,
this guy seems like he already has it and he already enjoys it. So good on him. For me, I didn't love it. I felt like there were some problems, some inherent problems that didn't sort themselves out at any point, where I was facing the wrong way or I couldn't get my dude to do what I needed him to do. The physics weren't quite right. I don't know. I feel like I struggled a lot in Sports Bar and didn't enjoy it as much as everyone else did. So maybe, that's a problem unique to me, but I didn't love it.
All right. So next game of quarter 2, this is a good one to me. Boiling Steel, which was basically going to be a cyber. It's like a kind of little bit. I don't want to say cyberpunk, but it's like very futuristic. It's got robots, and it also has like Doom without the horror. It's more just like over the top action shooting melee combat. You see him giving the middle finger with his little robot finger, and making lots of goofy things, but. Essentially, like this game, I'm pretty excited about. Even though Mirrorwind made Dave, you're not muted. Mirrorwind made Guns and Stories, which was just okay. It wasn't great, but this game, I've been actually hearing really good things from the PC side. So by the time it gets to us, I've actually talked to them, and they said they are aiming for. Yeah, I mean, you've already got it listed quarter 2, but this game gets a solid 4 because it's got for me. Because it's got solid combat, it sounds like, and lots of ridiculous over-the-top combat. I just said that twice. Sorry, excuse me. But this
What's
one looks like it's just like over-the-top melee, like crazy laser weapons and machine guns and punching and stuff like that.
I got this one at a 2. Honestly,
what?
It doesn't look like it's missing that sort of. This looks like a good game. Kind of look, I don't know. It just doesn't look like a good game to me.
Brian,
I don't know how to explain it beyond that, but I'm just not hyped. It does a lot of things that you said that remind me of Atex Cybernetic, but in a way that looks less enticing to me, I guess.
Brian, you got Boiling Steel going?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, some of these trailers I have to download on the fly, and my 4K downloader does not like to be speedy during OBS streams. There might be a delay on some of these. Yeah, it looks fine. It does not look like it's doing anything special, but I've been saying quite frequently over the last year that I'm shocked that we don't have more first-person shooters in VR. First-person shooters just seem so like such a natural thing for VR. Like, we got a ton of wave shooters, but I was like, what about actual first-person shooters? How difficult is that to make? And so the thing I love is that this is a first-person shooter, and it's got a very distinctive style. I like that. The thing I don't like is that so far the only thing I know about Mirrorwind is that they made Guns and Stories bulletproof, which had nice graphics, nice guns, kind of a goofy story, which was okay, good enough, but like it didn't all come together well. It was less than the sum of its parts. It wasn't terribly fun, and so that makes me nervous to say, okay, here's a developer that knows how to make a solid looking game and a solid playing game, but didn't nail the fun factor, and so that worries me. It's like, what are they missing over there? What part of the team is missing where they don't know what constitutes a fun game? And so that's the only thing that worries me. But I'm still going to be mildly intrigued about this and be mildly excited about it and give it a nice 3, strong 3. I'm looking forward to it.
I think reading the Steam reviews, I think I'm bumping it to a 3, actually. It's got a 9 out of 10 on Steam. People seem to really like And someone in the chat asked if there's RPG elements, and it does appear there's some kind of progression, and you upgrade as you go through. And people were saying they really liked that, and they like the story. So I'll bump it up to a 3, I guess. I had only seen the trailer. For me, the trailer's a 2, but when I research a little more, it's a 3, I suppose.
I was not very excited for this game because of Guns and Stories, but when I heard people that got their hands on this game in early access say, it's actually pretty damn sweet, it actually bumped up my hype. And then seeing the newer trailer, I was like, okay, this is something I can get down with. I love just over-the-top shit. So it just seems fun. It just seems like just pure, mindless fun and action. And there is supposed to be a story as well, which is just a plus to me. Like, if it actually has a good story, I wouldn't expect this game to have a good story. So if it has good combat, good story, then yeah, I'm excited to play it. It's going to be a 4 for me.
All right. Wow.
Which I think I already maybe said.
God, we have so many games to get to. This is insane. I feel like I need to. I'm going to just order food and eat it when it gets here.
That
in the
sounds
middle of this.
so good. Sounds like a great idea. But now I don't know what I want.
Well, somebody earlier mentioned a Popeye's chicken sandwich. I might do that.
Lipnox88 says 3 because of the middle finger thing. I know, right? Making all the little hand gestures.
Wait, that bumps it up, yeah?
Yeah. Dan
All right.
Kiefer says, speaking of first-person shooters, are we still getting Predator VR? I kind of doubt it. I hope so.
Big
But
What do you
the
mean you doubt
studio
it? Why would you doubt it?
Predator VR because the people that made the game don't it's going to be released because they got their studio was basically getting cut by Disney. So if Predator VR doesn't happen, you can thank Disney for that.
Oh, shit, I didn't
Diz
realize
says
that.
2 for Boiling Steel. Durbin Brown says 4. Super Dexter Murphy says 4. Tonight Tist says, guys, it's just VR. Calm down, boys. I can't calm down, man. It is VR. That's like all I care about.
It's just VR. Calm down. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll stop getting excited about video games. Good night, sir.
All right.
What do you want us to do?
Amine Med, I like PSVR games. We do too.
Yeah,
We
totally.
like them too.
All right, we let's move on, man. We don't have all day here, and I finally downloaded the next trailer, so I'm allowing us to move on.
All right. Ryan Baran also says any Star Child news. All we know is still working on it, but I am trying to get things out of Paul Bettner all the time.
Yeah,
not
you and the
budging
rest
on
of
that.
the world.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
Somebody
sorry
was
to feel
like,
bad for him.
somebody was like guilt tripping him on Twitter, and he's like,
What a
I know, we're
dick.
excited too. Oh, you saw that or something? I mean,
Yeah.
good for him. No, they deserve like get that information out. Try to get it out of him. But yeah. So next we have Don't Look Down, which is another game that was premiered at the
Without Parole 2019 award show. If you haven't watched it, go watch it because holy crap, man! You know how that the 2019 PlayStation VR award show on the channel. All you have to do is go to the YouTube page and scroll all the way down, and you'll see it. Just watch the 45-minute version. You don't have to watch like the 2-hour version. Man, the number of presenters we had, the number of game reveals we had,
Greg Miller.
You got
Greg Miller.
Nathy,
You fucking
Ian
madman.
Higton. I mean, like amazing presenters.
Eurogamer.
That guy's Will. You know, like I mean, so many cool
Big
presenters.
names.
Right? And then like 7,000 people.
Don't you
watched
always
it.
forget? You also forget to mention developers that you got to accept the awards.
Yes.
We always talk
You got
about
the everybody's golf.
We also
lady.
got presenters, but we always forget to talk about the.
It was
developers.
such for me. It was like the crowning achievement of everything I've ever done on YouTube, and more importantly, probably the coolest thing I'd ever done in my entire life. It took me like a full week of nonstop working around the clock to put it all together, and then like no one watched it. I was like, wow, that's insane, man. It's like, man, I'm like, do we need to do a 2020 award show if no one's gonna watch this thing? So watch it. So we do a 2020 award show. All right, Don't
All
Look
right.
Down looks amazing.
Yeah, so graphically, this game isn't going to blow anybody away, but it's gameplay that gets me excited. We've already things like rock climbing and stuff just seem to naturally work in VR, and this seems like it's challenging enough. If this wasn't challenging, I probably wouldn't care, but because it looks like it is challenging is what has me excited about this. And it's also got like lots of variety and kind of like a silly like Mario style looking thing to it with like smiley face traps and stuff. And Yeah, I'm actually, this isn't a AAA game, obviously, but this is actually something that I can really dig, and the kind of game that from an independent developer that I can really come to appreciate. I'm actually going to give this a 4 on my hype scale, because the gameplay itself is the kind of gameplay I want in VR.
Dave,
Happy New Year, Secrets of.
I'm not super stoked. It looks okay. I would give it like a 3. Maybe it's just the visual style. I'm not a huge fan of. Like you said, it's not super high budget, but there's something about it that just looks a little cheesy to me, and also confusing. Like there's a lot going on for a rock climbing game, as far as the patterns and the textures and shit that's going on here.
I think it's the textures that are throwing me too.
Yeah, there's something about it that just doesn't grab me.
It's like, well, what textures do we have laying around on our hard drive? Let's just slap them on whatever environments or walls we have.
The art design is very bad, I'll say.
The art design is not great, but that's, again, it's the game.
But like To the Top has a similar level of graphical quality, fidelity, but the art design is on point, so it looks good.
Right.
This doesn't. So, I mean, the gameplay could be awesome, but if all I have is a trailer to go by, it's a 3.
I'm surprisingly excited for this game, and I think it's because because what it's doing in the trailer, even if it doesn't look terribly polished, I guess, is it's doing all the things that I would have liked To the Top to have included, because To the Top is essentially a climbing game, and more of a cat simulator where you pounce around a lot. And this has more of a, hey, I'm going to throw myself from this ledge to this ledge. There's some shooting mechanics where you're actually shooting enemies, and which is something, kind of like Windlands 2 promised that we still haven't gotten Windlands 2. Where the hell did that game go? And so because it's doing like a few of these extra things, and because I haven't turned on To the Top in a while, like I want an excuse to play a game like that again, I think this is around a 4 for me.
All right, so 2-4. So I'm not the only one that's drunk. VR Grid, he says, go home, AJ, you're drunk.
Oh, yeah.
White Gold says, I'm with Dave. This one seems like you either love it or really don't care at all. 97
I think I'll have to play it to
Game
know
Cat,
if I love it or don't care.
no, says 1, maybe 2. Hack the Game Cat says 2-ish. Mark Pringlesleaf says 1. Super Dexter Murphy says, this looks like the Vertigo home of climbing.
It does look like the Vertigo.
But it's not a toy.
Andrew C says this looks like the LSD simulator for PS1 in a good way.
I like LSD simulator for PlayStation 1. That was good.
Can you guys say this?
Yeah, kind of.
Because,
no,
you can't. So I got this. I told you I just got this fitness tracker, and the first thing it says on the back is, "It is not a toy."
It's not a toy.
Not a toy.
I think somebody actually bought the soundtrack after we mentioned Vertigo. Somebody's like, "Oh shit, I forgot," and they went and bought it in the Discord.
So they made at least one sale of that soundtrack.
Super Dexter Murphy still says 1. Jeff CW says 1. Hard to get says 1. Nobody's really interested in this. I am interested in it, but like I said, just because of the gameplay. So now we've got possibly one of the biggest games of next year to talk about, and that's going to be Xreal Games' other game, Zero Caliber.
Yeah.
This is a modern military shooter with insane physics. It's a co-op shooter. It's got raving reviews, raving hype around it, surrounding it.
It's got ravers. It's got reviews.
If you want to talk about firewall killers, this one is potentially one of those. Obviously, this is a smaller team, but this is potentially what it is because they actually have more information that they're going to be releasing this month for it. But essentially, they want to start to add PvP to this game. So PvP and like dedicated servers, things like that, to have like team deathmatch, stuff like that. So this game has a really good reputation on PC.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is the game we should be hyped about instead of Alvo, if we're being totally honest. This, for me, is a 4, not a full-on 5, because, like you said, smaller team, I don't know exactly what we're getting yet. But just from looking at it, it strikes me much more immediately and seems like a much more solid game than Alvo to me, just right off the bat. So, any kind of team-based tactical first-person shooter That's what I like. I want more of that stuff. There's a reason Firewall is so popular. And, if this is in the same lane but does something a little more different, I don't know what that means, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
Heard.
I'm excited. A 4.
I'm only concerned about one thing. Everyone that's played this on PC has basically said there's no way this thing's going to get aim support because it's very much a two-handed game. A lot of the mechanics are, man, you really, to do everything you're supposed to do in this game,
Grabbing the guns and stuff like that.
reloading, climbing, whatever it is, right? It's very two-handed based, and like it would lose everything because if you give it aim support. And my concern is that in this trailer there's a lot of two-handed weapons, and those have not fared so well on PlayStation VR. Putting those controllers close together.
They've ever fared well under any circumstances. Like maybe 1 or 2 games have gotten it right. But even Gun Club VR, for as awesome as it is, the two-handed weapons are weird as shit in that game.
Yeah.
Just because the occlusion. So obviously if you guys... We've talked about this before, but if one controller covers the other controller, as in you're holding a gun like this, obviously my PS4 can't see this guy in the back. You can just see the guy in the front. So that's always an issue.
So
I found the hack for it. Oh, good. Sorry.
Yeah. So, and I was actually about to say that like there's ways around it. In fact, Gun Club that actually gave you like the option to stand sideways and play the game.
The offset camera.
Like, hey, check out my cell phone. I'm like, but I just feel like something isn't. If you do the AJ hack where you put your hands far away, I'm like, that's not how I want to play a fucking game, right? That's not how.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know how I described it, but it really doesn't feel like. I mean, it feels like this far. So it's like just enough to where the light doesn't interfere with each other. I don't know how I made that sound, but it doesn't feel like I'm stretching my arms out like this.
You made it sound like your hands are not where they are in the game. And
no, because I noticed you kept saying that, but I don't really agree with that. They're not like this, like right next to each other, but it's like this. It's like maybe a foot at most, maybe half a foot further away. So I don't know.
That's my only concern for this game. That's all I'm gonna say. Everything else, I'm still at a 5 for this because I feel like they're gonna make this a quality game with some high production values. All the environments look fantastic. The guns look realistic. All the Steam reviews sound great. I think they're gonna do a great job for the PlayStation VR port. And so, fingers crossed, man. I'm definitely hyped for this. I'm giving it a 5.
This is one of my most anticipated games of 2020. It's a 5 for me, Bill. I'm very, very excited for this one.
Reference
I agree with everyone that they should be a little cautious about the controls, but they haven't even talked about that yet. They haven't even announced that yet, like what controls are going to be available, how they're going to do stuff, how does it control. We don't know yet. So until proven wrong, I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt and going to say that I will enjoy the control scheme most likely. I am very much looking forward to this. This is the kind of game I want in VR. So definitely lots of 5s in the chat,
nice.
Some 10s, a couple 4s.
You see Ryan's
maybe we didn't properly explain the rating scale. What did Ryan say?
You can go over it.
It should be a big 3D rudder seller if supported.
Ooh.
I don't know if there is going to be any big 3D rudder seller.
Yeah, that's true. But that is one that would make sense if that is a thing for it. But no, I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, this is one of the biggest games. Speaking of one of the biggest games, we're supposed to get more information on this in this month, and then they're gonna plan for quarter 2 release on PSVR. So we will know more about it soon. Next up, though, we've got some 4s before we move on to the next one. Some 4s. 4 is still good. Pixel Ripped 1995. As we know, this is the sequel to Pixel Ripped 1989, which was based off of a bunch of games like Mega Man and stuff. This one's going to be based off of Castlevania,
Streets of Rage.
Of Rage.
So
more like Final Fight.
More like the 16-bit era rather than the 8-bit era.
Yeah. Thank you. But yeah, 16-bit era of gaming. A lot of my early gaming days too, and I love seeing the two things of this was a big '90s thing, playing in the '90s when you still lived with your parents and stuff. With having like staying up late and playing games, and your parents would always come down. I used to always get in trouble. I never played stuff in school. I never played games in school, but I would always stay up late and have to sneak by my parents, and they'd come in. I'd turn the TV off real quick and go back to sleep. And I was playing games that looked exactly like this at the time. And then the other thing is demo kiosks. Like I used to go to Circuit City when that was a thing. That's where I first played a PlayStation, was at Circuit City and Sears. And I used to play like a PlayStation demo with like Battle Arena Tushenden or Twisted Metal, or I'd play a Sega 32X with
the worst of the worst. Let's talk about. Let's all remember PlayStation 1 fondly, even though it had some really shit.
Let's just talk about
and Gex. Okay, I played Gex on the 32X, and it was on a demo kiosk. But yeah, I used to play games like this. Armored Core 2 for PS2 when that was like a demo thing.
Did you say 32X?
Yeah,
I don't know. Was it
Gex-
Sega CD?
Gex
Was it
was on the
Sega CD?
32X. No, Gex was only on
Jaguar?
3DO. Also PlayStation
3DO.
1.
Okay.
Which was
sorry.
no, it's terrible.
This game is a
You played
legit.
games when you were a kid, you're saying.
This game was a legit 5. Yes, legit 5 for this game. Could not be more hyped for this. I'm more excited about this one. The only problem I had with Pixel Rip 1989 was that it was short. But
there were some difficulty spikes that were stupid, but otherwise good.
But AJ's a better gamer than us, Dave, so he had no problem with those.
Yeah, no problem. I beat that the first try.
Yeah, I'm sure he addresses that in chapter 2 of his autobiography, from which we just heard chapter 1.
I totally zoned out. Yeah, no, I totally zoned out. I'm Pixel 3 for me.
I lost you there for a minute. But...
Andrew C says, can relate to everything you just said. White Gold says Twisted Metal.
I played video games when I was a kid too.
Court says Nostalgic 5.
PlayStation 1, and by the way, PlayStation 1, my favorite console of all time, I think. AJ just has a tendency to talk about the worst games for it. What is that about? I don't understand. Talk about cool Deca, man. Fucking awesome game.
So for me, this one is a 4 because I liked Pixel Ripped a lot, but there is this thing where it never gets anywhere near our top 20 lists. It's a great game, but it's a very cool game. But also, this looks like the same thing, but with different games to play in it.
Yes.
And here's the thing. So trying not to get caught by somebody while you're playing a game was the hook of the first stage in Pixel Ripped. Mm-hmm. And then if that's the same thing we're doing again, I'm not that excited. I liked when they would change it up and like suddenly your Game Boy was shooting dragons in the real world and stuff like that. That to me is more interesting than the concept of, I'm trying to play a game and not get caught.
Right.
It worked in that context in the first game really well, but I don't think they should be retreading that sort of mechanic again. And that's all I see in the trailer, really. So the games look fun. I mean, I love Streets of Rage. I love Castlevania. And so to bring it into a different era of games, that's cool. But it's not a full-on 5 for me.
In the trailer, they are showing. Besides that, they are showing seemingly an arcade with a holstered light gun, and I'm like, man, if we're in an arcade and
that sounds good,
right?
I would do that.
If we're picking that up and like actually playing a light gun game in a virtual arcade in VR, I was like, that sounds really cool. So I'm assuming that maybe they're starting off at a similar point, same jumping off point, and saying, don't get caught. But then hopefully they go to some different places that we didn't see in the first game. It's a 4 for me too, and I want to be more excited for it, but I am concerned that it's going to be retreading a lot of the same stuff. I am concerned that playing on 2D surfaces in VR was a cool novelty, but like just like the Sega Genesis Classics collection or whatever that's called specifically, they've released 1,000
something like that.
I forget what it's called. Sitting in that like retro kid's room, like looking at his shelf of Genesis games and then playing on a CRT television was so cool for like a half an hour. And I was like, this is not the way I want to play retro games, man. I don't want to sit in VR and play on a virtual CRT television. I want to play my retro games on an HD screen with HDMI plugs and see like every single pixel as sharp as it can be, like blown up to proportions it should never be at. That's kind of like where I'm at with this. And I really hope that that they reinvent the wheel this time and give us something a little bit different than the first game.
Yeah,
I don't disagree with you guys. I will say that the Sega Genesis collection in VR is the most I played it in the 10 times it had been remastered. Each time I got it, I never played it as much as I did when it had the VR.
The PlayStation 3 one is the one I played the most. I platinumed that like in a day, and I think I played each of those games for hours.
So for me, I just worry that like Arvor games, that's what it is, Arvor games. Arvory. They're staggeringly close to becoming just a one-trick pony. Like, if this is the only kind of game, the only game that you guys ever make, if we just keep getting... Okay, so they've already announced that after this one, there's going to be another one that's pixel rip.
Right.
And, like, they seem like a dev team that had some good ideas, but if you just keep retreading the same ideas every time you release a game, I get less interested. I'd like to see them do something totally new instead of another pixel ripped, honestly. Yeah. Pixel Ripped stood out for being what it was. I don't know if we need every 2 years a new update.
Well, you boys better
these
strap
are the
in
games from 99. These are the games from 2001. These are the games from 2004.
You guys better strap in because they have 5 games planned for this series.
Well, what I'm saying is
I am on board.
I'm not on board. I think you did a good thing. Try something else. Don't just do the same thing forever. It's like when I see a new Call of Duty come out, I'm like, it's probably fine, but it's just Call of Duty again. Like, I'm
kind of with you, Dave, but I shouldn't be, right? Because we haven't even seen how different their second game is, other than this trailer, which looks kind of similar. So
it looks exactly the same.
So I'd say let's revisit this conversation once we've played 1995.
Yeah, for sure.
They haven't shown the when everything blows up and comes out of the 2D screen. Yeah. I'm interested to see what happens there.
Those were the coolest moments for sure of the first one.
Yeah,
so,
that was like the real that thing that they took advantage of being in VR. So
guys, we're on track for a 7-hour podcast.
5 for me,
so fucking
4
long.
for you guys.
We need to go much faster through the rest of these.
All right. So what the hell?
My food's almost here, though.
Barber, you told me. So, anyways, Undead Citadel is also. I'm sorry. 20.
You're speeding up too fast. I can't keep up, AJ.
I'm losing my mind. Okay,
guys. The next one is Space Channel 5. Let's go.
I might need a quick breather, real quick, just to fucking clear my head.
Take a breather.
I'm ordering.
But Space Channel 5. Space Channel 5 is a 5 for me. Before I go and go step out for a second, it's a 5 for me. One of my most anticipated games. I love you all. Be right back.
All right, see you in a minute, AJ.
All right, so Dave, while he's gone, let's skip ahead like 17 games. Then we get back. We'll be at like
just go to the bottom of the list. Right? Hey, AJ, welcome back. We're on.
Hey, buddy. Hey,
we're on Dreams. We just got all the way to Dreams.
we just finished GamesCast Live. We'll see you next week.
Oh my god, we're going to be here all night.
We are. Yeah, it'll be fun. Do you have food coming?
I do, and I'll eat it. You'll see when it gets here. I'll eat it in front of you.
Yeah, I'm worried that the pizza guy has he's terrible at like getting to my apartment. He makes me go out to the parking lot half the time. I'm like, that's bullshit.
This guy better come knock on my door because I don't want to get up. They're supposed to do that. But anyways, so Space Channel 5. I love Dreamcast. I love Space Channel 5, but I'm not expecting a masterpiece with this thing. I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be pretty good. But I wouldn't go so far as a 5. It's a 4. For me, even with all the nostalgia tied in, I feel like it's exciting to people because of the nostalgia.
Yeah,
and it probably will be a fun game in VR, but there's nothing that's like screaming at me. This is going to be must-have, top of the list, top 20, top 10 material type shit.
Dave, I got to say, the favorite comment of the day is from Ryan Barron saying, going to be 2021 before this Gamescast ends.
It is going to be fucking 20. Oh, my God.
That is too funny, man.
Why did we decide to do this? Because we've had conversations before like, oh, we shouldn't do this or that because it's going to take forever. And then we just decided let's talk about 38 games for some reason.
I don't think we knew it was going to be that many games. I think that's the downside.
Well, the list has expanded since you sent me the first one. There's ones on here I didn't even see before.
Yeah, that first one was just a rough draft. It was like, hey, here's generally.
What the fuck is Bizarre Barber? I got to Google Bizarre Barber.
That's Belramio's fault, man. Belramio was like, Brian, you're going to love this. And he posted it. I was like, okay, cool.
I have said in the past that I'm surprised that there's no Barber games in VR.
It's a little different than that. Although,
it's not. Okay.
Dave, while AJ's gone, I think we need to talk about Space Channel 5 and keep this thing rolling.
Absolutely. Yes.
Space Channel 5 was never, I got to be honest, never a favorite of mine on Dreamcast.
Oh, no, it's not one of my favorites, but I have that special place because it's a Dreamcast game. Just because it's a Dreamcast game.
Right, it's perfect. And I think that this is something, if this is Sega saying, we don't want to take any risks with VR, but we're going to license out our properties and see what happens when people make VR games out of them, which seems to be what's
they have
happening
already
here.
With Hatsune Miku, and it always ends poorly.
Right. So hopefully this one was done better. This means maybe if this does well, we're one step closer to seeing Crazy Taxi in VR, right?
Maybe, but maybe not.
Maybe.
I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily like a given.
It's certainly
that if we get this and it goes well, then we'll get other Dreamcast stuff.
But it's more of a given than if it goes bad.
We need Jet Set Radio Future 2 or something where it's sprint vector controls.
Yes.
But I would be so, and you can do the graffiti. Like, that game is actually designed for VR. They didn't realize it at the time, but put King Spray plus sprint vector, bam. That's the Dreamcast game I want.
I'm totally down for that too. Let's move on while AJ's gone.
Get out of here. Let's keep going.
All right.
What's next?
Next one looks like he's gonna kill us. So let's blast through this as fast as possible. Undead Citadel. Yes, we're gonna talk about all the cool games while he's gone.
Yeah.
So Undead Citadel. There we go. Coming from Dark Curry, and I think we have that listed as Q2 2020. So quarter two, sometime in March, April, May, June of 2020. We haven't. I feel like we haven't seen even though we've seen a bunch of video clips from Undead Citadel. I feel like I haven't seen enough Undead Citadel. Is it just lots of combat?
It seems like it, although the combat does look good. Yes. I have written down here exciting melee mechanics. I wrote that last night. I don't know what I was referring to, but it looked good. I really liked the look of the melee. And, like you said, so many games are just waggling. Skyrim VR, for as awesome as it is, you just waggle your shit around. There's no real melee mechanics to it.
I do that at bars as well. But at bars, just waggle my shit around.
Just waggle your shit.
It took too long to be funny, man. Okay.
No, it's fine. So
so
I got it as a 4. Yeah. I got it as a 4. I think it should be good. I don't expect a whole lot of anything crazy, but for what it is as a melee game, I like the dismemberment. Looks good. I like the combat from what I'm seeing. And so I'm moderately hyped. Not super hyped. It's a light 4.
The two things I'm seeing that I like the most in the clip that I'm showing right now are, one, skulls smashing aplenty. Man, you hit him in the head. The bodies seem to react appropriately. The skull goes flying off the head. Dismemberment, explosion of skulls. Pieces of bone fragment everywhere.
I gotta stop you real quick. We thought we got rid of AJ, but he's still in the chat giving his impressions on the thing we're talking about. Get out of here, AJ. Take a break.
Yeah,
I thought we were taking a break.
Right,
8 levels, lots of weapons, and a horde mode. Thanks, AJ.
No, you don't get input, man.
If I don't see your face, you're not here.
But so and that concerns me, right? 8 levels, lots of combat. What else are we doing? Like, what is there? Is there any kind of story? Are there any kind of upgrades? Are there any kind of potions or spells or? Anything. What if we get hit too many times? We just have to go hide in a corner and wait for our health to regenerate? Or is there like an inventory system where you reach down on your utility belt and you grab a potion, and go, and then suddenly you're back to get, what else other than shooting bows and arrows and swinging swords are we doing? But the other
that's a very good point, actually.
The other thing in this trailer that I really like is when it seems that they kind of nailed the melee. Right, because like you said, it doesn't look like Waggle. when you defend yourself, it seems like everything acts the way it's supposed to. And so I feel like if they nailed the combat here, that maybe it doesn't matter how much more there is to the game. Because as great as Golem was, that's a very empty world for the most part. And if it wasn't for the great combat in Golem, then none of us would be speaking so well of it. So if they nail the combat in this game, and it's more of this fast-paced, small enemy after small enemy, small enemy, small enemy, small enemy, small enemy. Oh, here they come! They're all one. Instead of just like the one-on-one Golem type combat, this could be doing something that really scratches an itch for a lot of people. Absolutely. Yeah. Hey AJ, how's it going?
Does look like it has really good physics. By the way, to answer Knox or whatever his name was, Space Channel 5 is you dance and do moves, and while you're dancing, you dodge attacks, and then while you do other moves like this,
we've already moved on.
It shoots.
Yeah, no,
shoots,
AJ, we don't have time
things.
for this shit.
Well, he didn't even know what the game
Just
was.
Google it, motherfucker. Let's go.
Anyways, so Undead Citadel is a 3 for me. It's a strong 3 though.
AJ's not happy with the way we run the show when he's not here.
Well, it's going to be 8 hours long if he sticks around and runs the whole shit.
All right, 3 for me. You guys covered most of this.
Undead Citadel is a 4 for me, a very strong 4. I can't. I'm very excited for this. All right.
So I see the lights of the man bringing me a Popeye's chicken sandwich, so I'm going to go step outside and grab that chicken sandwich.
All right, so we'll do the next 7 games in your absence.
All right, so Honor and Duty.
Like 15 or 20, that'd be cool too.
That was the last quarter 2 game.
Yep.
We have 2 quarter 4 games.
Yeah,
and then we have
nothing in Q3 announced. Huh?
No problem
crazy.
with Nux. And then we have no quarter 3, but that's going to be around the time is when the PS, or is that quarter 4?
Quarter 4. I mean, we're assuming right. Holiday would be like October, November, December.
Yeah. So anyways, Honor and Duty Steampunk. We can't go too much into this because we don't know really a whole lot about it other than it's by Strange Game Studios and it's going to be a PS5. He's aiming to be a PS5 launch title. And I think he is going for more of a single player campaign deal here. Probably going to have multiplayer too, knowing him. But yeah, a steampunk game and maybe even like story driven. But yeah, interested to see how this one turns out. Because it's Strange Game Studios, I'm going to give it a 5. No, realistically though, like a strong 4. Like I love, even though it had some imperfections. I was a big fan of, oh yeah, wait, did we get After the Fall? Well, I guess After Fall doesn't have official, but yeah, it kind of is quarter 3.
We have so many unknown 2020 games to get through. Don't worry, guys. We are not even close to done.
Yeah, and some good ones too. I'm going to give Honor strong 4 only because it's probably very early in development. We haven't seen much on it. I would love to get some trailers as soon as possible, but I really liked the single player content in Honor of Duty, and even with the imperfections and some of the bugs and stuff, it was still.
I enjoyed it. I didn't love it. I mildly liked it, I guess. But D-Day as a whole.
Strange Game Studios has heavy single player component with 64 player online gameplay. I'm putting this back up to a 5 because 64 players in VR. Holy shit. 32 players was chaotic. No, this is absolutely heavy single player component. That's awesome for me. 64 player online. That's a 5. That is absolutely a 5. That is pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll make this really simple. The only thing I could really say negatively about D-Day was that the graphics looked like a really good PlayStation 1 game, right? And so now with the power of the PlayStation 5, it's and that sounds way more derogatory than it should. When you're playing D-Day, it doesn't seem like that. You're way too immersed into what you're doing to really notice those flat shaded textures and stuff or flat shaded polygons. I've not seen any gameplay footage of Steampunk, but man, if it's going to be running on PlayStation 5, then I'm very, very excited to see what they can do. And so if they can boost the graphics up to make it a good, really good looking game, and also have all the features that we've come to expect from Strange Games, plus as they show in the trailer, 64 player
if
multiplayer. I mean, yeah, it's fucking sign me up, man. This is
if this is gonna look
5.
right, if it's gonna, that's the thing. It is like it's not gonna look like the original Honor and Duty Arcade Edition, and that was probably the thing that turned most people off. Was that a lot of early VR games had that kind of, especially from independent developers, had that kind of basic look to it. The blocky, I'm not going to say Minecraft, but you know what I mean when I say Minecraft, like blocky geometry and stuff like that. But yeah, if this take Honor and Duty, first of all, I can't wait for Honor and Duty to get the texture update to see how that affects the game. Like, because what if all of a sudden everybody jumps back into Honor and Duty like crazy because it looks like more realistic and stuff like that. So if this Battlefield, Johnny Rypop says Battlefield VR and Steampunk, sign me up twice. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I do hope, like I said before, I truly believe Honor and Duty will have its heyday with the PS5, even maybe with this texture update. I know people love it left and right. It just does have the problem of the occasional there's no player base for it. But last time I played the game, it did have some players playing and stuff, and it was an absolute blast. It was when the Halloween Castle update came out, and it was so much fun. So if it sustains the player base, absolutely, this is going to be all the rage. And the single player story driven campaign, yes, that is for me all day.
Let's move on.
Yeah, really excited for that one. So
wait, I want to talk about Honor and Duty Steampunk.
Oh, we
give us your 2 cents, Dave.
We almost made it through
real quick.
a game.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you guys were already on Dash World.
Oh,
okay.
Close.
No, I got it as a 3.
Nice.
Okay.
I'm not that excited.
Read the chat though.
You
for
were
some
talking
of the
about
content.
I caught the end of what you were just saying.
Everything that was in the chat was in the teaser that's been playing. 64 player multiplayer. We've known about this shit forever. Let's move on.
I forgot about that.
Oh, all right.
The next one. Oh, sorry, Dave. What's up? What did I miss?
Well, all I got to say is, AJ, you were saying maybe with PS5 it'll have its heyday. It could look so. Okay, there's
with better graphics. No,
but there's a level at which graphics are defined by the hardware's capacity for graphics, and then there's a level at which, if you're like a one-man dev team, that's your limit for graphics. And I think unless he gets the bigger team,
he has been
even on
people.
Even on PS5, it's still going to look like Honor and Duty, I think. And so that turns people off. I'm not saying it's a bad game. Oh, what's up, Reggie? Sorry. But yeah, no, I mean, it is what it is. I don't think it's going to unseat any of the major first-person shooters. But we'll move on. Let's go.
We'll have to see. Next, we have Firmament, which was it's by the developers that missed, and I'm guessing like Abduction as well. Mm-hmm. And this is probably going to be another like exploration puzzle game. And I don't really know a whole lot about this, except they crushed their Kickstarter. So they got the funds they needed to make the game that they wanted to make. Yeah. And for me, this is going to be a 3 because I don't know. I mean, it could be more. Don't know a whole lot about it, but I did really enjoy Myst. I really enjoyed Zing. Of course, this is different developers of Zing, but that style of game, if it has the exploration in it and the cool environments and kind of just wandering around, it'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, my hype level for this is very contingent on one thing, and that's what Cyan Worlds does between now and then with Abduction. They ported the entire game into a new game engine on PlayStation 4 for PlayStation VR. It looks slightly better than it did before, but it's still 100% teleportation, click turning, the worst blinders ever implemented in a game ever whenever you go on an elevator or any kind of vehicle. And it's just so, I mean, it just hampered for no reason at all. And I can't figure out why they would port it into a new graphics engine that would only slightly improve the graphics if they still haven't addressed the major problems. I can only assume that the reason they did it was because they're going to address the major problems with Abduction on PSVR. If they do that and they manage to give us a proper Cyan game in PSVR with Abduction that we all bought a year and a half ago, like expecting it to be, on par, some kind of parity with the PS4 version, which we didn't get, then I'm going to be more excited for Firmament. And if they manage to do that, then fucking awesome, man. All all wounds are healed, right? All debts are forgiven, and everything's going to be great from here on out. But if they don't, if they just leave Abduction the way it is, sorry, man, I have no faith in you as a developer, and I have no idea why you'd even list PlayStation VR as a console or a peripheral that you're going to be supporting with your new game if you haven't actually addressed the issues with the old game. So right now, one. But man, I am very hopeful that between now and then they give me a reason to raise that significantly. Because if they fix Abduction and make it fun, full locomotion, whatever, get rid of those blinders, make it look better, dude, I'm like, then this could easily be a 5. I love those games. I love those style of games. And Abduction's fun. Abduction's not a bad game. They just need to fix it.
Yeah. All right. So, Dave is missing, but we will get his opinion on the number.
Easy.
Next, we have the unknown. Dave. Hold on. You're muted, Dave.
Oh, I'm here.
What's your hype rating for Firmament by the makers of Myst?
Well, it wasn't on the initial list of trailers Brian told me to review, so I'm going to say you guys probably had a great conversation, and yeah, it's a 4. It's a 3.
Did you say it's a 4? Then he said it's a 3 and then cut himself out? Oh, man. All right.
Oh, man. All right, hold on. Let me give we got a shout out to give real quick.
Fuck you! Get out of here!
Very well done. That is for Vinny the Ginny GameCat. Vinny the Ginny GameCat. That's another new one, man. Put hashtag GameCat somewhere in another video in the comments so we can give you a shout out on next week's viewer takeover. He says, "Good evening, gentlemen. Brian watched you from the beginning. Awesome job. You 3 PSVR amigos pair well. Do such a great job. Still trying to decide which one is the handsomest." And then there's a cat in 3 just stars in his eyes. Thank you so much for the donation, man. And the answer is very, very clear. Dave is the handsomest.
It's got the best hair.
He's also not here, so whatever. All right.
All right.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here.
Mark
I'm here.
Pringles Leaf says 4 for me for Firmament. So next we got a pretty interesting one. I'm interested in this one. I kind of think it's divided, but it is Echoes VR, another game we premiered a new trailer for at the 2019 PSVR Awards show. And this game is basically supposed to be like 6,000 feet under sea level, and you're in caves and you're exploring, and there's like some like animals and stuff going around. And I don't know, it's like a first person, some like story. It looks kind of cheesy, but like in a fun way, like a almost like a GoldenEye or Perfect Dark kind of look to it, but like, you know, of course, in nowadays.
So you're trying to say it looks like an N64 game?
It does look like an N64 game.
It's yeah.
In certain parts of it, but still, I love the atmosphere of this game. I love, like, I don't know, something about this game I've just always been excited about, and it looks like it could be a little scary too, but I don't know. It looks like a cool atmospheric N64 game. I don't know. I'm gonna give this one a 3, a solid 3.
Yeah. Do we know that this has aim support?
I don't think it does.
Okay. Yeah. I think we're seeing some two-handed stuff going on.
Ryan Brand says Turok. Yeah.
Oh, Turok. There we go.
There's a lot of nostalgia tied to this for me. Like, it just looks like, I don't know. There's something about this that just appeals to me that I really want.
Yeah. You know, we've seen this trailer that's playing right now. We saw some stuff that was shown during the PSVR award show, and everything kind of says, hey, it's a first-person shooter, but there's a little bit more to it. And it's that a little bit more to it that is going to kind of make or break it for me. To like what's the extra stuff and how much does that rope me in? And so without really knowing what those extra mechanics are, I'm gonna say it's a solid 3. I'm excited for it, but I also have a lot of questions currently.
It is a small team, a small dev team, and yeah, they basically said that, you know, they're learning as they go, and that kind of concerns me because a lot of these tend to have some issues, but they've also delayed it to make sure it's like as polished as it possibly can be. And I love that the main bad guy looks like Dolph Lundgren. Mark Pringlesleaf says 2 or 3 for me. Diz says 1.5. So yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it going both ways here.
Yeah. And so, in case we didn't make it totally clear, we have ventured into we have no idea when in 2020 games list. Like these are
Right.
all these games have said, yep, 2020.
These could be quarter 1 through 4. Anyone. These could be early. I think this game is supposed to be first half of what they said. First half of 2020 is
Nice.
when they're aiming for this game. So some of these we can shed a little bit of light, but they just haven't given us any official release window.
Yeah. All right. Until we see more, let's move on to another game on the list.
All right, next one. I am super hyped for this game. This was recently announced, Swords of Gargantua. It's an arena combat game, and it looks like it's got some additional. It's basically going to be focused around combat, like similar to Golem, a lot of blocking, countering, stuff like that. But it's got like multiplayer, like 4-person multiplayer. I think it's also cross-platform. It is an arena battle thing. It has like music that kind of sounds like Final Fantasy. But this game I am pretty damn hyped for. And I'm really hoping, even though it's not a dungeon crawler, I'm hoping it has a feeling of like something about it just screams like it feels like a dungeon crawler, like going from these like crazy looking rooms to crazy looking rooms and then like battling it out with these different bosses and things like that. This game is actually, to be honest with you, a 5 for me. I don't know if it's Battle Arena Tushin, you dick.
Arena Battle Toshinden.
Arena Battle.
You said this is
Toshinden.
like an arena battle, and I was like, say Toshinden, just fucking say.
But yeah, I am just really, really excited about this one. This is a 5 for me for sure. I know it's still a small team and stuff, but Trey VR says this is good on Quest. But I know Just Incredible VR said this is pretty good, but he did say it's like a what you got? He says it's an arena. Well, he said it's arena combat. So, but they have added some new stuff to it. They've added an adventure mode. So I know it's more about combat based, but there's upgrades in this. There's like different weapon things you can do in this. So there is like a game loop and a progression system that is pretty cool. But yeah, the people like Mark Linnell says 5, Lipnock says 5, my style for sure. This is the reason they say that is, like me, this is a kind of game that appeals to us. I know this game's not going to be for everybody, but this game appeals to me very much.
Yeah, just to be the opinionated douche here, as I'm supposedly.
We love your opinion.
I'm going to call it a 3 for me.
Yeah.
I know it's out on Quest and people like it fairly well. The arena combat thing is not that exciting to me these days. Like going through arenas, fighting guys in just a circular room. I don't know. I want a little something extra. So I'm sure it's got good combat, but the excitement level is right in the middle for me.
Yeah, the 4-player combat, 4-player co-op combat is the only thing I think that is keeping me interested in this. I just feel like we've played too many things that haven't panned out, and I think the adventure part of it, that the additional parts that we haven't really seen anything from, is the stuff that interests me the most. And so until we see more of that, this is probably like about a 2 for me, but it's a game I want to be excited for. It's a
roguelite too. Anybody that likes roguelite. That's what the Tesseract mode.
Not anybody, because I love roguelites, and
roguelites are good. Roguelites are good, but this is just arenas, and there's nothing roguey about that to me.
New adventure mode, Tesseract Abyss. Tesseract Abyss is a new roguelite mode with single and multiplayer options for Sword of Gargantua.
But does it just randomly put in different enemies in that same white
players
arena
will select which stage to challenge after each battle, collect and craft weapons, level up their characters, and continue on a path towards potential epic battles with Gargantua, which I guess is the name for the boss.
Potential, so it could be potentially epic, but we don't know yet.
Within the deepest levels of the Tesseract, if you fail the first time, don't worry, carry over your strength earned from previous attempts.
Yeah, and those are the things about roguelites that I love, like, because roguelikes are fucking difficult, right? But when you start venturing into the roguelite territory, where you actually, like the persistence, where like every single attempt you make, you get to build up these permastats, right? Like things that you carry over from run to run. Yeah, I enjoy roguelites far more than roguelikes, right? So there are elements when we talk about this. Voidcat says no smooth locomotion though. Interesting.
I think they're talking about.
Well,
because
the chat
Triangulator
is all saying until you fall is better.
There's a whole different conversation going on here. Okay.
My Sirento buddy Triangulator.
Yeah,
Ballistic sword play.
I'm there are elements of this that do check a few boxes for me, but what I'm seeing in the trailer isn't checking any boxes for me. So
yeah.
So again, I'm always happy to be wrong, and I can't wait to give this a shot and be wrong about it. So looking forward to it, but it's not for me. Not currently.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, this is, I got to say, we both have quests. We could play this game right now.
Yeah.
It's been out for months.
Yep.
And when it came out, I thought to myself, maybe I'll buy it. And then I decided, nah, I don't care.
Yeah.
So I'm still feeling the same way about it.
Well, I will definitely talk to them and make sure they get some smooth locomotion.
Oh well, fucking! If AJ contacts them, then you better fucking watch out because he's going to change the entire development process.
Vertigo Home, he changed the price point.
Mm-hmm. It's important, man. It's important. I care. But yeah, really, really excited. What was your guys' rating? I gave it a 5. This is one.
It's like a 2 for me. I think
it's a 3 for me.
2 and 3. Yeah. Let's see. So. I like the fact that I'll get a workout too. I don't know. We'll see. It just something about it just looks like something I really want. So, Until You Fall, by the way, is not confirmed for PSVR.
Yes,
it
is.
Not they
100% confirmed.
100%.
100%. I don't know if it made the list, but it's definitely confirmed.
You didn't put it on the list. I just know they said they would like to bring it to PSVR,
and then they said
I don't take that as confirmed. But okay, I thought it was 2, but. I would think it's okay to expect it, but yeah, definitely looking forward to that one as well.
I mean, he just told you it is confirmed, but
it's okay. He doesn't listen to me. If AJ didn't talk to developers and say, "Hey, we need this on PSVR," then it's probably not coming. That's how it works.
Yeah. They said I was being douchey.
Oh man. Okay. Anyways, so next we've got On-Shape VR.
Or is it O-Shape VR?
O-Shape. No, you're right. It is O-Shape.
It
is O-Shape.
So
they changed
ridiculous.
the name last.
Wait, so it went from On-Shape to O-Shape instead of O-Shape to On-Shape?
Yeah.
That's a bad change. It should have stayed On-Shape.
I'm going to guarantee you, Dave, that there was a copyright issue and that
For what?
Who the fuck knows?
On-Shape?
Dude, it sounds like some kind of like,
I mean, if it was called In-Shape.
Maybe it's like an iPhone
On-Shape.
app or something, man. Who knows? There's patents for everything out there. And
you're right. On-Shape Incorporated, product development platform, combines 3D CAD, PDM collaboration, and analytics tools in the cloud. Yeah.
So I can only imagine that when they talked to their lawyers, they said the closest thing we can do is add a little extension to the top of the lowercase n and just call it O-Shape. We'll keep our logo and everything. We'll just add a line. It'll be perfect. It's a little work. No one will even know that we changed our name. Yeah, this looks fun. This looks like that we talked about it very recently, but it looks like that the Japanese TV show, was it the game show? Try to get through the walls, kind of cool stuff. There was a PlayStation 3 move game that did this poorly, but this looks like it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, yeah, we've talked about this a few times now. I like the concept of it, even though concept it looks really fun. Like I said before, one of my favorite features of some of these rhythm games, some of Beat Saber and some of these other games, is the motions that they make you do, like doing the silly moves. That's why I'm excited for Space Channel 5, is to do the silly moves and stuff. I love the feeling of having to execute these certain poses and stuff, and moving your body in certain ways. And this one I'm actually going to give a very, very strong 3, if not a low 4, for my hype scale, official hype level. I'm going to give it like a 3. We'll say 3.
That game's a 3. Absolutely a 3.
Yeah, I'll give it a strong 2. Because even though it looks like it's fun, I feel like I'm going to play it once and go, okay, that was fun. And then
Exactly.
and then maybe not pick it up ever again. We'll see. Who knows? It could really hook you and be like, oh wow, this is actually so much fun. But we'll see. I have no idea until we actually play it. Strong 2 for sure.
Here's the thing though. Andrew C says girls vibe into this game. If you want to get the girls vibing, throw around some O shape.
There you go. Gorkar says AJ like Jake. I am not a dancer, which is why I love being instructed on moves to dance and try to execute.
We definitely put a camera on you for when you play.
Thank you, Hugh Guyver. Super Dexter 1 for me. Sanador says 5 for this one. Looks cool. What's up, Sanador? Sanador had some influence on some developers trying to get some games over. Professor Smile says -2.
Wow.
Triangular.
Wow, that's pretty negative.
Yep. I think 3 is good. I think it's a solid looking game. Not gonna blow anyone away. All right, Brian, you got to tell us what the hell is Bizarre.
I don't know.
What is this?
Where's Belramio when you need him, man?
I don't know. I know nothing. I've never Bizarre Barber until this, so you got to tell us about it.
Yeah, I didn't know anything about it until like today. Belramio on the Discord posted this in Ask Brian, not PSVR News. I'm actually downloading the trailer right now. It looks very odd. Looks like something. Let's call it a rail shooter, where instead of shooting things, you have a giant pair of scissors. And here we go. I'm downloading a 7.
This sounds like a Belramio game.
I'm looking at the NYU Game Center, and this is actually someone's thesis project.
Awesome. It just got better than I thought it was. Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Here we go with the trailer, right?
Bizarre Barber.
The way they describe it is Play-Doh Barber meets Metro 2033, which is like the weirdest concept I can even imagine.
Yeah.
But that sounds pretty good. Although it says for your teenager and your grandma.
What about the people in between?
I don't have a teenager or a grandma.
Yeah.
I don't have either of those things, but maybe it's for me too. I don't know.
Yeah. So what the trailer is showing? It's one of these awful augmented reality like combined shit where they actually show the player in VR. I hate that. And so these heads going by with lots of hair, and you're chopping the hair off of these weird creatures, right? And then at the end, there's a scale, and all the hair falls onto the scale. It weighs it, and then you get a certain number of stars based on your performance. I'll tell you what I like about this game. It's fucking strange as hell.
Yeah.
I love
weird and awesome.
The weirder, the better, right? And like, I want to give this game a 5 because the art style alone is just so perfect, man. It is like I want to play this game because I want to see this in VR. I love what this looks like. The gameplay looks maybe not so exciting, but man, I want to be in this and play this just to see what it looks like in VR.
Yeah. Sanador says beat scissor.
Yes.
Beat scissor. I like it.
I'm kind of with Just Incredible here. It says this game gonna be simple. I think the gameplay, I don't know. It looks really cool, but it also does look like the gameplay sucks. So
well, here's the thing. It got sponsored by Oculus. Like, it was this kid's thesis project, and it was sponsored by Oculus to get funding to launch the game.
I'm gonna be the opinionated douche. Give this a 2.
Okay. I'm just saying, I think there's got to be something to it that we're not seeing in the gameplay here.
I'm pretty sure that's
Oculus saw and said, hey, we're going to give you money to make this game, even though you're in school and this is your thesis. Like, and for me, that says something. I don't know. It looks pretty cool.
I'm wondering how the gameplay ramps up. Like, does it ever speed up? Or is it just so many different things to chop that are coming by you at the same time? Or
it's probably neither, man. It's probably neither one. It's probably the entire game is being shown.
It's probably horrible. That's what you're saying. I like that they showed a brief clip right there before the scale that looks like it could potentially be a boss fight. Like that there's just like one creature in front of you with a ton of hair, and it looks like and nothing's moving. It's just like, do you have like 5 seconds go chop 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 chop? Like what is happening there, right? It could be a boss fight.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be this, and then this,
mm-hmm.
and then this, and then this, and then that's the entire game.
But it's not a toy.
It's not a toy.
Not a toy.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. So
I'll give it a light 4, high 3, somewhere in between.
Okay.
All right, now we've got
3/4.
one of my most anticipated. I'm already giving this 5. Elysia, which is an MMO RPG coming out like I don't know, a quarter. They actually said they're aiming for like summer, I think, of this year
for PC, and then it's
PC,
and then it's
later
like whenever we get to PSVR.
Yeah.
They've actually said that they're really excited about PlayStation VR because they know that PlayStation VR needs a game like this, but it's not technically their lead platform. So
I love the idea of having an MMORPG in VR. And nobody has really done it yet, so that's exciting. Also,
That's not true.
For PSVR.
Gotcha.
And you've already corrected me on that once before. Sorry.
I like that between bites, Dave has opinions.
But actually, yeah, I mean, I did play a lot of WoW because a friend got me hooked to it, and this is clearly, if you look at the trailer, if you know anything about WoW, this looks a lot like WoW. I'm definitely excited for this game to the fullest degree, and they actually showed off some of the character designs and stuff, and it still looks like World of Warcraft. So, World of Warcraft in VR, sign me up. Gradually expanding on this one. Excellent looking game in my opinion. 5.
Brian, what do you think?
Man, I have so many concerns, right? It's not that I don't want this game to be good or I don't want this game to happen, because I definitely do. But I mean, we still haven't gotten Elysium, which was the kind of Grand Theft Auto version of this. We never.
Wait, I thought Elysium is the game we're talking about right now.
Well, Elysium instead of IL.
Oh, just a different spelling. So
Yeah.
spelled properly instead of improperly.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I think these guys need to reconsider, because originally this was called what, Land of Elysia, or what was it?
Tales of Elysia.
I think they need to reconsider while this is still very early in development. Maybe giving it a more distinctive name, because there's going to be confusion. But then what was the other MMO that was like basically like some big scheme?
Oh, Metaverse or Meta World or something like that.
Yes, Meta
Yeah.
World. And
It's a scam, yeah.
they just took everybody's money and ran, and it seemed like that was coming together with all the videos that they were showing. And so it's like, is there a problem creating this style of game for PlayStation VR or in general? Like I got my fingers crossed that they can pull it off.
Well, I mean, I can tell you what the problem is.
Tell me what the problem is, Dave.
It's that there will be 4 people playing the game with you, and I'm at MMO. You'll just get on a server and you'll just be like, oh, there's nobody fucking here. And I don't know. I mean, it's hard to overcome that. I feel like we're at a point where people have big visions of what game they want to bring to VR.
Yeah.
But the player base isn't there. Like when World of Warcraft come out, everybody had a PC at that point. Like everybody just installed it and played it. And I don't know. I think an MMO requires a really, really big, a wide net.
A massive
To get
multiplayer
people.
online base.
Exactly. Something like that. The other thing is it looks so simple. It looks like these are like Unity store assets. This is like,
And they
it's
could
not,
be, if it's this early in development, it could very well be exactly that.
the look of it isn't enticing enough to get me excited about living in that world in the way that you do in an MMO. And I just, it looks a little, what's the word? Shallow, I guess, from what I've seen. I can't see what the mechanics are. I don't know what the gameplay is. What
It
is
looks
the
like
RPG
vanilla
part?
WoW,
Like,
man.
what is
I mean, I imagine when it first started out. But yeah, I don't know.
I got it as a 3.
Yeah, I'll give the 3 as well.
It's
Mostly
higher than
because
I expected.
Mostly because I'm just concerned that it's just not going to happen or it's not going to come together. And I would 100% guarantee you that PlayStation VR development hasn't even started. So I feel like these guys are they've got their PC version ahead of them, and then I think they're going to start tackling the PlayStation VR version and finding out very quickly about all the obstacles that every other developer has already discovered, and they might be over promising on something they can't deliver. Fingers crossed that I'm wrong.
I think that's fair to assume because nobody's done it yet. So until somebody proves it wrong. But yeah, I just because like I said, because I can see the influence and stuff. Like I think I agree with mostly everybody that it might take some time with this one. Like it's probably going to take a lot of time for this one. But I think the end goal is what I can see, and I'm pretty excited about it. Definitely looking forward to see how this one turns out.
Well, yeah, I mean, goals and ambitions are awesome, but I feel like we've seen so many. I mean, PSVR library is littered with the corpses of goals and ambitions. Like people had ideas about like Saber.
Skeletal
We're gonna make
remains.
Saber. It's a multiplayer only game, and you can have 12 people.
It is
though you'll only ever
cross-platform.
find. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. We'll see.
Speaking of grand ambitions, let's move on to our next game.
Next game. Oh, so this is an example of go terribly wrong with Elysia, and that is Nostos. I was really excited about this one. To be honest with you, I still kind of am, but again, this is another one that's clearly showing that it's going to need a lot of time because the early access for Nostos dropped, and the early reception is not good. Right. It's basically like they got the game functioning, and that's it. So, it's going to take a long time for the game. It is disappointing. But
and for anyone curious, what this is kind of like the Fantasy Star Online style of game, right? You go out with a small party of was it 3 other real people in a co-op kind of RPG dungeon crawling setting. That seems to be the elevator pitch for this game.
Right. Yeah, it had some cool ideas. I really like and I think it was supposed to have some kind of like cool combat and stuff in it. But yeah, this is a 2 for me because of the early reception. And that 2 is either a 2 or could be higher because of hoping that in the future, maybe even potentially PS5, it does get more development over time. I think a lot of games are going to start out just falling flat on their face, and then maybe over time kind of develop more and more until they get to where they need to.
I want this game to be good in the worst possible way. This looks like right. This looks like a Studio Ghibli game come to life. This looks like the multiplayer version of Ni no Kuni, and then it's obviously not what's happened. It's obviously not the game people got. And having it in first person VR, part of this trailer shows you climbing up a wall in first person, and it kind of reminded me immediately of Breath of the Wild. And it's just like, oh man, there's so many things about this that I just want to work so much to the point where I kind of want to say, hey, NetEase Games, stop developing this for PlayStation 4. It's not going to happen. Move on to the PS5 dev kits and give this game everything it deserves, man. Give it some time, give it the development time it deserves, and give it the horsepower it needs. I want this game to be good in the worst possible way, and I'm actually going to give it a very high score of 4, hoping that they do that. Because it's still in early access. We've seen so many games come to early access, and by the time it comes out of early access, be wildly different, fixes all of its problems. And man, I am just hoping beyond hope. That is where that 4 comes from. It comes from no rational place up here. It comes from here, right here.
Yeah, that's me too. I'm going to give this a 4 as well. The art design. I mean, so if we're comparing this is really easy because Elysia just popped up right before it. So if you're talking about this kind of like online RPG, to draw me in, Nostos just looks. Like you said, the art design is leagues ahead of Elysia.
Right.
Elysia looks like some generic ass, like I said, Unity assets.
Elysia looks like World of Warcraft, which you guys clearly haven't played.
Okay, I'm saying in 2020, the original World of Warcraft looks like generic nonsense. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, so Nostos has its own identity as far as the way it looks and the way it seems like it'll feel. And so that's got me hyped. All the feedback on Steam right now that's negative is about the performance for the most part. And if it gets onto PlayStation, that can't possibly be an issue because Sony will say, this doesn't
Right.
run. And so when we get it, if we get it when we get it, PS5, PS4, whatever it is, those issues will have had to be ironed out already. And so I think if that's the problem people have, it doesn't run well on my PC, just optimize it, get it ready to go, and then could still be a really good game. So I got a 4 on this one.
Nice.
I like it. And when you say Phantasy Star Online, I'm just immediately like very excited about anything.
All right, next we've got a good one. Crisis Brigade 2. Now, we had talked about Crisis Brigade already a couple times. Came out. It was hard as balls. It was one level. It looked okay. It wasn't that great. Some people liked it. Most people didn't. But it was cheap, so nobody complained. Then they added 2
Did you say
updates.
most people didn't like?
I just smile and nod at this point. I'm like, AJ, you're so in the minority on that. But thank you for coming. Thank you
When
for
you
coming
say you
around
didn't like
eventually.
At launch, people.
Oh man, I was
Not
praising that
most
thing
people.
up and
Not
down.
most people.
I didn't. Oh, maybe I was the minority. I didn't.
It was $6 and it was amazing. We're like, $6. This is amazing.
Did you not?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I said. Nobody complained because it was $6, but I didn't think. But once they updated it, okay. Let me say myself.
Yeah.
I didn't like it at launch because I
I
didn't
think
feel
that's
like
what you meant. Yeah.
I didn't think the gameplay was that good. I thought it looked awful and just wasn't fun. Like there's a nice balance between like difficulty and like fun, and it just didn't have that fun factor for me.
You're
But
saying it was too hard for you, AJ.
It's too.
it was
too
a
hard for
pretty
it,
it was pretty difficult. But once they updated it and tweaked it, made it look better. They had like a whole graphics overhaul on it. I fell in love with the game, and yeah. So this is basically gonna, like we said before, they're gonna add 3-person multiplayer, and then they're also going to basically have a new skin, new look for it. We've already seen a little bit. Brian's showing it now of what it looks like now, and it could potentially be, what you call it, like a time crisis.
Yeah.
I guess it could potentially be like Time Crisis. Yes.
Yep. I mean,
What do you think, Brian?
we don't need to talk about Crisis Brigade 1. I've got my original review still out there telling people what I thought of that game when it was first out. Let's talk about Crisis Brigade 2. Man, these guys, Sumo Lab has really stepped up their game as far as these graphics go. This looks stunning. It looks super realistic. And man, if they manage to, and what they're showing here, I don't know if they're just being like, hey, let's pan a camera around the environments, which I'm assuming is what they're doing, but are they also possibly hinting at the fact that, hey, we're stepping out of the time crisis genre and saying we're giving you full locomotion to explore these environments thoroughly? I don't know if we've got any confirmation on that at all, but man, it is they're panning through these environments, and I've got my fingers crossed that maybe they're evolving into something else. We'll see. I'd be happy either way, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they've proven they've been able to tweak and add to Crisis Brigade 1 pretty well. And I don't know. I trust them as a dev at this point to give us something fun and well-priced.
I wonder, do you guys know if Sumo Lab, did they just like decide to make all these tweaks to the game? Or do you think they actually like, feedback somewhere? Or did they just decide, like, they had to have listened to feedback and hearing everybody say it was too difficult, something, and tweak the difficulty, tweak the graphics, added content.
Well, it was their original plan to add more content. That was
the original plan.
That was said before launch.
Okay.
As far as difficulty is concerned, I was a little upset when they tweaked the difficulty because they made it too easy. I think it's kind of boring now, to be honest with you. I feel like they went too far in the other direction, and so they probably listened to too many people that played it once or twice, died a bunch of times, and was like, this is too hard, and then they tweaked it and they made it too easy. But that's my opinion. I don't have any concrete evidence on that.
Yeah, I think we had one person said they hated it, and one person said, yeah. That's about it. Yeah. Probably pretty divisive.
Yeah, even after they nerfed it, I heard from people, they said it was still too hard, and I was like, wow, that's
still kind of hard.
shocking.
Yeah, I mean it's not that.
Yeah, I think it's pretty difficult. The first level was easy, but the second two get.
The first level is the one that got patched for difficulty.
Only the first one?
When it was out, that was
the only stage to patch. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I'm
That's
sure
when the patch came out.
And I could be wrong. I don't remember there being a graphics overhaul.
They tweaked it a little bit.
It was slight. It wasn't. Yeah, when you said you didn't like how it looked, and then they patched it. I mean, it looks the same. It just the performance is better.
It looked a little bit more polished. Like it just looked like a little.
I
bit
think
shinier.
Did they knock it up from 60 to 120 hertz? I feel like it was something like that, where they just made it smoother and crisper, but not the graphics are the same. They're just crisper and smoother, I think. I don't know. I think I'm a 4 on this one. I'm excited. I think they've done a good job.
I agree. I'm a 4 on Crisis Brigade 2, and I think it has potential to be awesome.
I'm so curious. I never until watching this right now said, is it possible that they're experimenting with a different genre with Crisis Brigade 2? Do you think it's possible? Do you think they're going to give us?
I don't think so. I mean, why would you still call it the same thing?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Clearly, I mean, the title is obviously referencing Time Crisis,
right?
So,
but here's what Time Crisis always did. Time Crisis never like blacked out and then teleported you to a new place, and then blacked out and teleported you to a new place. It would always take the camera and like bounce from one place to another and like run down the street and
Blood and Truth. It's Blood and Truth. Yeah,
right. Without your control over where you're actually going, and I'm wondering if can that work? You know, if they don't ask for your input, are they going to be like, okay, we're going to run down the street now, and you're just going to be shooting guys as your character's running down the street, like a more typical of a rail shooter, rather than a. I don't know. I can't wait to see what they do. I have total faith in them, though.
It'll be interesting. What's up, Decepticon?
I'm giving this a 4, I guess. I don't know.
4. So
4's across the board.
Yep.
Oh, cool.
4's across the boards.
Nice.
All right, next we've got a game that's in like pre-Kickstarter. It's a little early on this. Crisis Brigade, of course, Crisis Brigade 2. But still pretty excited about this. And that's going to be Distortion VR by, I think, Outsource Future Mental. No, I don't remember the name. I got to remember the actual name. It should say in the trailer. But this is going to be basically like one of the first, well, no, not the first, but it's going to be a cyberpunk game coming this year, sorry. And this one actually has like a lot of really cool around it. To the developer Jeff, who's pretty cool guy. He's got lots of experience in AAA companies like Activision and stuff. Small team working on this one, but very experienced team. So I'm interested to see how that turns out. But you know, he had me pretty much sold as when he was driving around the city in a flying car, and it just had that Blade Runner Deus Ex look to it, like a low budget Deus Ex look to it. So first person shooter. I love how when you shoot the enemies, they like pixelate and shit. But yeah, gonna have aim support and I think move support as well with the two-hander, but definitely aim support that he's confirmed because he said he was flying around in the ship with the aim. But says basically his goal is to make a huge. He says the world that he's city that you can roam around in this is insanely huge, and wants to make like a story-based mission thing going on here. But I'm definitely a 4 for me for this one.
Yeah, that's a 2 or a 3 for me. I don't know. When you say low budget, I feel like that's the operative word here. You see the footage that we've got. You see the footage that we've got in front of us, and it's like, I like cyberpunk stuff,
right?
But beyond that, nothing is drawing me into this game.
Well, you loved Sirento.
Yeah, no, but I mean, this is more cyberpunk than Sirento for sure. This is like Blade Runner, like you said,
right?
But besides looking kind of like Blade Runner, there's nothing that I see that draws me and makes me excited about this. And the fact that you're saying it's pre-Kickstarter and he's got all these fancy ideas, like, that's cool and all, but we've seen enough Kickstarters with fancy ideas that don't amount to a hill of beans. Is that a phrase? I don't know. It just like...
Well, to already have this much pre-Kickstarter, I mean...
I'm just very cautious about saying I'm excited about this because I don't know yet. It's a 2 or a 3.
I think what adds to my excitement is that this is pre-funded Future Mental games. this is pre-funded and all that stuff. So I imagine the Kickstarter fund is going to help like fill out this world a little bit, add a little bit more to it. And that's
but
kind
so
of what,
I mean, like if we can think about the examples of an open world game in VR that we've seen so far, I think probably the biggest one is like LA Noire. Besides Skyrim, obviously Skyrim is, but like
And
a
No
recent
Man's Sky, of course. Yep.
No Man's Sky. Well, okay. But I'm
Right.
saying like in a game like this kind of thing, you have a city that you explore.
Right.
It's LA Noire, and that is a big studio with a big budget, and
Right.
they can accomplish whatever their ambitions are theoretically.
Right.
And that's an empty city with nothing to do in it except for your missions. And I just worry, you know, he's got these ideas to create a big sprawling landscape, but unless you have the resources, the manpower to put in something interesting to do everywhere, it's not, I mean, it feels desolate and strange, and it's not a benefit at that point. So we'll see. I don't know. What do you think, bro?
It's a big we'll see, because I mean, what are we doing? Are we running down the street just shooting everything that moves? If it maybe not. Maybe we're the only human left. Who the fuck knows, man? Like
well, there's the flying too, but yeah, I mean,
right. And
what
I was
else
like,
besides
the
that?
flying looks pretty cool, man. Like fucking send me some G police shit, right? Like
yeah.
I'm so down for a game that looks like this to play really well and have moment to moment gameplay that like just blows me out of the water. And let's not even say blows me out of the water. Let's say is intriguing enough to keep playing, from beginning to end. Because I feel like this could get stale very quickly, or if done right, it could be amazing. And there's no way for any of us to say where it's gonna land until we see the final product. There's a lot of reasons to be concerned, but there's a lot of reasons to be excited. And because of that, I have to fall like squarely in the middle of our without parole patented hype level rating scale. I think it gets longer every time I say the name of it. Three.
Yeah.
Wait,
Mark
wait.
Pringles Leaf says
1,
three.
2, 3, 4,
A
5,
lot of people are mentioning
three small.
start on this game as being this like ambitious open world cyberpunk game. So, but that's and that actually is they did pretty much confirm that that's going to be a PS5 title. So I think we're going to actually be getting this one first. So it's got that advantage going for it. But again, it's still going to have to prove by with gameplay, story elements, stuff like that, how what it's capable of. I also really like that he's been active on on Reddit and stuff, getting feedback, showing people stuff. We talked about that. He was on like a cyberpunk train, and he was like, "Are people going to get sick?" And they were like, "Screw people that get sick." No offense, but was like, don't worry about people getting sick. Just make the game you want to make and make it fun and crazy and stuff. So
I will give
fun
him
fact,
this: he's smart, right?
Yeah,
He's
right.
smart. Community feedback, a nice way to self promote without spending any money. He's doing a good job of that. We'll see if it pans out for him. Guys, we got to move on, man.
We have just 11 games left,
Oh, my-
but we still have some big ones. All right. So the next one is another one too much on Taurus VR, which we basically were just was recently announced. It's supposed to be like an arcade style Galaga first person kind of thing. Kind of looks like another. This one has a long way to go. This one they said they're aiming for summer release on PC and then later on PS4. But yeah, this looks like Galaga inspired first person shooter. I think Polish Paul actually previewed this and said it was kind of fun with like the
Didn't we get
with the thing.
Just Incredible's response on this one in the Discord?
Oh yeah,
We
yeah.
tasked
Just
him.
Incredible said but he said the gameplay is fun. I think
Good.
But he says like visually it needed some work, but the gameplay is supposed to be pretty good.
Excellent.
So this one I'm going to give a 3 or a strong 2 or 3 for excitement level.
I'm gonna say a nice solid 1 because there is nothing about this that interests me at all. And and the games like this have definitely surprised me before, where I'm like, oh wow, there's more to this than I thought there was. If there's weapon upgrades, if there's if this thing the better you do in each stage, the more money you get to upgrade your ship. Perfect. There's so many ways that this could be awesome. From what they're showing in this trailer, it is a solid 1 for me.
Yeah.
Feeling it too. I don't know. There's something about it that looks like you said, could be surprising, could be good. I like the look of the stages also, but it seems like that's just window dressing as far as the game's concerned.
Right.
It looks pretty simple, arcade shooter kind of thing. I don't know. 2.
Okay. Sounds good.
Just Grubble says, yep, this game surprised me. I like the way it worked. Needs more work. Yeah, I kind of figured.
Good.
I think that's fair. All right, moving on. We have First Contact Entertainment's next game, Solaris. Off-world combat, something. We do know it's going to be AIM support. It's going to have dedicated servers. It's going to be like team deathmatch, it looks like. And we don't, unfortunately, know a whole lot about this game. But because it's First Contact, I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and give it a strong 4 because I really love Firewall. I have more hours in Firewall than I do No Man's Sky.
I have more
hours in Firewall than like
real
any
life.
game. Yeah,
than real life. But you know, this I just at this point I trust the Firewall devs. They have to prove me. They have to basically let me doubt it first before I am not crazy about it. But yeah, I don't know. They have to basically prove me wrong first to give me a reason to not be excited. So. Definitely a strong 4 for me. I do hope that there is like some sliding and shooting mechanics. I think that would be pretty cool.
David?
Yeah, I've got this. I know I always get pegged as the guy who hates Firewall around here, which is not true at all. I've had issues, but I have this at a 5, actually.
Nice.
I think so. Like we've talked about all these other games, are they going to compete with Firewall? Yay or nay? The answer is essentially no in every case, even if it's
right,
something exciting. But who else can compete with First Contact other than First Contact at this point?
Right.
And so it looks like a different style of gameplay that people have been asking for in Firewall. Like, let's get a team deathmatch. Let's get something more fast-paced, less tactical. And so this seems like the other side of that coin where, okay, we're making that game for you. And it looks like we haven't seen much of anything, but I have to assume it's up to the level of quality and maybe even higher because they've sold a shitload of copies of Firewall.
Right.
So their team has probably expanded. I'm sure they've got a bigger budget than they did the first time around. And so I'm actually pretty excited about this one. It sucks that PSVR is getting it later than everything else. But when it gets here, I think it'll be a good one and might actually draw some people away from Firewall. Finally, some other game that can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think having only released one PSVR game, somehow First Contact is up there with the upper echelon of PSVR developers. Every time you hear Survios is making a new game, you get excited. Every time if you heard that Capcom was making a new game, you'd be like, oh wow, they fucking nailed it. So you hear First Contact's making another first-person shooter, but that's kind of wildly different than the one we have. This slow, deliberate game is now we're going to have their version of a maybe a fast-paced Call of Duty style game, and there's a reason they showed that sliding mechanic in the game when you slide and grab that gun.
Just to clarify, I think this is more Unreal Tournament than Call of Duty.
Okay.
Because there are little details like when you run over a weapon, that becomes your new weapon that you have, like pickups in the environment. It kind of make me think if it's fast-paced and that's the mechanic, that's way more Unreal Tournament than it is Call of Duty.
I'm going to agree with whatever you say, Dave, because fast-paced, competitive VR, fast-paced first-person shooters have never really been my wheelhouse, ever. So you 100% know more about this than I do. But I think there's a reason they're showing that sliding mechanic where you slide and grab that gun at the same time. With a CG trailer that even the CG trailer shows off so little of what you're actually doing, I think they're trying to very quickly impart saying, dude, we are bringing VR to a new level. We are trying things that aren't seen in many VR games. What are the very, other than like Sirento, what other game has you hitting the floor and sliding and doing anything simultaneously with anything else? And I think that's...
And I will say, that's like the best part of Sirento. That's like my favorite fucking part of Sirento.
Absolutely.
Sliding, not flipping?
I think combining
sliding is fun.
If you flip off a wall and then you slide and you slice a guy, that's
It is fun to
combined,
slide, especially
the
when you
best
do it by
feeling.
accident. You're, but I love backflipping.
I think it's the longest we ever lost you, AJ. Like for that entire pantomime, I didn't hear a word you said.
Oh shit, my bad.
But it was good. You did it perfectly so that I knew what you were talking about.
I felt what you meant. I felt it.
Yeah, right here. Right here.
All right,
moving on.
So,
So 5.
the hypest IP of 2020, Tarzan VR.
Oh, baby.
Lord of the Jungle.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually, so there's reasons to be both excited and kind of worried about this one. What they showed in the first trailer, the big trailer, was actually pretty decent. It shows like a whole island to explore. Now they did say this is going to be episodic, which is probably kind of a problem, but I imagine the whole first island.
Can I ask this real quick? Has any episodic game ever released a second episode?
Yes. The publisher of this, Fun
What
Train,
is it?
has released Exorcist, all 5 chapters. And,
okay.
and they're the publisher of this game.
Well, I will say Exorcist is one game split into 5
Stone
parts.
Punk Studios as well. This is made by developers, Stone Punk Studios, who have Penjorian. I don't remember. It's like some PC.
Yeah, you're on your own for that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not sure Tarzan VR is going to sell enough to make a second one.
But it's the hottest IP of 2020.
That's what I said before.
I actually feel like because it's Tarzan, people might actually buy it. Like, I don't.
Who cares about Tarzan? What the fuck are you talking about?
I have no idea.
Does anyone in the chat, someone in the chat, tell me decisively that you really, really
I feel
care
like
about
people,
Tarzan?
I feel like I don't know. I just have I don't know. I just have a feeling. But I do like the look of the melee combat and the swinging and stuff. But
I just decided that from now on, every time your mic cuts out, I'm going to have a series of little word balloons that I'm going to put up right next to your face that have random things that I think you're saying.
Check. Okay, hold on.
You're good.
Check.
You're fine. You don't have to
that's
check.
working?
You're fine.
This is-
no, you're
this is
absolutely
clipping.
fine.
It's all
Clipping.
working until you're in the middle of a deep thought, and then it just cuts
Yeah.
out. Check.
Check.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's weird.
Yeah,
it was
the
like
checks
clipping.
are working. It's all good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put this at a 2, especially because the latest trailer was like 2 seconds of nothing.
Yeah.
And he didn't even grab a vine or anything.
Right.
I don't know, man.
The trailer before
just-
it was decent enough, though.
Yeah.
It was decent, which I'll put it at a 3. But this newest trailer puts it down to a 2. And the thing is, like, I don't know. I just think they got the Tarzan license real cheap. And they were like, let's see if we can sell some of these things. And so I think it's not going to be a great game. I think for sure it won't be a great game. But
I just think it could be a good game.
it
Or
could
I think
be
it- I
a
think-
good game. It
Let me
could be-
say, regardless of good game or not, let's make a bet that it like. I want to see. I wish we could know like sales numbers because I would love to bet on sales on this. And I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'd be right, but I would just want to have some fun with this one and make a bet for some reason. But I don't know how we measure it. But
we can make a bet about whether or not it ends up being good.
Dave, hit it for me.
Oh, hey,
Hey.
Cape Panic again.
This is my treat,
And that's Cape Panic, the recently GameCat Pro patch with the $1.99 donations to Disney combined IPs, Tarzan versus Predator VR. Predator wins, hands down.
Okay. Yeah.
Game over. Predator has the 3 lasers, blows his head off, and then roll the credits.
I'm going to say real quick to move this along. I'm going to say a strong 3 for me. I have a feeling that this is going to be a fun game. If there was a developer out there saying, "Hey man, I want to make a game where we swing on vines in VR," and then they were like, "Well, obviously we want to make a Tarzan game." They're like, "Oh yeah, I guess that's what we want to do because we want to swing on vines in VR," and it's like, and like a lot of the environments look pretty good. I know a lot of people complained about the elephant. I'm still not sure what that's all about.
I don't know.
But it's so far there's been nothing to convince me that this isn't going to be at least fun to play, whether it be a great game or not. There's that elephant. Like, what's wrong with the elephant? I'm so confused.
Well, I haven't seen
Troy
the
Powell says-
part of the gameplay that looks fun. Like, which part of the gameplay looks
I
fun?
want to swing on vines, Dave, through a jungle and
Okay,
wear
but if
like
they're-
just the most
If
minimal
you're
of
on
clothing.
a fixed path, if you're on a fixed path and there's a vine here,
Wait,
and
why-
a vine
wait, why-
there,
why a
and
fixed
vine
path?
here, I assume you think it's an open world Tarzan game. I doubt it.
I feel like they've
think
made
it's-
insinuations that, like, even though it's episodic, that there is That there is like an openness to the world.
An open island.
That's fine. If you're just pointing and clicking at different vines you want to swing on.
John Riggs is in the
cool
chat,
for a
and he
minute,
says, "I'm
but-
totally stoked for Tarzan VR."
What's up, John Riggs?
That's cool, John.
So,
What's up, John
Dave, I
Riggs?
want you to pay attention to this trailer, and I don't even think, I think it's more Spider-Man than Tarzan because I feel like he's spawning the vines instead of grabbing onto vines.
Okay.
When he's
Well, I mean,
swinging there, and they
doesn't
just
make
kind of
any
appear
sense,
as you
but-
do this. It doesn't make any sense, but I think it's gonna be way more fun to be like, here's a
I think
strict
it's-
series of vines that you have to pay attention to. You can only go down
I
this path
do-
or this path, but no,
I
here's a
do
different
agree.
locomotion style that you can use to. Sorry, I keep cutting you off. To swing through this place, I think it's gonna be fun. That's all.
I do agree it's okay to sacrifice make for fun. Not saying that it's going to be either, but art style looks great, says Just Incredible VR. I'm going to give this one, I'm going to give it a strong 3 as well. Like, I think it looks pretty cool. I like the idea of roaming around I don't know how to.
I just want to be able to punch the elephants. They show him punching bad guys. I want to punch the elephants, man. Like how
Poor
many
elephant.
How
Somebody
many
get that
punches?
elephant out of there.
How many punches does it take to take down an elephant? That's the question that this game needs to answer for me. How many
I'm like
licks
you.
does it take?
I think even as Tarzan, it would take quite a few. And I don't know if you'd want to sit there for 30 minutes trying to beat up an elephant.
I was hoping
It would
like
take a
maybe
long
2 or 3. Otherwise, I lose interest.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be 2 or 3. It's
One solid uppercut, man. Like that whole trunk goes right up into his skull. That's what I heard.
It's a god-darned elephant.
I don't know.
Mark Linnell, we do want to take a moment to wish everybody and hope everybody is well out there in Australia.
Oh Jesus, yeah.
Fires and stuff going on.
Oh, yeah.
We're thinking about you guys. Away in the United States, or if you get into trouble,
Just hop on. Just
you can come live with me. Any
He's
game
got a
cat,
lot of room.
any Australian game cat, I got a free room here.
oh,
bad.
don't say that, dude. Seraphim is going to show up at your house.
And he's
You're
bringing
not
the
gonna want
spiders
that.
with him.
You're not going to want that.
No, but for real though, we are thinking you guys are okay and stay safe out there. Moving on.
Yeah, let's get beyond Tarzan.
Dash World, another. Seems to be like the hypest kart game to come out so far.
Yeah.
Potentially the best kart game. I loved touring karts. John Riggs, I actually saw some of your stream of touring karts, but I would love to hear your impressions in the end. What you thought by the end of it. I caught the beginning of the stream. But thank you everybody for all the love to Australia out there. Yeah, it sucks, man. But yeah, Dash World, man. I mean, how could it not be a 5 for me?
Really? A 5? Okay.
Yeah, like I don't expect it to be. I don't know. I'm okay. Maybe a 4. Maybe a 4.
I know. Don't retract, man. I was with you. I was with you. As far as hype level is concerned, man, I don't know if this game's going to turn out to be like better or worse than touring carts, but my hype level for it is definitely a 5. Like, I'm so excited for this.
The gameplay down. I know it has levels. I know it has the cool looking loops and stuff like that. That's kind of why I'm like 5, leaning towards 5. And I am waiting for the beta to come out, but. It does have to have the gameplay. It doesn't matter what a game looks like. If it's not fun, it's not fun. Mini Motor Racing proved that.
Unfortunately.
And, yes, which not saying that it's bad. I like Mini Motor Racing, but it just has some boring gameplay. But everything
It's
else
just not fun, but I like it.
all right, you know what I mean. But yeah, this world itself looks pretty amazing, and if it has the sense of speed and has like the fun drive, if the driving is fun, I'm down. It also has wheel support, so pretty hyped.
Now the question is it going to have the wheel support with the Move controller support like touring carts did? Because that's obviously the coolest, most immersive way to play touring carts. That's going to be the question. Let's see how far these guys take it.
What are you saying? The Move support versus?
No, so touring carts obviously has so many control schemes, and we know that Dash is going to support the wheel. We don't know if Dash is going to support a wheel plus a Move controller, right? Because that's the way you play touring carts, right? Is move with a wheel and a Move controller.
Right.
That's the one thing we don't know about the control schemes. It's gonna support the moves. It's gonna support the DualShock 4. It's gonna support the wheel. Is it gonna support combinations? And I think that's essential.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know about essential.
Actually,
I think if it's
I just saw one hand on the wheel.
Right,
So,
that's why move controllers for me is like 2 move controllers, one hand.
I don't know if that's like a move. Yeah, I don't know if that's 2 move controllers on one thing. Dave, what were you saying? Sorry, man.
Oh, I'm just saying, I don't know if it's a make or break to have wheel plus move support. Because, like, honestly, what percentage of you guys out in the chat have a wheel? Brian, you don't have a wheel. I don't have a wheel. AJ's the only one here with a wheel.
I do have a wheel. I
didn't know that.
I played a lot of touring carts with it.
33% of us in this chat don't have a wheel.
Andrew C says, "Wait." Andrew C
us.
says, "Wait." Does touring car wheel and a move?
Yeah.
Fuck. Be right back. Buying. Yeah, man. Touring carts kicks ass, man.
It does.
Touring carts is so much fun.
Everybody should. I love that game. I have 20 hours in touring carts.
All I'm saying is I don't think that's a make or break thing. I think the make or break is, does it feel and look and run better
I agree with David.
than touring carts?
Yep.
The control options are a nice, sprinkle on top of the pie or whatever. I don't know what that means, but you know what I mean. Oh, wait, hold on.
Don't tweet me! What are you?
That's a $10 tip from Betty. It's the
so
longest
long.
thing. That's so fucking long.
Thank you so much,
Creeper Betty.
Creeper Betty says chinchilla hair. Happy Friday Eve. What did I miss? Is this an inside joke?
I guess one of us have chinchilla hair.
I would have to guess, Dave.
I gotta Google it. Chinchilla.
I don't know what chinchilla looks like.
What does their hair look like?
What a chinchilla looks like?
Anyways,
it comes from South America. It's a little South American thing. It looks like a Pikachu, but
did you
brown
Google faster than I did?
and furry. No, I just know what a chinchilla looks like.
Oh, get out of here!
What?
Wait, these barely have any hair. These things look hairless.
So maybe it's me.
You guys don't even know.
Anyways, I think the thing that really matters is if it's solid and polished and runs well.
Yep.
Because for me, when I popped into touring carts, I was like, this is cool. The stages aren't that exciting from a driving standpoint. So I think Dash Dash has a little bit of a leg up there. They're not as straightforward. They're more interesting, like a Mario Kart stage would be.
Mm-hmm.
But really just, I've had motion sickness and felt uncomfortable with touring carts. And that doesn't happen with games. Like, at this point, I've played everything, and that doesn't happen.
But did you play after the update?
No,
did you say no?
I haven't played since the update, but at launch, there was this sort of like, I don't want to say jankiness, but it wasn't hitting what it needed to hit. And if Dash Dash World is really polished and runs really well and has those more interesting courses, I think it's going to edge out touring carts.
99% of the people.
A 4 for me. It's a 4.
99% of the people I know that touring care for it first, and then they played it a little bit more and got like used to the gameplay and stuff, and then they turned around. I really think you should go back and revisit it sometime.
Well, yeah, no, I feel like there's always something better about a game that doesn't force you to learn to like it. Like, right. If Dash Dash World doesn't make you sit with it for hours to realize that you enjoy it and it's just immediately fun, yeah, it's got to beat by a mile, I think. So.
I would say I like the turbo system, the nitro boost system in Dash Dash better. Every time you go around the turn and
well, so you've played the beta, right?
Yeah, I actually haven't played the most recent beta.
Okay, so from having played the beta, what would you say? Like,
I'm all.
What's the current state? You like it? Okay.
So, yeah, I haven't even seen the most recent updates for the game, and where it was the last time I checked in on it. This is a 5 on the hype meter, man. This is something I think it's going to be better than touring carts, and and seeing what they've done since the last time I checked in is monumental improvements. So I'm super hyped for this, big time. And the reason I was saying there's this essentialness about the wheel and the move is that I don't know if driving in VR these new kart racers are very much focused on, hey, I'm driving by somebody and I gotta like aim at them and shoot at them with my other hand, or I've got this big hammer that I'm hitting people with and I have to actually hit somebody with it. Like I feel like you lose something if you don't add that, and I can't imagine.
I don't know. So side note, for me, that's gimmicky and unnecessary. I don't think that that's part of what I need or want in a VR kart racer. Like
Okay.
the racing is what I want. The cool stages is what I want. The interesting environments is what I want. The feeling of fun being up against other people. I don't need to have a hammer that I go like this and bash other people.
I'm not saying
that
you're
feels
wrong.
gimmicky and unnecessary to me.
Guys, I think
So,
it's time to move on. I think.
Whoa, hold on a second. I'm not saying you're wrong, Dave, because eventually I reverted to playing a lot of touring karts with a DualShock 4. And so, and that had just enough movement and whatever I needed. And so, like, it's not essential, but I think it does add a lot to the game for people who want to play that way. And I can't see why they wouldn't have
having options. Obviously, is cool. People will like it or not like it, but
all right, now AJ, now we can move along. Sorry,
we've only got 7 left. We got to get through this.
We're almost there.
Only 7 left. We're 4 hours in, and we only got 7 left.
Next,
it's gonna be the longest fucking games, guys.
It might be.
No,
it already is.
That is a tall to beat.
I don't know. 4 hours is pretty goddamn long, AJ.
True.
Yeah, I think the last time we failed at doing the top 20 list live, it was about 4 hours, and then we did the rest not live.
All right. Well, we've only got 7 left. So, Humanity, which we know is being published by Enhanced Games. So, and this is Sony seems to be behind this one for a good bit. So, this one is like a very strong 4 for me. I have no idea what it is, but it looks kind of like Lemmings and looks pretty insane. It could be a 5 for me even, but I'm just going to go with 4 to play it a little bit safer. But yeah, I love the look of just all the chaos of the swarms of people battling with lightsabers and shooting and hordes of people and stuff like that.
Strong. Yeah, so on my spreadsheet here, I have written down it's a 5, and I wrote bathe me in Enhanced Games. And that's how I feel. I just want all the Enhanced Games. Give me anything from Enhanced Games, and I think I'll probably fucking love it.
Right. I wonder what happens
behind that Mizuguchi guy. He's got something going on upstairs, and I just like all the shit he does. And I know they're just releasing it. They didn't develop it. But if he saw something in this game and Enhanced Games, wants to release it,
right,
that to me is enough to justify a 5. Like, I don't even need to know how you play the game. I don't know what it's about. I don't know what the deal is. I'm just really excited because there's a certain feeling that you get from these kind of games, and it can't be replicated by other developers. It's just, I don't know. I'm very excited. What do you think, Brian?
I'm thinking that since it's not being developed by Enhanced Games, I'm a little more or a little less excited, I guess. And I was just because I was actually just I was just talking to AJ recently on the phone, saying that Lemmings is one of those games that's universally loved by the masses, being like, oh man, like I loved Lemmings growing up, blah blah blah, this and that, whatever. And dude, out of a lack of other things to play, I feel like I've spent way too much time with Lemmings over the course of the last 30 years of my life, possibly longer, depending on when that game came out originally. I played Lemmings and Oh No More Lemmings and whatever the fuck Lemmings came out, Christmas Lemmings.
No, I've never played a single Lemmings game in my entire life.
I gotta say,
I don't know how I missed it.
I've played so much Lemmings,
really fun.
and I don't think
fun.
And I don't think I was ever really a fan. And so I don't have like these real fond memories of Lemmings, even though I played a lot of Lemmings. And so when I watched this trailer and I go, oh man, if you are trying to direct huge traffics of people or huge masses of people in different directions to get where they're going. And I was like, oh man, this might be more Lemmings than I want it to be. But if it manages to, to do the enhanced thing and incorporate the Lemmings gameplay, I don't know. There's more here than meets the eye. Right?
It's even if it is Lemmings, it's bound to be the craziest fucking version of Lemmings you've ever seen in your life.
Right. So that's my only reason there's a concern here. That's the only reason it's not, oh my god, it's a 5. It's kind of a weak 4 for me. But man, like I think I'm wrong about my Lemmings assumption here. So yeah, this is gonna be one I'm excited to see how it pans out and see how it actually plays.
Same. All right. Next, we have Vertigo Games. Next, zombie killing adventure After the Fall, which is basically going to be a co-op shooter for zombies once again. And this one looks a little bit. Well, they haven't really showed a lot of gameplay, even though I think they did maybe say it was gameplay. But little tidbits of gameplay. Looks a lot like Arizona Sunshine, set in like a post-apocalyptic, like Ice Age kind of deal, and definitely the co-op zombie killing hordes of zombies, which they did shooting down hordes of zombies really well. I thought.
Yeah, they did okay.
Pretty well. Pretty well.
I thought they did it pretty well.
They did okay.
In terms of like throwing issue, I thought they did a good job. Like, there's tons of other issues I have with that game, but but yeah, I'm gonna have to give this one also a 4 for me. I really just need to see more, and I'm very excited for it. And yeah, you guys.
You gotta unmute yourself, Dave.
God damn it! Don't tell me what to do.
Oh, okay. I was wondering why no one was saying anything.
I wanted you guys to not hear what I was saying because it's not important. But I give it a 4 also. I wrote down great looking zombie game, but really, I think I had a lot of issues with Arizona Sunshine, and it's still not one that I wholly recommend to people. But it seems like they learned a few things. It seems like they upgraded a little bit, went to the next level as developers.
Right.
And there is something exciting about this one to me. Maybe it's the set pieces, like it's all snowy and you've got 68 zombies running at your face. It looks cool in the trailers in a way that Arizona Sunshine never did. I hope they don't have the same bad voice acting. But I don't think they will. It looks more polished. It looks more like something I want to play than Arizona Sunshine. So strong 4 for me.
Yeah. Arizona Sunshine, Arizona Sunshine feels like a first stab at a VR zombie shooter. There's no very little like in terms of inventory. Right. You find just burgers lying around and pick it up, eat it. Okay, sure, whatever. There's very few mechanics in that game outside of like, oh, I have a gun and I'm going to shoot a zombie. I don't know. It was, and I feel like we haven't really, other than like a few small pieces of DLC that I think Jaywalkers were the developers of. We haven't seen anything from Vertigo Games other than games that they published. They published Skyworld. They published something else, and Fisherman's Tale they published as well. But they didn't develop either of those. And so I think most of the last 3 years has been them saying, let's evolve and let's build on what we've got and make it better. The fact that there's exploration in this, or a reason to explore, which I feel like Arizona Sunshine very seldom gave you. Crafting, and I just feel like the whole thing sounds like a better package than Arizona Sunshine ever did. And this sounds like less of a first stab at a VR zombie shooter and more of a zombie shooter. Also in VR.
And I mean, when you mentioned multiplayer too, that can be pretty important because like everyone's gonna think, is this Left 4 Dead?
Right.
Is Left 4 Dead in VR?
That's what I really want.
The thing for me is it seems kind of like it's not the next Left 4 Dead. It's more like a World War Z, which is a game that nobody had great, crazy expectations for, but it's a very solid multiplayer zombie shooter game, has these hordes of zombies, and it's fun to play, but it's not like blow your socks off kind of thing. So I think it'll be around a 4. I don't think it's going to become one of the greatest ever games in the world for VR, but it looks pretty goddamn good. So
nice.
All right, so 4s across the board. Looks like most
5.
people have. Oh, you had a 5?
Oh yeah, no, I'm super excited for this. So
nice.
This is one of my most anticipated PSVR games. Sorry, I forgot to actually rate it after my big long rant.
No, you're fine. I'm holding on by threads here. All right.
I think they all are.
I love you guys in the chat, everybody. Big shout out to everybody in the chat. Ships, Geek Out, The Drunk Gamer, MEOT, TV, Sup, SB, Andrew C, Johnny Ripe out the Straight Cat.
Are we rolling the credits already?
Are you trying to make this longer
I just want to give them a quick shout out, Nick Mulo. Love you guys.
Okay. Yeah, they've been there the whole goddamn
show.
They've been there forever. You could have. All right.
I had to give them a quick pause and a shout out. All right, next we've got a pretty big game, Pistol Whip, which is basically a rhythm shooter that has you flying through these levels with these crazy underground techno beats, and you shoot to the rhythm for a better score. And it's got like a hard mode where you'll be dodging more. There's also some melee. Already the 5's rolling in, and I gotta agree, I'm gonna go with a 5 on this one, especially after all the stuff I've been hearing. And by the time it gets to us, it probably have more content.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, before I ever played it on Quest, this was not a 5 by any means. I didn't think it looked that good. And then I played it, and I really, really, really like Pistol Whip. It's a very fun game. Brian, I don't know if you've had a chance to try it on Quest yet.
Not.
Okay, I think you'd enjoy it. It takes sort of a Beat Saber plus Super Hot, puts them in a blender, mashes them all up in terms of the art style and the way it feels and everything. And my biggest concern was that it wouldn't seem like a rhythm game, but it totally feels like a rhythm game. Like, that's not even an issue. So I've had a ton of fun with it on Quest. It will give you a workout. There's lots of squatting and dodging, and like, it's more involved than a few other rhythm games we have, like Beat Saber.
And you can can't you turn off the setting for like assist, the aim assist? Can't you?
Oh, there's a Deadshot mode that's incredibly hard. Yeah, you have to be very, very precise. I haven't tried that yet myself because I can't even beat like hard mode.
Right. So I imagine it'll take a little. That's what I like about it, though.
It's one of those rare games where it's hyped, it looks hyped, and then it actually is pretty hype when you play it. You'll like it, I think, when it gets here. So, 5 for me.
I will say I had zero interest in this game. Like, zero. They showed this off, and I was like, "Oh, Cloudhead, you're just like, these are the guys who made, the Heart of the Emberstone, like this adventure game series on PC, and they, talked about maybe porting it to PSVR. Oh no, we're gonna do it. No, we're not. Oh, we're gonna bring episode 2, but we're not gonna bring episode 1. I was like, guys, get your shit together. And then they're like, oh, but here's our new game. And I was like, and to me, it felt like they caved and said, "Oh, here's where everything is trending in VR, and we're gonna make a game that just like takes a bunch of elements and like mashes it together from everything that's trending, and create our own game out of it." And I was like, that's not something I'm interested in. I was like, I want to play your adventure games. And then it came to Quest, and everybody was like raving about it, and I was like, okay. Well, there's obviously something here. And the more I hear about it, everyone's like, this is my game of the year. This is amazing, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, you got the hype has sold me to the point where now I'm hyped. And now I can't wait. Yeah. This is definitely a 5. I'm so excited to play this.
We all had a conversation, I think, publicly. I don't know if it was, I think it was during a stream.
I'm sure.
Where we said, this looks kind of boring from the trailers, when the trailers dropped. And I was like,
I don't remember that conversation.
I was like, this doesn't look exciting. I'm not hyped. And then I fucking played it. And it's real good. So if it can convert a guy like me, who's the douchiest, most opinionated guy, obviously the chat has decided. There's something to that.
This is getting mostly 5s from the chat, a couple 4s, and then like 1, 2. Poor Kenny, all there by himself. All right,
moving on. We're so close, guys. We're
excellent.
See the finish line.
1, 2, 3, 4
games left. So
4 games. 1, 2,
4
3, 4
games.
Yes.
There's 5 on my list.
Next, we've got budget cuts, which I'll be honest with you. When I first saw it, it looks like I don't know. Somebody else take this one to start with, because I can't
like
leave with this.
Portal meets stealth action gameplay, like Portal and Metal Gear Solid.
With comedy.
Yeah.
With comedy. Yeah. It's sort of an irreverent take on the idea of office working, I think. Hey, you're in an office. Hey, that's funny. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. But
the robots are taking over. You need to escape. But you have the coolest means of escape ever, right?
Teleporting with a little portal guy.
Right. And usually teleporting is something we go, oh, God, teleporting? Really? But man, using it in this way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think using it in this way really adds a whole new dimension to teleporting and also the stealth genre as a whole.
It would be a 5 for me if it wasn't so much based on throwing knives. Because I will stand by the fact that I don't think PSVR has ever really figured out the right way to do throwing mechanics. in any game.
2
Maybe.
MBVR football.
Okay, good. That works. That's you're right
Perfection.
on that one. That's right. That's the only one. But as far as weapons, throwing weapons, like Super Hot, as much as I love Super Hot, the throwing feels like shit.
Yeah,
Pushing.
It's very bad.
Yeah.
And
There are a couple games though.
Well, there's like gallery shooting games like where you have throwing knives part, and it's not that good either.
Sirento too has really good throwing.
I never used them because I like that.
Dude, the glaive. The glaive. Oh my god, it's so good. Sorry.
It seemed hard. It seemed hard to use to me.
Let's hope that since it's such a huge part of this game, an essential part of being able to throw things, that they've figured this out, right?
I mean, throwing is a huge part of Super Hot also, but it's a 4 not a 5 for me, just because throwing is so much part of it that I hope they get it right. But if they don't, it could still be an awesome game, hindered by some poor knife throwing.
From a personal perspective, the only reason this isn't getting a 5 is because I'm just fucking tired of waiting for it, man. Like, I feel like here it is. Oh, here it's on PC. Fantastic. Is it coming to PlayStation? Oh, it might come to PlayStation VR. Then finally gets announced for PlayStation VR, and it's like, oh, but Budget Cuts 2 is coming out for PC. And I was like, man, you're really making us feel like we're really behind the times here. I'm like, I just feel like this game has been out forever, and I know it hasn't. I know it's just a perception thing, but I'm just tired of waiting for this game, to the point where I was so excited about it when I first heard about it, and now I'm just like less interested, but still I'm only less interested to bring it down to a 4. I think it's still going to be a very, very cool game when it gets here.
I don't want to bring you guys down, but there's 2 big things that have me worried about this game, and like it would usually be like a 4 for me. But essentially, the reason it has released yet is because they are still trying to get the throwing to feel right. So they haven't even gotten the throwing to feel right yet.
Wait, are you saying they said that?
Yes.
Well, that makes me even more worried. Jesus.
The other thing that worries me is that the PC version released, and apparently, like, it released some really bad bugs, and apparently there are still some really bad bugs in it.
They had like 2 years to deal with that shit. It's been out forever.
But they did make Budget Cuts 2, which doesn't have as much bugs. But apparently, Budget Cuts 1 still has some bugs on the PC.
Yeah, that's
side.
not what you want to hear.
If you got too many bugs, just release a new game. Don't worry about that old one.
They should just release Budget Cuts 2 for us. But they said no. But the truth is, they said you. So because of those 2 things, I'm gonna have to bring it down to a 2 for me.
A 2?
I could give it a 3. I could give it a 3. I don't know.
That's a hot take. I like it though. Let's get those hot takes going.
I'm gonna have to give it a 2. It's also not usually this is the kind of game that didn't have the issues would have to win me over. Kind of like, to be honest with you, like Job Simulator. I didn't longest time.
Wait, Job Sim had to win you over?
Job Sim had to win me over.
That game was like immediately pleasant.
I'm not an immediately pleasant, delightful kind of person.
No, that's for sure.
I am a dive in deep.
You're a fucking.
And I'm like, how many hours can I take this game and it only get better and better kind of gamer. I'm not. I mean, I like immediately satisfying, but that's not. Like no, that's I like it. I don't. It's not my thing though. But I don't know. I usually don't like the dry sense of humor kind of stuff, and this seems to have that kind of humor. So, I'm excited for it, but not very. But like I said,
did you not like the sense of humor in Job Sim?
I did. That's why I said it won me over. But I didn't expect to. I didn't expect to like it. But I actually really like the humor in Job Simulator.
The only times I don't like that stuff is when they miss the mark so significantly. Like what's that game?
What was that? American Dream?
Chromagun.
The American Dream was the least funny game ever.
Yes, and it's constantly trying to be like, hey, you remember Portal? It's like Portal. Right. We're like Portal. And it's like that. It's not funny too. It's fucking terrible. Yeah. I don't know.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, next we have Walking Dead Onslaught.
But AJ, didn't we already talk about The Walking Dead?
We talked about Saints and Sinners.
Yeah,
this is the one by Servios. Yep. They basically showed it first, and I got to be honest with you though. I think the combat, if they can get like some really fun, like how they did Battle Wake, if they can get like really fun zombie killing combat, and make it like arcade, feel like a good arcade game, and make it fun to play more, like make it fun to replay, give it reason, which they've delayed the game. It was supposed to come out in the fall,
Yeah.
and it never did. So they delayed it, saying we want to make a the best game we possibly can. And I'm, I got to give this. This is like honestly, no matter what happens, this would be a must buy for me. So, although I'm not as excited as Saints and Sinners, I need to see this. I need to see this with the updated stuff. But I'm going to give it a strong 4, because I would love an arcade zombie killing game.
Yeah, I mean, when you say that, and what I see when I look at this is it looks like a souped up Arizona Sunshine. And that's cool if you really like Arizona Sunshine. But like Saints and Sinners looks like, well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people think Arizona Sunshine is fun. All I'm saying is there's nothing of that. When you see the trailer for Saints and Sinners, there's something that hooks me. It's okay, there's a narrative. Okay, there's actual decisions to make here. This is like The Walking Dead. When I see Onslaught, I see a bunch of chopping people's faces off, stabbing people in the head. You can slice them this way. It's so interesting. You can cut their head off like this, whatever. But like the pull isn't there. It looks like you said, just kind of arcadey, very straightforward. Like there's not much to it beyond the fact that, hey, we created this awesome system for decapitating zombies. And if that's all there is to keep me going, I don't think it's going to be enough. It's a light 4. It's a strong 3 to a light 4 for me.
I'm giving this one a 4 only because I trust Survios.
Yeah, I think we all do.
Because obviously it says right on the bottom of the screen here, pre-alpha footage. I'm like, okay, good. This is very early in development stuff we're looking at.
It looks good for pre-alpha.
It does, but what I'm seeing here is a less refined version of just one element of what Saints and Sinners offers. Right? Saints and Sinners offers this and a lot of other stuff. And this part of Saints and Sinners actually looks better than what they're showing here. So I'm
this
sure
looks a little faster to me. This looks like a little faster pace.
I'm sure Servios is going to like figure out what to do with this and how to make it fun and enjoyable.
Can they figure out how to get it on our top 20 though? That's my question.
The first Servios game to make one of our top 20s.
It would be
amazing. Yeah. Be amazing. So yeah, obviously a big question mark until we hear more. We've been seeing kind of this footage for a while, and it's hopefully after Saints and Sinners comes out, it'll give them a little room to breathe and talk about their game in less of a competitive setting. So it'll be fun to see what happens with Survios.
Yeah. So
good on them for delaying it, though.
Brian, and then 3 small 3 for Dave.
I said a hard 3 to a soft 4.
Low 4. Okay. Gotcha. What about you guys in the chat? What about you guys in the chat? You and I imagine this and Saints and Sinners. So, okay. Let's see here. I thought somebody said Durbin Brown. Looks like Durbin Brown says 4.5. Lipnox says 4.5. Pretty high stuff here. Survios plus The Walking Dead 5 says Sanador the Game Tiger.
Understandable.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Decepticon says would be cool if it's similar to Left 4 Dead, and I feel like we're still waiting to see what is the zombie game that is gonna be similar to Left 4 Dead. Is it gonna be after the fall? Because that's multiplayer online as well. Is it gonna be this game? Or could it even be Saints and Sinners? Is that single player only, or is there multiplayer in Saints and Sinners?
This one's a little more mixed. Gumball's Game Room 3, Hard to Get 2, Ryan Horst 4, Hack the Game Cat 2 to 3, Triangulator Low 4, Mark Lanau.
He's 2, over zombies.
Ryan Baran 5. Saints 5, Onslaught 3, says Dan Kiefer.
Yep, that's about right.
Yeah, this sounds Just a Couple 2, 3.8 out of 5 for Robert Sullivan. All right, cool stuff. Pretty like middle of the pack to actually above Pretty middle of the pack though. All right, so we got 2 left, and these are holy shit, some big ones. Dreams by Media Molecule, a game they've been developing for 9 years with a AAA team. Now we know at launch this is not going. Oh wait, this has a. We should have included. Well, yeah, because PSVR. This is going to be launching in I guess February. Guys, this is. I'm going to tell you right off the bat. This is a 5 for me when it gets VR support because they've said Shuhei himself has said they have a 10-year plan for this game, so it's not going anywhere. When PS5 comes around this year, it's only going to expand. And I don't know. The only thing that could hold this game back is potentially like the cap of how much space they give you. But I imagine there's a good bit of space, enough to make, all you need for VR is a great experience in this. If I can make some snowboarding levels, so a couple mountains to snowboard down or something, like one whole mini game is like a snowboarding level, flying a helicopter in VR, something like that. If I can do that infinite amount of times, then how can you not love that? I know it wouldn't be the same as a helicopter game or a full snowboarding game, but to be able to have these different scenarios and do like any experience you want infinite amount of times, holy shit, man. I am very hyped for this game. That's just like my examples. Those aren't even like what people could potentially do. PT in VR?
Yeah. So here's what I'll say. I think Dreams is gonna be a 5. Absolutely. I think I'll play a lot of games that deserve a 1 on the hype scale in Dreams once it gets released. Because not everything is gonna be awesome. There's going to be some snowboarding games that are incredible, and you're going to want to play them again and again. Right. And there'll be some guy's dumbass, hey, I made a snowboarding game. And you try it, and you're like, this is a total waste of time. Why did I do this? But I think the fun of sifting through that stuff will be part of the experience. And I think the community will sort of decide collectively, like, these are the ultimate VR experiences and Dreams. This is something you have to play. But, the toolbox that you have, obviously, that's a 5. And I think the possibilities from what I've seen so far, there's no way to not be excited about this fucking thing. Like, I don't know. It's endless possibility. So how could you go wrong with that?
Yeah.
So 5. Yeah, definite 5.
Yeah, it's an easy answer. It's definitely a 5. I'm on board with both you guys. It's in hearing Shuhei's 10-year plan, that means like, it's kind of like a fuck PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 is just where this thing's getting started. PlayStation 5 is where this thing is going to live and breathe and die. And I think that's where we're going to see the full potential of Dreams with, all the processing power behind it. And, they pulled PlayStation VR support. There was supposed to be limited PlayStation VR support at launch. That was the tagline for a while. And then they said no PSVR support at launch. And I'm at this point wondering if we're going to see PSVR support on the PlayStation 4 version at all. I would not even hesitate to say that PlayStation 5, possibly the launch of PlayStation 5, is when we see the first glimpse of VR in Dreams. And that totally works for me, right? Again, just like I'd rather see something done well and wait for it to be on a platform that can handle it than to see some like half-assed integration, just because they're trying to like fulfill a promise they made like 3 years ago.
Well, the other thing from the hardware side, too, is like, there's that. Oh, it can run now. That's one thing. But people will have had a year of practice making these games. So the games we're going to see when PS5 launches will be better than what we would have seen if VR got added next week. Right. You know what I mean? People will be better at making these things. So
there's already people posting on Reddit and stuff saying, like, as soon as they're like, I'm creating this game for VR, as soon as it gets dropped, as soon as VR support drops. And it's stuff like riding dragons and like shooting stuff off dragons.
That's a little bit of, they can't know that for sure because there is no built-in thing. Implemented. Yeah, there's no thing in Dreams right now that says you can run this in VR, you can't run this in VR. I think the idea originally, and I assume is still the case, is that there are different limitations for what you can build in terms of number of resources, number of assets, what the game does for a flat one versus a VR one. And if that remains true, it's not like somebody can say definitively, I have a VR game ready and waiting to go, and it's just going to work on day one. Like, but we'll
Dave,
see.
You opinionated.
I'm the douchiest, opinionated son of a bitch.
No, I'm super stoked for this. Did everybody?
What's that?
Did you give it a 5?
Oh, I think we all gave
We
it
all
a
give it a
5.
5. Yeah, it's a strong 5.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I am, man.
Maybe
all
a
right,
light
guys.
6.
You know what I was just thinking about, Brian, that we totally missed here is that we could have added up all of our 4s and 5s and stuff at the very end.
Oh, for
and
the
put them in
overall
order.
length,
Oh, yeah.
20.
There's a good way to stretch the show out even longer.
Yeah, let's make this a 6-hour.
That's
We
something
could've-
we needed.
We could have added up the hype.
I haven't been able
each of
to
our
feel my
combined
legs for an
hype.
hour.
It's one of those situations where I feel like I have nothing to do otherwise. But when
Oh,
we're on there
man.
this long, I'm
I
like,
have
man,
so
there's
much
many other things I could be
stuff to
doing.
do.
There's so many other things I could be
I
doing.
know.
Oh,
I know.
I
We both
apologize,
have-
Maso VR, man. Maso PSVR. I apologize. I promised him something. I promise it's coming, but I didn't
Oh,
anticipate.
Moso. I like that guy.
Oh, that
He's a
dude,
Brazilian
yeah.
dude.
I
He's
didn't.
cool.
I didn't anticipate this show going as long. I promise it's coming.
Man, thank you guys so much. So we got one more game to talk about.
Just one.
A
Finally.
good one. But before we get to this last one, I do want, especially from the beginning, you're crazy, and we love you.
Wait.
and
You cut out. You
belong
cut
He
out.
cut
for
out for that
everything.
whole sentence.
And now I need to know what
Yeah.
you said. You said what? What?
He wanted to thank everybody for sticking around the whole time. I
wanted
got
to
the
thank.
gist of it.
I
Yeah.
wanted to thank everybody for sticking around the whole time, and we love you very, very much. And no, none of us have your. And
Dave, do you want to fill in the blanks on that one too? I haven't.
I
None
don't
of
know
us
he
what?
said that time.
my mic can't even handle this.
You said none of
anymore.
us blank, and then you laughed, and I was like, I missed the joke.
I said none of us have urinated.
And,
'cause
yeah.
somebody said,
I did
"Do you-"
once. I actually
Dan,
did once.
Dan Kiefer said, "Do you people even urinate?"
I
did
have a
once.
mayonnaise
At this
jar
point,
underneath the desk. You guys don't even know what's happening.
I'm
It's
scooting
still
over
half
and
filled
just
with mayonnaise.
drinking
It's
it
just
from a
half
straw.
mayonnaise, half
We
urine.
mix it together,
Um,
man.
Yeah.
Oh man! So
Extends
the
the life
last
of the mayonnaise.
game. Hopefully, my mic doesn't cut out. The game is. Did it cut
Hopefully,
out?
my mic doesn't cut. Real
All right,
brief.
somebody
Okay.
else take the last one.
The
All
la-
right. The very last game of 2020 is Sniper Elite VR. And we don't know when this is coming out. But
Right.
Sniper Elite is a long storied, well loved franchise. There's tons of Sniper Elite games out there. Now, I've never played a single one of them, but this thing looks like a strong 5 to me because everything they've said, everything they've shown, it looks like, sniper games are really hard to get down in VR. Getting the sight just right is nobody's really done it yet. And from what I see, it looks like they actually got it down, and it's fun to play. Also, you can explore everything full locomotion. It's got a campaign. It's like a military style, like World War II, I think, sort of deal. It checks a lot of boxes, I think, for everybody. And this is a developer everyone knows, and they got the cred.
Yeah, don't
So
be fooled
I
by the
think
trailer
this will
either.
be-
The trailer is showing the dude like teleporting around or telewarping, whatever you want to call it.
Just an option.
Just
an option.
Everything they've seemed to have made it very clear about everything all the comfort settings are optional. There is full locomotion, there's smooth turning, there's everything you're looking for. And obviously, I think the aim controller is custom designed to be a sniper rifle.
Yeah.
Right? You don't have to worry about the two move controllers blocking each other. This is the sniping game I want to play. Triple
This
A
is
developers.
absolutely a 5 for me. I have played Sniper. Kicks ass. It's usually third person though. It's funny. And
I played Zombie Army Trilogy, but I never played an official Sniper Elite game.
Oh, is that a Sniper Elite spinoff?
It was a mod, and then it became its own game because of how popular the mod was.
I didn't know that.
so this game is set in Italy in World War II, and it actually has a story written by like a what's his name? There's actually
The
a
guy
guy
who writes he writes novels and shit.
Right.
I
So
don't
it
remember
actually
his
should
name,
have a
but-
compelling story written about a sniper in Italy during World War II. So they've just talked about how they've just been perfecting the the world, the full city and stuff to wander around. And dude, this is like an absolute 5, if not a 6 for me at this point. Just the way the aim should feel They really have been talking about, like, when you hold it up, that the sniper scope like enlarges a little bit to make it like as perfect as possible. And man, this game is a strong 5 for me. I cannot wait for this game. Oh my god, it looks good.
This might be. I mean, it's tough to say, right? Because we talked about a lot of amazing games. We talked about Dreams. We talked about Saints and Sinners. We talked about, I mean, a lot of games, Iron Man, that are checking a lot of boxes that are, just like right up my alley. But this is the game that I feel like is a can't miss. Out of all the ones we talked about, this one is the can't miss. It's going to be amazing because other than, I mean. Yeah, no, this is I can't think of any way this is going to be bad. This excites me so much. I can't wait to play this game.
Well, we saved the best for last.
I guess so.
So there we go.
Now we just need a release date. I need a release window other than 2020. Like I really want them to start, focusing in and letting us know, is this going to be Q1, Q2? Give us a month. Give us something, because man, the only way I could be more excited for this is if I knew how long I had to wait to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shit, man
is right.
Are we actually finished? Oh my god.
That's it. Oh man. 30, how many games? 33 games.
More
covered.
than 33. No, because I said 33 for my Excel spreadsheet, but you added like 3 or 4. Somebody added. Brian added somewhere.
And this is just what we know about, guys. We possibly could see.
I'm so sorry. Senator of the Game Tiger says, thinking these guys have game catheters, which is maybe the funniest fucking comment.
Nice.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Man, but yeah, we could possibly see now next week. I think it's going to be, but it would be amazing to have. Solus is way underrated, pretty. But man, thank you guys so much for hanging out. We love you so much. Thank you for hitting, I think, 128 likes. We love you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for hanging out. And honestly, just a little peek behind the curtain. We actually had a lot more planned for this show. I guess we didn't realize or anticipate how long it was going to take us to just get through the game specifically. Because let's be honest, guys. There are so many other games that are probably coming out in 2020, like that just disappeared, like Folia Dear Father and Star Child's. Like, where the fuck are these games? But those aren't even confirmed for 2020. Those are just MIA. And so, like, I really expect to see a bunch of other huge games that we've been really excited for come out this year, and we didn't talk about them because we didn't have any kind of confirmation on that.
K-Panic, I gotta cut you off here. K-Panic says, I think we need to rank them now, 1 through 5, then 6 through 10.
Make a top 20 list of the games we just talked about.
I just want to let you guys know that me and AJ are not getting paid for this shit.
and I don't know how much anybody thinks I'm getting paid by YouTube and Patreon, but it's very, very small amount of money.
Man, we just do this because it's so much fun. And
AJ just does it for free
PSVR.
Publicity up for his channel. That's why AJ's here. AJ's here. Remember, guys, come check out PSVR Underground. But also, don't forget to check out PSVR Underground and Dave Station VR channel.
You guys should not forget to check out PSVR
Underground. We both have LA Noire reviews coming. That should be really interesting.
We've been plugging away at that for the last couple of days, man. Just like, you should. You totally should. And like we've been plugging away at that game. We've been calling each other, talking about the shit we like, the shit we don't like, and man, it's going to be one of the most all over the places reviews I've ever written, man, because there is so much good and so much bad. So that's gonna be a really fun one.
Thank you, Ryan Horse. I know my mic is dying here.
All right,
screaming in pain.
Let's call it quits, guys. Let's get the show on the road. I want to thank every single person for hanging out. This was a long haul, man, but I couldn't believe that we didn't see a huge number of people drop off in the first 20 minutes. Forget about the first 4 hours. So thank you very much for hanging out. Thank you for all the donations. Thank you for all the support. Make sure you subscribe to all 3 channels. Make sure you like the video. Make sure you hit us up on patreon.com/withoutparole.
Games.
That's it. If you like your content, so that we can keep doing this. Oh, we'll get to hit that one more time for me, Dave, before we get out of here.
Gotcha.
You can't do the right to squeeze me.
This is from 97 Skynet to T800 GameCat with a donation saying, awesome stream. Lots to look forward to. We agree. It has been amazing. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. This is my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite part of the week, every single week. So thank you guys for hanging out with me. Thank you, Cats. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, AJ. My name is Brian, and we are out of here. Yeah, Dave, don't
All right,
forget.
AJ,
we do this.
update us on. Hold on. I want AJ to update us on this chicken saga. How many chickens you got now? Because you said they dumped from 1 chicken to 2 chickens. You got 3 now? You got 4?
I haven't seen
Or they
the
reproduce?
chickens, but the deer is still there after 2 weeks.
Have you
It
tried
is-
feeding him dry corn like I suggested?
So you're not supposed to do that. However, I did give
What
it
do you
some
mean? I've
water.
done it. It's great.
I did give it water because even though you're not supposed to, I had to give it some water. But it's been pretty good.
Has he let you ride on his back yet?
Not yet. I'm working my way there. But
It needs that No Man's Sky upgrade.
It does come closer to the house and sleep closer to the house every single night.
Wait, so you can see a deer sleeping in your backyard when you're sleeping?
Yeah. Like
What are we watching
every
this
single
cat for
night.
then, man?
That's
we
pretty
need to be watching that deer right now.
Get that deer.
Get a live feed.
I have pictures of it actually. I can post it. I
Yeah,
did post
well,
it.
show one on your phone. Pull one up on your phone. Show us. Oh, I guess they can't see.
Can't
the
see right now,
camera.
but join us on Discord to see a picture of the deer. Discord, click the link in the description. Join our Discord server. I think all the links are broken. Fucking click the Discord.
They
Thank
might
you,
even have
SB,
chicken
Green
pictures
Sammy,
too. I don't know.
87 Andrew C. Dan Kiefer Ariana Grande updates. Stream Ariana Grande. K Panic the Game Cat Pro patch hard to get. Nick Mulo hack the Game Cat. K Panic just incredible. Guys on Fist to you. Doug Fu Ninja Cat. Ryan Baran Triangulator just incredible again. Darwin's eyeball. You got cold yogurt hard to get. Gumball's Game Room. Rudy the Game Cat.
You're nowhere near the end.
All right.
Ryan Horse, thank you.
Can I just sum it all up in one little phrase?
97 Skynet, the T800
Thanks,
Game Cat.
everyone.
Meow.
And we say thanks, everyone.
We love you
777.
all.
Hack. Robert Sullivan. Bobby Joe.
AJ specifically
Meow. Mark Leno.
individually loves
Decepticon.
every
Oh, yeah.
person.
Clip Knox. Chief
I-
Geek Out.
I'm turning the stream off. I can't handle this anymore. Meow, everyone. See you on Discord.